A note from the author. This is an AI-narrated audiobook, and I couldn't get VoxMaker, the AI software that I used, to consistently pronounce names correctly. This is part of the reason why I decided to upload the audiobook for free, because it didn't feel right to have people pay for an AI audiobook that isn't fully polished. Since I am giving this out for free, I ask that if you do enjoy the book, to buy a 99-cent Kindle copy on Amazon, and if you are feeling extra generous, leave a review. You don't have to, but I would greatly appreciate the support, since I don't have the number of subscribers to turn on YouTube monetization. I hope you enjoy the book. The Terror and the Sword, Book 1 of the Hewitt Trilogy by Trevor Warren. Copyright C, 2025. Trevor Warren, all rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means, including photocopying, recording, or other electronic or mechanical methods, without the prior written permission of the publisher, except as permitted by U.S. copyright law. The story, all names, characters, and incidents portrayed in this production are fictitious. No identification with actual persons, living or deceased, places, buildings, and products is intended or should be inferred. Dedicated to Justin Green. Acknowledgements. I am very grateful to Justin Green, who, out of everyone I sent a draft to, was the only one who made the time to read all of it. For that reason, this book is dedicated to him, and special thanks to Eldon Liu, who was kind enough to listen to me talk about this book and discuss it and my ideas for the broader series with me. Those conversations were a catalyst of inspiration, and special thanks to my sister Melanie and my cousins Colby and Lindsay, who refrained from telling my parents about this book so I could surprise them with it. Chapter 1. My sole light source came from a window barred by thick iron bars. Centered high enough to be out of my reach, it gave me no hope of escape. Adjacent to the uneven stairs, a hazardous pass leading out of the subterranean prison, was another barred window. The light that came through the windows beamed 2 rectangles onto the wall across from my cell, though each was broken up by the window bars. Since my cell faced west, I knew it was past noon when those 2 luminary planes appeared on the bottom of the wall, softly stretching out across it. As the day went on, I watched them levitate to the top of the wall, condensing as they crawled up it, and the shadow of the bars became more defined. Both signaled that the day was waning and the sun would soon set when the 2 rectangles reached the top of the wall. They were replicas of the windows, striped by the shadows of the bars. The king descended the crooked stairs. He wore no crown and carried no scepter. There was no reason for him to have either. I knew who he was. Instead of royal regalia, the king wore a shirt and pants without embellishments. I thought the clothes made him look like a commoner. With a reluctant pace the monarch walked towards my cell, the look on his face betraying that he was rethinking whether to speak to me. The debate was not because the king was the self-doubting type. The firmness of his stride confirmed that he was confident. He needed something from me. While walking towards my cell, he tried to think of a way of getting what he wanted without dealing with me. There was another reason he could have come down to the dungeon, but he was alone, so it couldn't have been that. After 10 slow, meditative steps, he stopped before the cell. Not saying a word, he stared at me as I lay on the stone floor that was my bed. I didn't acknowledge him. The king didn't speak. He knew I would address him when I was ready. If he spoke first, then I wouldn't talk. If I were the type of person who revered kings, then I wouldn't have been in that cell in the first place. As I lay there, the stone pressing against my back, I wondered why he was there. I had expected him to visit me, accompanied by at least 2 guards who would escort me to the gallows. But there weren't any guards, which made me wonder why he was there. What could he want from me, other than my execution? When curiosity got the better of me, I got up and turned to my visitor. "I will not repent," I said. "I didn't expect you to," the king replied. "Then why are you here, brother?" I asked. "You killed someone," he responded. "That's why I'm in here," I reminded him. Recently, he clarified. How recent, I asked. Not more than a few days before your capture, he detailed. I need more information, brother. It's either that, or you tell me who I killed since you know who it was, I said. Does the name Lord Gainik mean anything to you? He asked. Is this about that noble's death a couple of weeks ago, the one I stabbed to death in the market at Turini? Brother, the man didn't have 1 ounce of good sense, let alone the mental capacity to run whatever lands he would inherit. I was doing you and the whole kingdom a favor getting rid of that simpleton. On top of it, he had horrible business instincts, thinking it was a good idea to try to betray me, I explained. No, he was not the one I was referring to, but thank you for confessing to yet another murder. As if I needed more reasons to hang you, he said, and I could hear the exhaustion in his voice. Then I need more information, I stated. He was the most recent person to try to kill you, my brother said at last, providing me with useful information. I smiled. He's dead too. What did he look like? My brother interrogated. I don't remember. Why does it matter? I asked. Being bored of the interrogation, I turned around, desperate to find some source of amusement in my barren cell. How did you kill him? My brother inquired. Stabbed him through the heart, I told him. Where's the body? He asked. I don't know. If I kept track of every corpse I made, I wouldn't have time to do anything else, I lied. I knew where the body was, and by the look on my brother's face, he knew it. How he knew and why he bothered to come down to get me would remain a mystery to me for some time. Then I heard a series of noises that puzzled me so much that for a moment I thought I was hallucinating. The rattle of keys, the scrapping of a key entering a keyhole, the quiet but brisk click of a disengaging lock, and the rustic squeak of my cell door opening. My brother, the king who was forever relentless in his pursuit of justice, would never unlock my cell. But when I turned around, I was shocked to realize I was not hearing things. The cell door was open. I could feel the blood drain from my face, and I stood paralyzed with shock. Let's go, brother, he said, not even acknowledging the state of incapacity I was in. I followed as he ascended the stone stairs. Every time my bare feet landed on the frigid stone stairs, it felt like they were giving me frostbite. When I climbed the first flight of stairs, my toes had turned a light purple, and my brother had finished his ascent. A few minutes later, I arrived at the top of the third and final flight and was out of breath. My brother was there, leaning against the doorway. Out of shape? He asked, then threw me a pair of shoes. We were outside the door to the dungeon, in a small room tucked away on the right side of the palace. The barren stone that made up the room created the feeling that it was an extension of the dungeon. The entire palace was constructed of lusterless grey stone. Our father built the palace so it wouldn't feel like a palace. Most kings want their palaces to be grand and splendorous, to invoke regality. Father was not like other men, let alone like other kings. He believed a person's surroundings play a large part in shaping them, and did not want us to be soft. He hoped the hard surroundings of what we called home would ensure this. Then there was the effect a stone palace had on foreign diplomats. Within moments of walking into the throne room, Father could assess the quality of their characters, whether they were accustomed to hardship, which few were, whether they were reliant on luxuries, which was most, and their intelligence. Intelligence was whether they had enough sense to know that objects of wealth don't always equate to a king's power. Usually the diplomats understood this and realized that the Spartan nature of the palace was the greatest indicator of Father's power. The ones who did not understand this, most of whom were haughty and found themselves easily manipulated. All Father had to do was have them believe they came out on top of every deal. Seeing him do this taught me and my brother the dangers of arrogance from an early age. My brother would charge me with arrogance, amongst other things. Most would be crimes and rightfully levelled. But my brother never learned the difference between being arrogant and projecting arrogance. The latter can be used to manipulate someone in negotiations and is a valuable skill. My father was a master of this skill, yet my brother didn't bother to learn it because of his distaste for arrogance. Though made of stone, the palace's layout was typical. It included a grand hall, a throne room, numerous bedrooms, 2 kitchens, an armory, 3 libraries, servant quarters, 2 dining halls, a small ballroom, and a dungeon. Growing up, the palace had few decorations and signs of wealth. Our father did not want his sons to become soft men, a gift for which I am grateful. My brother must have appreciated this too, since as we walked through the palace, there was a scarcity of lavish decor and expensive furnishings. I was speechless for the second time that day when I stepped out of the palace and saw horses. Rono was holding the reins of one and a palace guard, wearing a conical helmet with a nasal guard, a breastplate with the Pt1 deer, the national animal, painted on the front and back, bracers and greaves, was holding the reins to another. Each piece of armor was the pristine white of the Pt1 royal guard. "My king, I must advise against this," I heard the guard say as I approached. "My king, I must advise against this," I heard the guard say as I approached. "You have Gontril," several times Rono said, "and as someone who has sworn to protect you and your family, I do so again. My king, it is unwise to travel alone with your brother. Please at least bring one guard with you," Gontril pleaded. "Gontril, you have been a part of my guard since my reign began, so I hope you know what I am about to say is coming from a place of sincerity and candor, not of insult and offense. We both know I'll be as safe traveling alone with him as if 20 guards traveled with me. I have no guard, yourself included, who can survive against Bowv in combat, nor can any guard stop my brother's subtle stratagems. He is too cunning by far. If my brother moves to kill me, only the gods can protect me," Rono said. "I understand, my king," Gontril said, bowing as he did. "I don't think you've ever given me such a fine compliment," I said as I approached the two. Rono ignored my remark. "Take me to the body," he commanded as he mounted his horse. Gontril remained close to his king, hand wrapped around the hilt of his sword. "After hearing that compliment, you leave me no choice," I said, as I mounted my horse. While I was doing so, Rono dismissed Gontril. "Where is it anyway?" Rono asked. "About 5 miles north of Bowv," I told him. "Bowv?" he asked as I mounted my horse. "Yes," I confirmed as we began our journey. "What were you doing there?" he asked. "Murdering a lord, apparently," I answered. "Be serious, Bowv. That's not the reason you were there. What were you doing in Bowv?" he asked again, now annoyed. "Besides checking to see how my criminal enterprise within the city was running, I got word a lord, Pt1 but ethnically Udenian, was closing in on one of my illicit operations." "Must have been Lord Hundono. He's the only Udenian who's a part of the Pt1 nobility. He served as a mercenary under father and was rewarded with a noble title for his service." "And what illicit operation?" he asked. "That doesn't matter, brother. The point is that while protecting my profit margin, I heard rumors another lord, a Pt1 said to be much wealthier, was out in the woods close to the city without any bodyguards," I explained to my brother. "You decided to rob him," he guessed. "No, I decided to kidnap him," I said. "Then he put up a fight and you killed him," Rono deduced. "Yes," I affirmed. To my surprise, he was a good fighter. My brother fell silent. He just sat there on top of his horse. A few moments later, he told me we were stopping at Bowv before I took him to the body because he needed to talk to some of the town guards. I told him that was fine, figuring he would probe the guards with questions to verify my story, to ensure I hadn't lied to him. I was honest, though I doubted the city guards would be well informed of my illegal operations in the city. The people my underlings killed for their indiscretion would ensure that. Night fell, yet we rode on with the full moon illuminating our path. We could hear the nocturnal animals of the forest, the totting of our horses' hooves, and nothing else. Within hours, we arrived at Bowv. At the gates, 5 city watchmen were waiting for us. Their uniforms were adorned with emblems given to guards for 15 years of service. "Sire," one of them spoke, "we are here as you requested." "Thank you for coming, Captain," my brother said. "What do you need?" the guard asked. "I need you to make sure no one leaves the town until we come back, which should be before first light," my brother explained, and I wondered why he said this when we weren't concerned about anyone leaving the city. "Will do, my lord. Is there anyone we should look out for?" asked the captain. "No, Jenkins. Just make sure no one leaves the city," Rono answered. Rono knew about my illegal operations in the city, but it wasn't why he wanted me to take him there. And why were the guards outside before we had arrived in Bowv? Royal messengers are quick, but I didn't see my brother send one out after he released me. He could have sent a rider when he exited the dungeon before me, and I was still climbing up the stairs. But I would have heard him speak to the messenger, and saw the messenger when we got to Bowv, or on the road to the city. And if my brother did send a messenger right before he released me, there wasn't enough time for the guards to assemble outside the gate before we got to the city. Rono must have sent a messenger before he retrieved me, which meant he knew where we would be going. How did Rono know where we were going? Why did he release me if he knew the body was in Bowv? Why did Rono have the city watch bar anyone from exiting the gates? What did my brother know that I didn't? Jenkins nodded, and my attention returned to the matter at hand. He called for the gate to be raised and, when it was lowered, walked out of sight along with the rest of the watchmen. "How far is the body?" Rono asked. "About a 2-hour ride. The body should be a little way into the woods from the road," I said. "I'll follow you then. Let's get going," he ordered, and we rode off. We rode in silence for most of the journey until we reached the point where we needed to proceed on foot. "Why is this dead noble so important to you? I've killed dozens of them before. What makes this one special?" I asked. "Hopefully it isn't," the king replied. I was confused as I led him into the dense grove of trees. The moonlight slipped through the trees enough to illuminate areas the size of a fist. Our walk through the woods would have been more difficult if Rono hadn't brought a torch. Within 10 minutes we arrived at a circular clearing within the woods, with a torn tent in its middle. A man's body lay on its back 10 paces from the tent. "We're here," I announced, and we walked over to the body. Rono leaned down, brought his torch close to the body, and examined the corpse. Despite being weeks old, the skin wasn't rotting. There was no smell of death, and animals hadn't scavenged the body. There was a lack of blood, something I had noticed when I killed Gainik, but had forgotten to inform Rono about. My brother moved the torch towards its chest, then picked up a nearby stick and inserted it into the wound that was on the chest where the heart was. Within moments, the stick prodded what remained of the heart after my blade pierced through it. Satisfied, my brother pulled it out and placed his impromptu investigative tool back on the ground. Rono then instructed me to hold the torch and handed it to me. Rono picked up the same stick and used it to pull back the corpse's lower lip, then began examining the mouth. "Come closer. I need more light," he commanded. I brought the torch closer and leaned in to see what my brother was so fascinated by. Then I saw them, 2 teeth that tapered to a point as lethal as any spear tip. They were more akin to animal fangs than human teeth. My brother saw them and his face became flush but ever persistent. He used the stick one final time to push back the upper lip. He found 2 more fangs. "The legends are true," uttered Rono. "I had hoped they weren't." "Legends are just legends," I told him. "Do you know what you have done?" he asked, standing. "I've lost the chance to make some money by killing this noble," I answered. "You killed a vampire," Rono said, his eyes locked with mine and his face more serious than I'd ever seen it before. I laughed. "Vampires? Brother, don't be absurd. They are stories told to frighten children. Similar stories are told about me. You can't seriously believe this dead nobleman was a vampire. The sacred text speaks of them. It is not as if I am believing the word of a drunken bard," Rono countered. You can go on about the sacred text all you want, brother. When will you learn that the gods you vehemently worship do not exist? If your gods were real, then they would have struck me down a long time ago, and the corpses I have made would still be animated flesh, let alone permit vampires to run amok, I explained. You saw the fangs, Rono pushed back. So what a man has 4 pointy teeth, that hardly counts as evidence, I said. When you fought him, what weapon did he have? My brother asked. A sword, I answered. And did the blade have a grey colour to it, one that looked like the colour of the moon? He asked, though I felt he already knew the answer to his question. Yes, I answered. You know where it is, don't you? He asked. Why does this sword matter to you? I asked. A blade is a blade. Do you know who Lord Gynnick was? Rono answered my question with another. He was that dead body, I said, pointing to the corpse behind him. He was a Keshgu, Rono began to explain. Brother, don't insult my intelligence by making up words. It reflects poorly on you, I pleaded. Keshgus were elite warriors amongst the vampires, having roles from assassins to generals and everything in between. Lord Gynnick was said to have possession of Hwake, a sword with the power to kill a vampire as if it were a normal man, explained Rono. Enough with your stories. Almost the entire continent is at war, and instead of working to maintain your neutrality, you want me to take you to a sword you believe is magical. Have you lost your mind? I asked. Where is the sword? He pressed. An associate of mine should have it in town, I answered, and then it dawned on me why Rono ordered the town guards not to let anyone out. My brother knew I would have taken Gynnick's sword and stashed it somewhere close. Hendom was the closest place, and Rono must have known I had connections in the town. Let's get going then, he said. We walked to the horses and rode back into town. My brother looked determined. Taking the same route, the journey back felt shorter than the trip to find Gynnick's body. When we rode up to the town's gates, the sky was lit by the gentle touch of dawn. We dismounted and approached the city gate where Captain Jenkins waited. Did you find what you were looking for? He asked. We did, Captain, thank you, my brother answered. Did anyone try to leave town? No, Jenkins answered. Good, my brother said. Let's get going then. The sooner we meet my associate, the sooner we can resolve this nonsense, I urged. We are not going anywhere, Rono told me. That doesn't make sense. We can't meet my associate within the town if we stay outside it, I explained, thinking about what must have been the 10th time that day my brother had gone insane. I'm sure Captain Jenkins can find your associate and bring him outside the gates, Rono said. Not to mention, if the townsmen recognize you, they will hang you. I laughed. If they knew who I was, then they would shake in their boots, not wrap a noose around my neck, I corrected my brother. If the captain brings my associate out to the gates, people will notice and there'll be a scandal. And if anyone realizes the king is here, we will be surrounded by people and unable to go anywhere. Then what do you suppose we do? Questioned Rono. You and Captain Jenkins stay here while I talk to my associate, I proposed. No, he said, knowing I planned to grab the sword and disappear. Then let's all go into town. It's still early and people will be busy opening their shops, so we should be able to move without drawing too much attention. If anyone sees us, they will assume we are leading him to some disturbance, I suggested. That's reasonable, Rono said, agreeing to my plan. Lead on, Captain, I urged. The captain yelled to his men to open the gates, and we heard the gate's heavy wood scape the ground. 20 of his men pushed the huge doors open, revealing the city of Hendom. The city began as a trading post, which grew into a town and then a city. The houses were wooden, one-storied buildings made from logs felled in the nearby forest and were built along a near-deteriorated cobblestone road. The only sign of the town's status as an important trade centre was a store sign on every block. At a pace that would not arouse suspicion, Captain Jenkins led us to the market in the town's centre, allowing us to go anywhere. Where do we go from here? Jenkins asked, not knowing who my associate was. I turned to the government district of the town and pointed. There? Jenkins asked. Yes. Now, let's go before people start wondering who we are, I urged. The street leading to the government district should have been better quality, but it was the worst road in the city. There were no crooked or extruding cobblestones like in other parts of the city. No, the road was dirt and riddled with potholes. Why were there such poor roads in an important trade city? The people of Bowv are some of the kingdom's richest and are the stringiest people on the continent. They only spend money when necessary and believe in purchasing in bulk to get the best deal possible. For the citizens of Bowv to spend money on their roads, every cobblestone must be eroded, and the dirt roads must be untraversable. The last time that happened was well over 20 years ago, but their extraordinary cheapness has permitted fortunes to be amassed and concentrated, which I had the pleasure of draining one way or another. They were bigger fortunes than most because the citizens of Bowv have simple tastes and don't want to spend money on luxurious items. We continued down the road, Captain Jenkins walking slower. As we passed each house, Jenkins would give me a questioning look. Each time I told him to keep moving. Bowv, just tell us which building we are going to. With the captain slowing down at every house, people will start wondering who we are, Rono ordered. We are going to the mayoral mansion, I revealed. I assumed so, my brother said. Sure you did, I said, not hiding my skeptical tone. We arrived at the mayor's mansion. It was like all the other buildings but longer and had 2 stories. We walked in through the set of double doors. With Captain Jenkins leading, no one questioned us. It was around 8 in the morning, and when we entered the lobby, the mayor was walking in from the dining room, no doubt finishing his breakfast and going to his office to start the day's work. He saw Jenkins first. Captain, to what do I owe the pleasure? And who is with you? He asked. Sardinel, have you forgotten me already? I asked, walking towards the mayor. When he saw me, flames of terror lit his eyes. He took a few steps back, shaking as he did. Then he froze, sweat pouring down his brow. Answer me, I yelled. Fear still in his eyes, Sardinel unparalyzed, and mumbled that he remembered me. Where is my sword? I asked. I don't have it, he stuttered. What do you mean you don't have it? I asked, moving close, hands clenched in 2 fists. Enough, brother. I will not have you intimidate a mayor while I am in the same room, Rono spoke. You're right, brother, I said, turning around from Sardinel and walking towards Rono. Why am I the one talking? After all, you are the one who wants the sword, and if Sardinel here doesn't give you an answer that you like, you can have Captain Jenkins here arrest him, then have him hanged for treason. When I said hanged, the mayor froze with fear again. Or maybe it was when I said arrested. Who knows? Sardinel was afraid of his own shadow. Either one was enough to chill him to the bone. If you don't have the sword, then who does? My brother asked Sardinel. I sold it to a travelling merchant not too long ago, he answered. Did you get the merchant's name? Rono asked. Here, Ick, answered the mayor. I know him, I said. Where was he heading? Pressed Rono. Trevelios, informed Sardinel. When did he leave? Asked Rono. Yesterday afternoon, he answered. It's a 2-day ride from here. You may be able to catch him, informed the captain. Let's get a move on then, my brother decided, turning away from the mayor and walking out the door. I followed him. I turned around when I got to the door and said, I won't forget this, Sardinel. I will be back, and if you're lucky, your town will still be standing when I'm done with you. I saw terror fly into the mayor's eyes again before I turned around. Did you have to say that? We have more important concerns right now, Rono asked as we returned to the city's gates, where we had hitched our horses. Yes, I answered. You know if vampires have returned, you will have more to worry about than punishing Sardinel, Rono told me. If the foolish old tales are true, I rebutted. You saw Gynnick's corpse. It was undecayed when the forest should have consumed it. How do you explain that? Or the fangs in his mouth, or the absence of blood? Everything is consistent with what you call foolish old tales, Rono hounded me. Brother, I have walked the entire continent and travelled to the desolate lands that lay beyond it, pillaging, raiding and killing as I saw fit. Many times I have witnessed the impossible. It is a fact of life that the more you live, the more likely it is that you'll see something unexplainable, I explained. Rono, clearly agitated, changed the subject. How do you know this, Hirik? He asked me. I robbed him, I answered. Of course you did, my brother said with a sigh. We walked in silence after that until we got to the gates. Finding our horses, we unhitched them and mounted them. It was high noon. By this time we rode off on the road that leads to Trevelios, and merchants were coming in and out of Buihendum. No doubt the market was teeming. We didn't stop to make camp until we had an hour of light left in the day. We set up camp close to the road, wanting to get back on the road quickly when the time came. We both had a small tent, and we made a small fire. After we ate, we went to sleep. The next day, when we got back on the road, the sun had just peaked over the horizon, beginning to illuminate the forested landscape. After riding for half the day, we encountered 3 armed men blocking the road. The lack of armour and an army banner made it obvious they were highwaymen. We slowed our horses to a stop, and Rono looked at me. They're not mine, I told Rono, knowing he would ask. Mine are dead or in prison, and they would never be stupid enough to stand in the middle of the road where everyone can see them. I didn't think they were, he informed me. What do we do? I only have a sword. Stay here and let me do the talking, I told him, and Rono nodded in agreement. I rode up to the bandits. Each was armed with a spear, their ends resting on the ground and the tips pointed up to the sky. Stop right there, the one in the middle ordered. There's a toll on this road. You are right, there is, I said, my tone ringed with authority. Now, hand over a gold piece. The bandits turned to one another, looking puzzled, then laughed. What's so funny? I asked. You want us to hand over a gold piece, he answered. I do, I reaffirmed. I wouldn't want to keep me waiting. Strong words for a man who's outnumbered and unarmed, the highwayman replied. Neither matters, I said, smiling. Why? The ruffian on my right asked. Do you know who I am? I asked, with my arms outstretched to both sides. Someone who's going to get robbed, the one on my right said. Who are you? The leader asked. Bowv, I said. The man on my left froze, his muscles tensing to such a degree that I thought they would explode from his skin. While the other 2 stood there, I looked at them like they had just come out from living under a rock. They should have reacted in some way after I told them my name. After a few moments of silence, the one on my left spoke. Boss, he stuttered. We ought to let him and his friend go. Why, who is he? The leader asked. The terror of the continent, he answered. He's not even armed, the man on my right argued. He doesn't need to be, the one on the left assured him. You haven't heard the stories about him. Stories are just stories, the man on the right said, and I smirked in amusement. No, they're not, the one on my left insisted, raising his voice as he did. I passed by Fadiru once after robbing some merchants on the road, and there were thick clouds of smoke coming from the city. I saw heads mounted on pikes along the walls when I got closer. The skin was cut, so the flesh was peeling off and dangling past the jaw. Flames were jumping higher than the walls, and I could feel their heat from where I stood. The stench of death surrounded the town, worse than the plague, and it lingered around me for a week. If this man says he's Bowv, give him the gold and let him pass. It's not worth the risk. Their leader turned to look at me, and I looked into his eyes. He must have known my reputation, because I could see he was debating whether he should give me the gold or call what he suspected may be a bluff. While he was doing that, a wicked grin ran across my face, and the possibility of a fight breaking out where I could kill the 3 of them brightened my eyes. Fine, the leader said, obviously concerned with the look I was giving him. His hand flashed to his pouch, opened it, grabbed a gold sovereign, and threw it to me. You can't be serious, boss, the one on my right said. I am. Now shut up and move off the road, ordered the leader. I signalled to Rono that everything was fine with a wave. Rono caught up to me, and we passed the bandits, without any more problems. When we got out of sight, Rono asked me what had happened. "The fools thought they could shake me down," I said. "I understand that, but how did you convince them to let us pass without a fight?" he asked. "Were you paying attention, brother?" I chastised. "They not only let us pass without a scratch, but I got them to give me a gold piece." "How in the name of the gods did you do that?" he asked. "Being the most feared man on the continent has its perks," I replied. "I suppose it does, though I don't believe the benefits of such a reputation outweigh the savagery it takes to gain it," commented my brother. "Believe what you wish, but not because of my reputation and the savagery it's built on. Blood was not spilled today," I remarked. "It would be a valid point if your savagery was confined to bandits and highwaymen and wasn't reserved for the innocent," he rebuked. "If that's the case, then perhaps you should double-check how much innocent blood I have spilled," I suggested. Rono had brought his horse to a halt. "The wretched king was not innocent, I will give you that, though you acted outside the law. But you have slaughtered a dozen towns. Defend your actions, but don't think I'm dumb enough to believe your lies. You are not hanging from a rope right now because something much greater is happening." That ended our conversation. We remained silent for the rest of the day's ride, and the sun began to set before we were close to Trevelios, so we had to make camp for another night. Like the previous night, we set up camp a bit from the road, and Rono made another stew. After our meal, Rono broke his silence. "What do you think of the war?" he asked. "Which war?" I asked, knowing that the Diphethians were fighting wars against the Kaitranabins, the Gofrudins, the Nutharicans, the Renvolis, and the Hudarians. "All of them," he said. "Why would you care about my opinion?" I asked. "You always had a better grasp on warfare than me," my brother admitted. "That's true, but a nonsensical answer. You're worried about your neutrality," I deduced. "Always so direct, brother," he said. "Only when people waste my time," I reminded him. "Yes, I am worried about Eshtar's neutrality. So tell me which wars the Diphaetians will lose," he ordered. "Lose?" I asked. "Yes, lose," he reiterated. I laughed. "Why are you laughing?" Rono asked. "I'm laughing because the Diphethians will be victorious by year's end," I told him, amused by his ignorance. "Victorious against whom?" Rono asked. "All of them," I said. "Why?" he asked, leaning forward. "King Salrun knows what he is doing," I gave the simple answer, since it was obvious to anyone who followed the wars. "What's that supposed to mean?" Rono asked. "Do you want the short answer or the long one?" I asked the king. "We have time," was his response. "Salrun has already won, even though peace has yet to be declared." I put it simply because, though he said we had time, Rono never took well to understanding war. Politics, my brother could understand quite well. He maintained the power and autonomy of the king during a time when the nobility hated our family because of the wretched king and I. But there was a reason the wretched king took me, and not Rono, on campaign with him. My brother barely knew the difference between infantry and cavalry, let alone how to use them in battle. Rono's strong suits were diplomacy and politics, and they needed to be. When my brother took the throne after I abdicated, the Eshtaran nobility was at the point of revolt. The nobles didn't care that I had killed my father. They all wanted the wretched king dead. I had gotten their hopes up by killing father. They thought I would slay the monster they called king and turn the kingdom around. The nobles thought the wars would end once I was king, and the bogus trials and executions of political adversaries would cease. The nobles were too scared to do anything themselves, even when dissenting nobles began to disappear without a trace. They knew if they rebelled against the wretched king, they couldn't win, not even when he was fighting a handful of wars. I was their only hope if they wanted the kingdom to be turned around, or so they thought. I shattered that hope when I abdicated. At that point, Rono was 15 and had no experience governing a kingdom and no experience in war, during a time when the kingdom was fighting 3 of them. The nobles were ready to rebel and put someone else on the throne. I was never afraid for my brother, though. From the time he could speak, He was a diplomat, and he spent most of his education studying politics. Within a month he had calmed all the nobles, and within 3 months he had negotiated the end of all the wars. Never had I been so proud of him. "How is that?" he asked. "The Caintrimbins are cut off from their supplies. Every Nutharican army has been outmaneuvered. The Gofrundin capital was taken a week before I was captured. It's only a matter of time before their king surrenders. Half of the Renvali fleet has been wiped out, and the Hudarian Empire was dying long before the war started. They cannot sustain a long war," I explained. "Will Salrun stop?" my brother asked. "He won't want to, but when he reaches Luferia, he will," I said. "But the Lufa AIT army is only 5,000 men. Salrun can field far more than that," he pointed out. "Yes, but the terrain won't allow him to. When it is not narrow mountain passes, it is densely packed forests ill-suited for moving around with large armies," I explained. The king nodded his head. "I am surprised, brother," I said. "About what?" he asked. "You are picking my brain instead of condemning me," I told him. He shrugged. "Don't give me a shrug. Tell me, what's with your sudden change of heart?" I demanded. Rono didn't answer. Instead, he stared into the fire with a grim look, anticipating a near future, a desperate one that drove him to do something he never thought he would do: free me from prison. "Good night, Bowv," Rono said, looking up from the fire and walking to his tent. Chapter 2. When sunlight gently ran over the mountains to the east, we awoke and got back on the road. It was a pleasant morning for a ride, with a gentle southern breeze and a cloudless sky. For about half the day, we rode until the city of Trevelios came into view. The city of arches lived up to its name before we entered it. Arches reached up from the ground and peaked at the top of the city's walls. Within the boundaries of each arch was a mural depicting historic buildings or spots in the city that the locals took pride in, such as the city's garden, which boasted the oldest trees in a public space anywhere on the continent. Each arch was painted with vibrant colors that the sun's rays brought to life. However, the mural that we could see was the exception. Instead of depicting a scene within the city, it depicted a religious one. The 9 gods of the Protectorate were seated on their thrones, arrayed in a semicircle that conformed to the pattern of the arch. On the bottom left was Rono, god of smiths and craftsmen, with a long, scraggly beard, muscles bulging from his arms, and a blacksmith's hammer resting on his lap. Further up the arch was Kalrekos, the master of the sea. A dolphin was leaping over the god's head. Next was Junil, the goddess of mothers. The goddess sat on her throne with a toddler beside her, tugging gently at the hems of her dress to get her attention. Next to Junil was Heke, the goddess of beauty. Her throne had flowers growing on it, and her skin was flawless and glowing. At the pinnacle was Numvaron, leader of the Protectorate and patron of justice, law, order, and righteousness. The king of the gods sat with a crown upon his head and held up the scales of justice with his right hand. To the left of him was Paphix, the god of war, who had a spear resting against his throne on one side and a shield on the other. The next god was Fagera, the goddess of the arts. She sat with one hand resting on her throne, the other gripped a paintbrush. Then there was Wu Snerik, the god of wisdom, and the one who is said to intervene the most in mortal affairs. A scroll lay across the god's lap as he sat on his throne. At the bottom right, there was Zaret Gru, the god who wards off disease, with a potion in each hand. Standing in the middle of the semicircle was a man wearing a ragged shirt and torn trousers, chains slung to the ground from the iron cuffs that gripped the man's wrists and anchored him to the floor. Tolenfi, the god who guides the dead, was standing to his right, indicating the man was dead, and the chains marked him as a criminal. Now he stood before the Protectorate to be judged. Numvaron would list all the man's deeds, whether benign or malicious, heroic or cowardly, just or criminal. Then the king of the gods would ask the members of the Protectorate whether he deserves a peaceful afterlife or one filled with torments. If the Protectorate thought the man lived a righteous life, they would vote to reward him in the afterlife. If they didn't, he would be punished for his sins. I believed it when I was younger, before father became the wretched king and before mother died. I believed everything the priest told me, even the stories about vampires. But what gods permit a man as pious as my father to descend into despotism? The early wars he fought were in defense of his kingdom and his people. I remember many nights he was on his knees praying to Numvaron. Father asked if the wars were unjustified in the god's eyes, then to send him a sign, and he would seek peace. Prayers to Paphix followed, to grant a swift end to the war. "We're here," I said, bringing my thoughts back to the present. "Where will here Ik be?" Rono asked me, as we rode towards the gates. "Trying to sell the sword if he hasn't already, though that's assuming he doesn't know it's mine," I said. "The market, then," Rono said, unfamiliar with how here Ik operated. I shook my head and told my brother to follow me. We rode to the city's gates. 2 guards posted outside stopped us as we rode up. "Why have you come to Trevelios?" one guard asked. "We're here visiting a friend who's holding an item for us," I said. "What's the item?" the guard asked. "A sword," I answered truthfully. "How long will you be staying?" he asked. "No more than a day," I answered. "Very well, be on your way." The guard dismissed us. We rode through the gates and trotted along the dirt road. When we were out of earshot, Rono said he couldn't remember when guards controlled who entered the city so thoroughly. "You're their king, brother. It's bad business to hold up monarchs at the gates," I remarked. He sighed. "And here Ik's probably been smuggling illegal goods into the city," I told him. "I thought you said he was a merchant," Rono said. "I did," I said. "He's a legitimate merchant until you need something pawned or smuggled." "What are the odds that he has the sword?" my brother asked. "There's a good chance he has it if he knows it's mine," I said. "Good chance? What do you mean by good chance?" the king asked. "Hirik is prone to making stupid decisions if the monetary reward is high enough. However, his good luck normally protects him from serious consequences when he makes a poor decision. But selling the sword when he knows it is mine would be a stupid decision even by his standards," I explained. "Where is he exactly?" Rono asked. "He'll be at the inn on the south side of town called the Golden Rest," I said. "Are you sure?" he asked. "Yes, I'm sure. He owns half of the business, and I'm sure we'll find him there trying to sell something," I explained to Rono. In about half an hour we had walked to the inn, having been told by a city guard to hitch our horses by the city's gate if we weren't staying in the city overnight. Waves of people were coming in and out of the Golden Rest, always a good sign for an inn. We walked underneath the customary arch that curved over the short pathway connecting the inn and the street. As we walked up the stairs, Rono turned to me and asked how to find Hirik. "It's easy," I said, as we entered the lobby. "He'll be the man telling tall tales and outright lies while trying to sell something. But don't let his sales pitch fool you. He's the best smuggler on the continent and can get you anything you want." It took only a moment to find Heer Ik, because I could hear his voice before I stopped talking. Heer Ik was sitting at a table to the right of the entrance towards the far side of the inn, attempting to sell a bracelet to a man who was not being fooled. The queen of the ancient kingdom of Arundia once wore this very same bracelet, and I am willing to give it to you for the fair price of 300 gold pieces, Heer Ik told his potential buyer. The man got up from the table and walked away. 200, Heer Ik shouted, arms extended to the side, but the man kept walking. "You're lucky you're an owner, else you would be kicked out for harassing the patrons," I said, approaching the table and taking a seat. Rono shadowed me but did not sit down, not wanting Heer Ik to have a good look at him. If Heer Ik saw the familial resemblance, then things could have gotten complicated, and it wouldn't have been hard for him to see it. Rono and I had both inherited our father's strong king and our mother's eye shape, though Rono's eyes were a lighter shade of blue, and mine were on the darker side of green. Rono kept his blonde hair shorter than the length of the time's prevailing style, while I wore my dark brown hair longer down to about eye level. But the eye shape and the jawlines were typically enough for people to figure out we were brothers, though if here Ick saw the resemblance, he didn't say. "Bowv, I thought you were in chains," he greeted me. His thin face, unobstructed by hair from his bald head, accentuated his look of shock. The man was so pale-skinned that someone who didn't know him might have thought him a ghost, shocked to be seen. "And I thought you were a better negotiator," I said, "and a better liar." "Well, some people don't know a good deal, even when it appears right in front of their face," he said. And I wasn't lying. This bracelet was found in the tomb of an Arundian queen right on her corpse. "I didn't know you moved into grave robbing," I said. "I haven't," Hirik said. "I took it as payment for smuggling certain items into Pujinto." "Interesting," I said. "Anyways, I suppose you're looking for the sword," he guessed. "Heard it was yours after I bought it off of Sardanel." "I am," I confirmed. "Now, explain why you bought something that was mine." "I didn't know it was yours at the time. I got a message from Gorson yesterday saying you barraged into Sardanel's office looking for it." Hirik defended himself. "I'll believe you for now," I said, knowing it was possible that Gorson, a business associate of Hirik's in Byhendum, could have sent a message via pigeon. "You know what I will do to you if I find out you're lying." "Who's this?" Hirik asked, turning to Rono and changing the subject. "The man who got me out of my cell," I told him. "Huh, I was wondering how you got out," he said. "Follow me. The sword is upstairs." We followed him up the stairs and walked down a hallway to its end, where there was a small square door on the ceiling and entrance into an attic. Here Ick opened the door, and a ladder fell. Then he climbed up. We could hear the creaking of wooden boards. No doubt any guests in the nearby rooms were unhappy with the noise. After a minute or two, the creaking stopped, and Hirik came down the ladder with the sword. The sheath was made from weathered leather that was smooth to the touch. The pommel was a dulled sphere that reflected a minuscule amount of light. Nicks and dents covered the crossguard, providing the weapon with an air of authenticity and acting as a testament to its reliability. The handle was wooden with grains running from the pommel toward the blade. The sword looked like it was passed down from father to son for 3 generations or more, a veteran of the last century. It was not until you drew the sword that you realized you were holding a curiosity and not a weapon kept throughout the generations. Hirik didn't unsheathe the sword, and Rono stood with his arms crossed. Rono no doubt looked at this battered weapon and thought I had tricked him. Hirik, noticing this as well, shot me a glance, looking for confirmation to draw the sword. I nodded. Hirik then drew the sword, revealing the blade in all its splendor. I wouldn't have kept the sword if I hadn't seen the blade when I fought Gainik. Like the moon, the blade was made of a unique metal with a pale grey color. Ancient runes were inscribed from the tip of the blade to the bottom. The symbols were of a language I didn't recognize but were simple. My brother stood there amazed, with wonder in his eyes. "Hweek," he said, awestruck, his voice barely audible. Hirik sheathed the sword and handed it to me. Rono just stood there, shocked. Thoughts about the ancient tales surged through his head. "Thank you for not selling it," I said to Hirik. "No problem," he said, "but I was tempted. A man came in here the other day looking for the sword. I thought I recognized him from when I was in Byhendum," Hirik told me. "Did he threaten you?" I asked. "No, but he told me someone in the Defetian court was looking for it, and said there would be some money for me if I could get my hands on it," explained Hirik. "What did he look like?" I asked. "Can't remember. It was dark in the lobby when he approached me," Hirik said. "Did you get a name?" I asked. "He wouldn't say," Hirik told me. "Did he know the sword's name?" Rono asked him. "Before you told me, I didn't know the thing had one," informed Hirik. "And I bet you already forgot it," I guessed. "Yes, I did," Hirik said with an honest smile. The smuggler dealt with so many rare items he stopped remembering names he didn't need to know for current deals. He once told me if he remembered the name of every antique piece he ever dealt with, then he wouldn't be able to remember anything else. Anyways, we'd better not hang around if this Defetian is looking for the sword. Thank you again for not selling it, I said. I may be stupid at times, but I keep a small list of people not to cross, and you are at the top of the list, Herrick said. I shook hands with him, and then he handed Wake to me. Shortly after, Rono and I walked back down the stairs into the lobby. I thought you said you robbed Herrick, Rono said, recalling our conversation in Behendam as we exited the Golden Rest. I did rob him, I said. Then how are you on good terms with him, he asked me. I needed a good smuggler, and he's the best, I explained. But you robbed him, he repeated like a child. And by utilizing his services, I have given him 100 times the value of what I stole from him, I said. Now I trust you can get yourself back to the palace. We're not done, brother, he reassured me. You have the sword, therefore you don't need me anymore, I countered. We're not done yet, particularly because you have a loose definition of me having Huaik, he said, pointing to the sword now attached to my hip. Not done yet. Need I remind you that you let me out of my cell to help you find the sword? I asked him. I let you out to lead me to Gainick's body, Rono said. Then I exceeded your expectations, I concluded. Besides, we didn't have a deal, brother. You just let me out of my cell and demanded I take you to that noble's corpse, so the sword is mine, and I don't have to help you anymore. Why did you do it? Rono asked me. Do what? I answered with another question. Take me to Gainick's corpse, he specified. Because I thought you came down to the dungeon to tell me I was about to be executed, but instead you opened the door to my cell. Something I never thought you would do, I explained. I was in shock and saw an opportunity to escape, he pointed out. Of course I did, I said, admitting the obvious. Goodbye then, brother. The king dismissed me. You're letting me leave? I asked. Yes, Rono answered. You are letting me go knowing that I will travel back to Behendam and kill Sardanel in the most painful way I can think of, I said. Yes, Rono affirmed, not concerned with the idea of me torturing someone to death. Why is that? I asked. Because if I am right about what this all means, then you running amok will be the least of my worries, he explained. What could be more worrisome than me? I asked him. Vampires, he said with a straight face. Brother, just because I killed a noble with some pointy teeth doesn't mean vampires are real, I argued. Then why is someone from the Defetian court looking for the sword? He asked. It's probably their inheritance, I said, beginning to walk away down the street to get rid of my brother, but misfortune struck, and he followed. Why are you obsessed with the sword anyway? It is Huaik, the sword of the gods, he said. I stopped in the middle of the street. It was noon and most people were at the market where they couldn't eavesdrop on our conversation. Don't let those runes on the blade kid you, nor its colour. The sword is a forgotten relic of a bygone age, nothing more. A sword said to be gifted to Frood the half-god for the express purpose of killing vampires, he elaborated. It's too much to be a coincidence, Bowv. Fine, I said. Fine, what? Rono asked. We'll track down this Defetian, he's in the city after all, and torture him for information, I proposed, if only to prove Rono the sword was nothing special. Bowv, we're not doing that. Rono rejected my idea. You don't need to, a voice from behind said. I turned around to see a well-dressed man with Defate's insignia, a red scorpion, on the breast of his blue shirt. He appeared to be around the same age as Rono and I. A dagger rested on his hip, typical for noblemen since they believe swords are too cumbersome. His black hair was longer than the average and covered his ears and touched his neck, but was cropped just before it would fall into his eyes. He had the fairer complexion of the continent's north and not the tanned, almost bronze tone of a native Defetian. But what caught my eye was the large coin purse running parallel to the dagger, secured to the opposite hip. I silenced the greed inflaming my heart and continued to examine the man. What struck my curiosity was that the man had no guards, and his boots, which were weathered so much that the black leather was becoming grey. "Who are you?" I asked. "A representative of the Defetian court," he said. "That's a long way of saying courier," I remarked. "I'm no courier," the man assured me with a smile. "Really, because I don't know a noble on the continent who travels without a guard, or has boots as beat up as yours," I said. "I am here to offer you 100 gold pieces for the sword," the stranger said, ignoring my deductions. "What's your name?" Rono asked. "Lernu," the man said, "and my king wants the sword." "King Salrun won't be getting it," I assured him. "The sword is not for sale. I've been without a weapon for the past few days, and I like this one." 200 gold pieces, Lernu offered. "If Salrun wants the sword, he'll have to fork over his kingdom," I stated. Lernu smiled. "Ah, Bowv, you're as stubborn as your father was," he remarked. "My father?" I asked. "Yes, the wretched king was one of the most stubborn men I've ever known," Lernu told us. "Why should we believe you knew him?" my brother asked. "Because King Rono, I was a military advisor to your father. Bowv would remember me from the Derrierian campaign when he was around 20, explained Lernu, turning to look at me. I remembered a military advisor talking to father, hunched over a table decorated with sprawling maps and reports, but I couldn't remember what the man looked like. He couldn't have been Defetian because, at the time, Defet had a policy of strict isolation. Other than necessary trade, there was little interaction with Defet, let alone Defetian interaction with the rest of the continent. There would only be one way of knowing if the man was my father's advisor. "Towards the end of the campaign, what did you advise our father to do?" I asked, knowing if he were the advisor, then he would know exactly what advice I was referring to. "I advised a retreat for which your father threw a nearby axe at my head," Lernu answered. Rono shot me a glass, a silent request for confirmation. The information Lernu gave was accurate, but a king throwing an axe at an advisor's head was the type of story that trickles into taverns across the continent. "If you are who you claim you are," I said, "then tell me why you advised a retreat and who gave my father the advice that won the day." "I advised a retreat because we were outnumbered 4-1, the enemy had carried out a successful raid, and our supplies were dwindling," Lernu began. "I didn't see a way out of the situation, but you did, advising your father to fortify our position and launch a counter-raid against the enemy's camp, to steal back our supplies and burn the rest. Being without supplies, they would be forced to assault our position or retreat, knowing they would starve without supplies. It was the last thing the enemy expected." While we spoke, Rono had not taken his eyes off me. I could feel the tension building within him as he waited for me to confirm or deny Lernu's credibility. "Most people think it was your father, but it was you, Bowv, and I dare say none of us could have pulled it off, except for you," Lernu said. "He is who he says he is," I told Rono, without looking away from Lernu. "Though he should be walking around with a cane." Lernu chuckled. "I should be," he said with a grin. "Now will you give me the sword or not?" "You already have my answer," I said. He began to reach for his dagger, and I reached for my sword. "Don't be a fool," I told him. "You are a capable fighter, Bowv, but that won't deter me. My king wants that sword at any cost," Lernu said as he drew the dagger. "Even at the cost of war?" Rono asked. "You think you stand a chance against Salrun in a war? If so, then you are a fool," Lernu replied. "He's already at war with half the continent. He can't afford another war," my brother pointed out. A smug grin worked its way across Lernu's face as he looked directly into Rono's eyes, a small mistake. "Salrun will conquer the continent. Our armies will destroy yours within a week. Then after your soldiers are all impaled on spikes." Faster than the blink of an eye, I drew my sword and lunged forward for a thrust, my motions a blur. Most people wouldn't have seen me coming, but Lernu did. The Pt1 representative began to move his dagger with the speed and precision of a veteran warrior. His goal was a parry to knock back my sword, but there was too much distance to travel. I smiled as I felt my blade pierce through his flesh, then rush through his gut, tearing apart his delicate organs. He looked down at the blade. The arrogance vanished from his face, replaced with disbelief. I twisted the sword, and disbelief fled as anguish rushed onto Lernu's face. He let out a cry as his eyes became alive with pain. I smiled. I never liked fanatics, particularly those devoted to their political leaders. People used to say I was the monster because I raided, burned, extorted and slaughtered villages. But that is what armies do during war. I always thought I was more honest, since I never wrapped my crimes in the cloak of flag and country. Money and infamy were always my motives, but I never used politics or claims on land to justify my crimes. The conquerors of old did and were called great because of it, but I was condemned as a criminal because I didn't do my pillaging with an army. In one smooth motion, I pulled the blade from the Pt1. Lernu fell to his knees in a state of disbelief, and his hands moved towards his wound. I went to wipe the blood off the blade and was puzzled as I looked at the sword. There was no blood on it. The blade's moonlight grey colour began to glow. It was faint, but it was there. I was flabbergasted. The barely audible voice of Lernu carrying his final words brought me back to my senses. "Who would have thought an atheist would wield the sword of the gods?" he asked, gave a last laugh, and then his corpse fell face first to the ground. I stood there for a moment, looking at the body and processing what he said. It matched with what Rono had been telling me all along, what I had been dismissing as nothing more than nonsensical old tales. 2 bodies without blood, I mumbled. "They were vampires, Bowv. Do you believe me now?" Rono asked. "Whether I believe you is irrelevant. Right now, we need to get out of here before a city guard finds us standing in front of a dead body," I urged him. "Let's go then," he agreed. We walked out of the alley back to the horses and then rode to the main gate. No one was around to hear our exchange with Lernu. We were lucky. If someone had, city guards would have blocked the alley to take care of the corpse and begin an investigation. If that had been the case, we would have been detained, and a scandal would have ensued. It was around 2 o'clock when we reached the main gates. Unlike coming into the city, there were no guards questioning people. It made sense considering they were concerned with people smuggling illicit goods into the city, not with what was being moved out. We walked back towards the gate, unhitched our horses, got through the gate without a guard giving us a hassle, and rode off before anyone found Lernu's body. We didn't say a word to one another after we passed through the gates. My brother knew his insistence on the existence of vampires would only irritate me. The silence was broken when we rode well out of earshot of the city guards. "Bowv," Rono began. I cut him off. "I don't know what we saw, but insisting the fantastical stories of your senseless religion are real doesn't change the fact that Salrun wants the sword and is willing to go to war for it. So I suggest, brother, whatever speech you were about to give me, save it for someone else, and go back to your capital and begin preparing for war." "I will take that suggestion," the king told me. "Good," I said. "Under one condition," he continued. "Condition?" I asked, confused. "Rono, suggestions don't have conditions to them. They're friendly advice. Either you take the advice or don't. If Salrun declares war, I want you to help me fight it," he said. I laughed. "Brother, I'm a criminal, not a soldier. You were a soldier during Father's reign and a skilled general. Lernu was right. No one else would have thought to raid the enemy camp." "Are you sure?" I asked. "Just over 2 weeks ago, you had me imprisoned awaiting execution." "I am," he assured me. "Why?" I asked. "Because, as you pointed out, Salrun is winning the wars he is fighting, which means I don't have anyone else to turn to," he explained. You have generals, I told him as we rode on. The ones that served father are all dead, my brother informed me. What's that supposed to mean? I asked. It means I have no generals with any experience in war, clarified Rono, and I've sent them all to oversee the defences of key cities. There aren't any lower-ranking officers who served under father who you could promote, I asked. No, the king informed me. Why is that, brother? I asked, thinking it was impossible, with the number of wars father fought, for any officer in the Eshtaran army not to have fought in a war. Because either you killed them when I sent the army after you following father's death, or they died in the bout of plague we had a few years back, explained Rono. Then you can't blame me entirely for your lack of experienced generals, I told him. Putting that aside, it sounds like you want to make me a general. Military advisor, not a general, he stressed. Which is another way of saying general, I pointed out. That's what you think, my brother said. Well, I guess it depends if you have enough sense to take my advice, I said. So, you're taking my offer? Rono asked. It's better than hanging, I said, and it means if Salrun wants the sword, he will have to fight an army to get it. Then, as King of Eshar, I declare you to be my military advisor, Rono said, making my status official. The sun was beginning to set, so we stopped and made camp for the night. Rono must have anticipated travelling for a while when we left the capital, because he still had plenty of food despite us travelling for most of the week. After the tents were pitched, we ate dinner and sat by the fire, then we went to bed, woke up, ate breakfast and travelled some more. This was our routine until we got back to the capital, Kiholp. When we rode up to the stone palace, servants came out to take our horses. Rono entered first and I followed him from behind. Everyone in the palace approached him, asking if he was okay, and what struck me was that they were genuine. They weren't trying to gain my brother's favour. Instead, they were concerned about his health, the difficulty of the journey, and whether I had made any attempts on his life. In my experience, those who surround kings are petty men shadowing the monarch, to fight over, then devour whatever scraps of power that fall from his hands. But for those who approached my brother that day, there was no denying the look of concern on each of their faces. Within a few minutes of walking into the palace, Rono was surrounded by dozens of people inquiring about his health and safety. I could have snuck out right then, when all eyes were on Rono, and my presence was unnoticed. The thought certainly crossed my mind. It would have been easy. We had just entered the palace and people swarmed my brother. I was right by the door. I could have turned around, walked out the door, grabbed one of the horses, then taken off. I doubt anyone would have bothered to stop me since I was seen riding with the king, and the few people who knew who I was wouldn't have dared to stop me. With just a few steps, I could have been out the door and riding towards Behendam to kill Sardanel in the most painful way possible. But I didn't. Salrun had authorized Leonu to kill me for the sword, something I couldn't let stand. If Eshtar were going to war with Defet, then the best chance I had of killing Salrun would be with the Eshtaran army. After what must have been 10 minutes of people expressing their concerns, a young aide came up to my brother. The aide beckoned Rono to the throne room, and they entered. I was out of earshot to hear what was going on, but once I saw both go into the room, I waited a few minutes before I went in, thinking it was nothing more than two court nobles who butted heads with one another while their liege was away. When I realized Rono would have told the nobles he would hear their squabbles later, since he needed to prepare for war, I decided to go in and see what was happening. As I walked in, I heard the voice of a man who thought he could make demands to a king. Before Rono introduced the stranger, I knew who he was. The stranger wore a dark blue robe. Embroiled on both the front and the back was a red scorpion, the symbol of Defet. Its right claw held an olive branch, and in its left claw a spear. Unlike Leonu, the man had the tanned complexion of someone raised in the desert kingdom. His black hair was short and barely touched his forehead, and his eyes were green like a reptile's hide. The robe was dramatic in my opinion, since the words Defetian ambassador stitched onto it would have given the same message. I did make a mental note that the robe was expensive, but would require a skilled fence to sell it to. Then, the ambassador's obnoxious voice broke my train of thought. As I already told you, King Salrun will overlook the death of Lord Lernu if you give him the sword, the ambassador explained, his voice possessing the sleaze of a man, offering a promise he knew may not be kept. And as I have told you, I do not have it, Rono said, remarkably maintaining a respectful tone. I don't know how he did it, considering I wanted to cut the vocal cords out of his throat whenever the ambassador spoke. No, you are not, but you can order your brother to give it up, the Defetian ambassador argued. If I obeyed, that would make me a poor outlaw, I said, walking into the center of the room. Rono was on the throne with his aide to the right, while the ambassador and I stood side by side before the king. And let's not forget you are the eldest, my brother added. Who won't allow his younger brother to boss him around, I said in agreement. The ambassador turned away from my brother and toward me. Tell me, Bowv, what is your price? He asked. I'm not selling, I stated. There must be a price, insisted the Defetian. There isn't, I told him, my tone flat and uncompromising. The ambassador turned back to face Rono. King Rono, my liege will get the sword somehow. This may be your only chance to resolve this matter civilly. Anger lit up in my brother's eyes for the briefest of moments, then faded away quicker than it came as he recomposed himself. Is that a threat, Ambassador Zimku? Your king was uncivilized when he first tried to get his hands on the sword in an alley in Trevelios. Lord Lernu's death was the cost of such incivility. Yes, it is, Ambassador Zimku confirmed. I grinned. Those words put me into a state of bliss. In one smooth motion, acting as quick as whitewater rapids, I drew wake and drove it through Zimku's chest. The ambassador gave a blood-curdling scream that echoed throughout the palace. The palace guards rushed into the room with weapons drawn, ready to defend their king. But that wasn't important. What was important was that Zimku's scream was much less obnoxious than his voice. I took a moment to appreciate the fact I would never again hear his voice before I pulled the blade from the dying ambassador. Yet again, the blade didn't have blood on it. This time I was not shocked but annoyed, because it meant Rono was likely correct about vampires, and I would have to listen to speeches about the gods. Once the sword was removed, the fresh corpse fell to the ground. Was that necessary, brother? He was unarmed, Rono asked. Yes, I said with a wicked smile. Rono sighed, then dismissed the guards. There will be war now, the king said. War was certain when Lernu was willing to kill you to get the sword, I reminded him. He turned towards the aide, who looked about 20, with dirty blonde hair, cut short in an army style, light blue eyes, and a defined jawline, and told him to see that the army was mobilized. I didn't think aides could give orders to mobilize the army, I observed. He's not an aide, Rono said. Who is he then? I asked. Your oldest nephew, my brother said. Nephew? Ah, that's right. You got married, 20 years back? Who did you marry anyhow? I asked, not caring that I didn't see the resemblance earlier. Heidler, he said, as if I knew the woman. Should I know the name? I asked. She's the daughter of father's old chancellor, my brother explained. The sane one, I presumed. My brother sighed. Yes, the sane one. How many kids do you two have? I asked. 4, 2 sons and 2 daughters. John is the oldest. He turned 17 last month, he answered. Good for you, brother, I said. What? He asked, probably thinking he misheard me. I said, good for you, brother. You always wanted a family, I said. Thank you. Now, getting back to the dead ambassador in my throne room, he said, steering the conversation back on track. I was doing you a favor. Ambassadors can't be allowed to threaten kings. It makes the king look weak, I explained. Though I suspect that is not your reasoning, he pushed back. Of course not, I admitted. If I had to listen to his pompous voice another minute, I would have killed someone else. Sounds about right. With this unpleasantness finished, I have to plan how to fight this war, the king informed me. That's why I'm here, I reminded him. What do you advise? He asked. Assess your forces, I gave my first piece of advice. What then? Rono asked. Worry about a plan after seeing what state your army is in, I told him. Right, my brother agreed. But as far as strategy goes, what do you suggest? To worry about strategy after you know your army is capable of fighting, I said. My brother sighed. He knew I was right, and we both knew that the army was in worse shape than when father was around. As king, Rono had never gone to war, managing to bring the wars he inherited to an end with diplomacy. He insisted the people of Ishtar needed to heal after the wretched king's wars, and he was right. During the last war father fought, most of the country was devastated. Refugees flooded the capital and widows mourned in the streets of every town that was left standing. Food was barely obtainable since most of the farmland was torched, and the economy was in shambles. Within a few years, Rono had fixed what could be fixed, as I knew he could. It makes my abdication more altruistic than it was. My father, for all his faults, was one of the rare kings who could run a kingdom, as well as he could run an army. He was as brilliant of a political administrator as he was a great general. Rono took to the administrative side of kingship, while I preferred the martial side. Rono learned the art of governance, while I learned the art of war. In reality, I abdicated because I wanted people to fear me, to have my name bring dread whenever anyone heard it. That is where true power lies. I knew after father's reign, the nobles would revolt if I were as feared a king as my father was. So, I left the throne to my younger brother. To be feared on the level I wanted to be, I had to become the most infamous bandit on the continent, or at least this is what I told myself. What happens if the army is not ready to fight? The king asked me. I looked at the body of the dead ambassador. Slaughter, I said, looking up back at my brother. He fell silent. A few moments passed before John entered the room again and approached his father, informing Rono that the orders had been given. They began to talk, and while they did, I walked over to Ambassador Zimku's corpse. I leaned over the body and began to search for blood, thinking that maybe the elegant robes had wiped it off my blade when I pulled it from the ambassador's body, but I didn't find any. I should have known there wouldn't be any because blood hadn't gushed out of the wound and pooled around the body, but I didn't want to believe I killed another man who didn't bleed. I pulled back the lower lip and found 2 fangs, and I found the same when I pulled back the top lip. Rono saw what I was doing and came over. Jorn just stood there by the throne observing the both of us, though he had a hateful glare whenever he looked at me. Another one, Rono said. No blood and pointy teeth, I said. Just as the sacred texts describe vampires, my brother said. I still don't know about this vampire nonsense, but we've seen 3 bloodless bodies of 3 Defetian nobles, each completed with a set of fangs, I said. You think it's something Salrun is doing to his men? My brother questioned. It's more plausible than a connection between Salrun and vampires, I said. How long until the army is mobilized? Jorn has given the orders. It will be a couple of days at the most, the king informed me. That quickly, I said with skepticism. I already ordered about half of our forces mobilized before I released you, my brother told me. Then I remembered that he mentioned sending his generals to oversee the defenses of key cities. I understand the army will be a lot smaller than during father's reign, but how small are we talking about? I asked. 3,000 men, Rono answered. 3,000, I repeated in shock. Soon, my shock was replaced with a boiling rage. Rono, when you took the throne you wanted peace, but an army of 3,000 men isn't enough to defend a kingdom as large as Ishtar. That is why I wanted you to be my advisor, admitted Rono. I don't know what you expect from me, I said. I know the situation is desperate, Bowv, but whether it was while you were on campaign with father or running a bandit clan, you have always found some way to beat the odds. That's what I need. For you to pull us from the jaws of misfortune, explained Rono. It takes more luck than you think, I admitted, but fortunately for you it also takes great skill. Chapter 3. I began to walk out of the throne room. Bowv, my brother called me. Where are you going? To see an old friend, I told him. Walking out of the room, I heard Rono say something to Jorn, and then heard someone behind me. I turned around, expecting my brother to be behind me, but instead I found my nephew. I thought you were your father, I said, turning back around. He told me to come with you, informed my nephew, displeasure clear in his voice. Huh, I mumbled. All right, but if you can't keep up, that's not my problem. I began to walk at a brisk pace, not caring if Jorn could keep up. As I walked, I noticed some details I hadn't before. First, about every 6 steps I took there was a silk banner on the wall. There were 2 types of banners and they kept alternating. The first was a silken banner that hung vertically with a deer, the national symbol of Ishtar, on it. The second was less consistent, yet a clear theme bound them together. Each banner was made from silk, but instead of having the Escharan deer, they had a symbol of one of the 9 gods who made up the protectorate: Iruno, Calrekos, Juniel, Hekes, Numveron, Pafix, Fagera, Vosnerik, Zaret Griu. It always amused me how piety was an expensive virtue. In comparison, father had 2 banners with the Eshtaran deer, made from the cheapest material he could find, and considered them a formality. The man was practical to a fault. The palace was built out of stone, partially because he wanted it to be fireproof, so that in a siege, the enemy could not set the palace ablaze, something he was fond of doing while on campaign. Why are you helping? Jorn asked. I'd stopped to admire the banners. Helping who? I asked in response. The kingdom, he clarified. You are a cutthroat who doesn't care about the well-being of others. Don't confuse altruism with necessity, I said, then walked away. He followed me. Then why did you abdicate? Necessity, I said. What necessity? He asked as we were exiting the palace. The necessity needed to become feared beyond my father, I said. That doesn't make any sense, the prince told me. It makes sense to me, and that's all that matters, I told him. So, you are a self-centered sociopath, Jorn concluded. Believe what you want. I don't care what some boy thinks of me, I said, and Jorn fell silent. We exited the palace and started to walk down the street. It was a long time before Jorn spoke again. Who are we going to see? Jorn asked. An old friend, I answered, and left it at that. We turned right onto the first adjacent street. The city hadn't changed much since I was younger. Most houses were made from stone, and their roofs were made from ceramic shingles. Father paid for it, saying it was not just the palace that needed to be fire-resistant, but also the surrounding homes. I guess he was paranoid about some other king burning down his capital instead of the other way around. Most of the shops I grew up with were still there, now owned by the shop owners' children. The roads were far better maintained than when I was younger. The wretched king would work on the roads only if needed, since most of the royal treasury went to the army. Back then, the brick roads had several holes in them, restricting travel, though never posing any considerable hindrance to trade. My brother, on the other hand, had prioritized trade when he took the throne, and naturally, he ensured his capital's roads were suited for the task. I took a left and headed onto the next street, with Jorn walking beside me. We walked down the street until we reached a small blacksmith shop. I could hear the distinct echoing of metal being hammered against an anvil. I opened the door and walked in, my nephew following behind me. Inside, we found a young man about Jorn's age, an apprentice behind a counter. Swords, daggers, polearms, axes, maces and bows decorated each wall. The young man greeted us, asking if we were looking for anything in particular. Is Billen here? I asked. He is. I'll go get him, the apprentice said, walking away from the counter and down the nearby hallway, which led outside to the forge. How is a blacksmith supposed to help us in a war? My nephew asked. Besides from making weapons and armor, I asked, not bothering to hide the sarcasm in my voice. I don't think you came here to work out a deal for weapons and armor, Jorn stated his suspicion. You would be right, I revealed, but depending on Billen's mood, that may be all we leave here with. Oh, and let me do all the talking. Father said you would say that. He also told me to tell you not to make any threats, Jorn informed me. As if you could enforce that, I said. I bet I could, he snapped back. Watch your tongue, boy, or you'll lose it, I said, and moved my hand to the pommel of my sword. Before Jorn could reply, Billen walked down the hallway with his apprentice. He saw me, his eyes narrowed, and a scowl ran across his face. Then he turned to his apprentice, said something to him, and the young man walked back down the hallway towards the forge. Now alone, Billen walked towards where we were standing. It had been several years since I'd seen the smith, but it seemed like little had changed other than the beard he had grown. His brown hair fell to about shoulder length. Why any blacksmith would wear his hair so long is beyond me, but when I looked at the ends of Billen's hair, I was surprised to see no damage from heat or flame. His eyes were light brown, and still held the same intensity I remembered. Billen's muscles were always big, but his biceps had gotten bigger since he had taken up the smithing. "What do you want?" my old friend asked, his voice laced with hostility. "I thought you were supposed to be in the palace dungeon." "Believe it or not, I was released," I said. "I have an offer for you." "No," Billen flatly said, "and I don't believe you were released. It's not possible. Now get out of my shop." "Come on, old friend. You haven't even heard my offer yet. A man can't refuse an offer before he even knows what it is," I argued. "If he knows the man who is giving it, he can," Billen rebutted. "It's nothing illegal," I revealed. He chuckled. "Nothing illegal," he said with wonderment. "By the Protectorate, are you feeling okay, Bowv?" "Never better. In fact, I have put my criminal activities on hold for the moment," I informed him. "I don't believe you," the smith said again. "But tell me your offer anyway. I may find it amusing." "Eshtar is at war with Defet, and my brother made me his military advisor because he lacks experienced generals. I accepted. My offer is for you to join me and be my personal blacksmith," I explained. "I thought you said you were a military advisor. Why would you need a blacksmith? You'll be in a tent," he asked. "I plan to be an active advisor," I told him. "What you told me is true?" he asked with a skeptical look. "Yes," I said. "Why should I believe you?" he asked. "Because I have never lied to you. Though I know that's not a good enough reason for you, so you should believe me because Prince Jorn is standing beside me," I said, turning towards my nephew. Billen looked over to Jorn and took a good look. After a minute of silence, he turned and looked at me in the same detail. "Well, the resemblance is there," he admitted. "All right, Bowv, I believe you, and I accept because I can serve the kingdom, not because I want to help you. And I am not fighting. My fighting days are over." We shook hands, and then Jorn and I left the shop. On our way back to the palace, Jorn asked me how I knew Billen. "He used to be a lieutenant in my bandit clan. There was not a weapon on the shop's walls that he couldn't use," I answered. "How did he learn blacksmithing?" Jorn asked. "His father was a blacksmith," I answered. "Then why did he become a bandit?" he asked. "I'm not the one you should be asking," I said. "Then why did you become a bandit?" he asked, and give me a real answer this time. "Because the gods aren't real, so they won't be there to protect you. Because we live in a dog-eat-dog world where power over others is the only way to ensure you don't get eaten. And the wretched king's reign taught me power is derived from fear," I told him. "After your grandfather's reign, the nobles were at the point of revolt. If I wanted to rule with fear, then I would have to put down a rebellion, and the army would be on the side of the nobility. But I still wanted the power from being feared, so I became a bandit lord. When people began calling me the terror of the continent, I had more power than any king, including the Hudarian emperor. You terrorized the entire continent because you wanted power," my nephew said in disbelief, and gave me a disgusted look. "You're a monster." What I am is a man who has accepted that savagery is the name of the game in this godless world. There will always be someone willing to commit horrors against you, whether they be a pillaging army on the march, a king brutalizing his people, or a thug mugging people in a back alley. All I have done is take the world's natural order to its limits. He fell silent after that. We took the same path back to the palace. When we arrived, there were 4 palace guards at the entrance, 2 more than when Rono and I arrived early that day. As we entered, the sun was beginning to set. We walked to the throne room and found Rono sitting on his throne talking to a man, most likely some courtier. Rono saw us enter and dismissed the man. "So who did you go see?" my brother asked. "The blacksmith, Billen," I answered. "Not surprising," he said, and nodded his head, as if it made perfect sense. I thought Rono was bluffing, but later I would learn he knew that Billen was in my clan. "I need him to join me on campaign," I informed the king. "Why is that?" Rono asked. "Because I will need someone to fix my gear, and I trust Billen," I answered. "When I asked you to be a military advisor, I thought that would imply you wouldn't be fighting," my brother informed me. "As your military advisor, I would advise you to let me fight for 2 reasons. The first is that I will fight no matter what you say. The second is that I am the best fighter you have at your disposal. It would be a waste of my talents to sit in a tent for the entirety of the war," I explained. My brother knew I was right. "Fine," he said, "but you can't bring anyone else along." "I don't need anyone else," I said. "Now, who were you speaking to?" "A courtier of mine. He thinks that there are Defetian spies in the palace," the king answered. "Of course they do. It's probably how Zimku knew I killed Leonu," I guessed. "What are we going to do?" asked Jorn. "I'll take care of it," I volunteered. "No, I need you ready when the army has fully mobilized," the king said. "And I don't want any more murders in my palace. Even with half of the army mobilized, it will take time to mobilize the other half, leaving me time to solve your spy problem," I argued. Rono took a few seconds to think it over. "Fine, but restrain yourself," Rono ordered. "You may need to respect the rights of nobles, brother, but I do not," I told him. "No killing, Bowv. You already murdered an ambassador within 10 minutes of being in the palace," Rono pointed out. "I will try," I promised. "Now where can I find your courtier?" "He should just be outside the throne room. He's my most trusted courtier," the king informed me. "In the meantime, I will look into the possible connection between Salroon and vampires." "Don't waste too much of your time," I said, turning around and leaving the throne room. The courtier was there, as Rono said he would be. His name was Padarok, and he was in his mid-30s. His clothes were of better quality than those of a commoner, and were of a different style, but they were far less elegant than those of a noble. His eyes were light brown, and his hair was dark brown and medium length. When I approached, his posture suddenly became erect, and his eyes filled with terror. I smiled. "I hear we have a spy problem on our hands," I said. He nodded his head. "I have volunteered myself to investigate the matter until the army is fully mobilized. So, tell me what you know," I ordered. That ambassador you killed," he began. His words staggered with fear. "He knew that you killed Leonu, but he also knew what happened in the palace while the king was traveling with you." "Such as what?" I questioned. "Details like the chancellor writing to various mayors assessing the status of their defences and how many men they could muster if the kingdom were attacked, and the chancellor assuring the mayors that the king will send generals to oversee the defence of their cities," he said. "Who knew about the chancellor's letters?" I asked. "The king, the chancellor, and until recently I did," he answered. "Where's the chancellor?" I asked. "I don't know where Chancellor Marilock is," he told me. "Well, if you see him, don't tell him anything about our conversation," I said, staring him down. Fear brightened in his eyes. His jaw clenched and sweat ran down his brow. He nodded in agreement. I walked back into the throne room, where I found my brother with Yorn and another man, one in navy blue robes that marked him as a priest of Wanderun, the god of history. Though not a member of the Protectorate, Wanderun is venerated by commoners and scholars alike. His priests are mostly sought after by nobles to record family histories, or by mayors to record a city's history. But Wanderun's priests also specialize in the history of the gods and are the most well-versed in the sacred texts out of all the priests. Traditionally, one priest of Wanderun resides in the palace to serve as a court historian. When I entered the room, the conversation had just begun. "That was fast," Rono said as I entered and walked towards the throne. "I work quickly," I said, not wanting the priest to know about the spy problem. "Who's the priest?" "This is Frel. He's going to tell us about vampires," the king informed me. "A king at war should not be concerned with old myths," I told Rono. "You killed 3 men who did not bleed," Rono reminded me. "Point taken," I said. "So you'll listen?" Rono asked. "I will," I affirmed, and Frel began his tale. Long ago, an empire of great wealth and technological advancement ruled over the continent. For 1,000 years, the empire was governed by emperors who knew they owed their success to gods, rewarding the piety of the empire's people. These emperors saw to it that no god's feast was missed, and every year put on festivals of thanksgiving. They were devoted in their worship, never forgetting a sacrifice, nor failing to pray. Because of this piety, the gods favored the empire, and it conquered the continent, ushering in 3,000 years of peace and prosperity. Then a man who thought himself equal to the gods ascended to the throne. The emperor preached this to his people, and his arrogance captured the entire empire. He went to the temple his forefathers built and demanded the Protectorate make him a god. The next day a plague broke out throughout the empire, yet this did not humble the emperor or his people. Even when the bodies were piling up in every corner of the empire, the emperor went to the temple, not to repent, but to demand divinity for a second time. Again, there was no response. He waited a week, then returned to the temple to make his demand again. Still, there was no answer from the Protectorate, and the plague continued. Knowing the plagues were a punishment from the gods, cities and towns lost faith in their emperor and seceded from the empire. These new kingdoms, principalities and republics abandoned the emperor's teachings and chose to resume their devotion to the gods. The plague stopped in each state, which repented. Undismayed, the emperor continued to demand divinity. One night, the demon Alamar visited the emperor and made him an offer. The demon would grant the emperor and what was left of his people immortality. They would live forever, be almost invulnerable to wounds, and be immune to all diseases, even the plague that was their punishment. The emperor, wanting to spite the Protectorate and reconquer his lands, took the demon's offer. He went to sleep. Alamar killed him and his remaining subjects while they slept, capturing their souls, twisting them and infusing them with his essence before returning them to their bodies. Thus, the first vampires were created. They formed a kingdom of their own from the remnants of the empire, worshipping Alamar and feasting on the blood of the living to access demonic powers. Wars were waged against the vampiric empire, but to no avail. Vampires could only be killed by fire, beheading, or piercing the heart. The vampires were posed to conquer the continent until the Protectorate forged Huik from a sliver of the moon and gifted it to Frood the half-god. The sword could kill a vampire as if he were a mortal man. With this divine gift, the living began to drive back the demonic servants. The vampires were defeated, their empire toppled, and they were hunted for centuries until the last one was killed. "What about Dife?" I asked. "I do not know of any connections between Difet and vampires," the priest informed me. "Is there anyone who would know?" Rono asked. "No one endorsed by the Temple of the Protectorate," Frel told his king. "Heretics," I deduced. "Precisely," said Frel. "And they would have information on Difet and vampires?" my brother asked. "I believe they would," Frel said. "Why would they have information about a connection between vampires and Difet?" Rono asked the priest. A certain sect of the heretical temple believes the vampires weren't hunted to extinction. They claim the Protectorate Temple covered up their existence, and they claim to have been hunting the demonic undead for the past 6,000 years, explained Frel. That's nearly the whole history of the temple, Rono said in disbelief. Where can we find them? I asked. The sect you seek are the Verolics, and they find you, Frel told us. Thank you for the information. We won't take up any more of your time, Rono said, dismissing the priest. Once the priest left the throne room, Rono and I were left alone. What did you learn? The king asked. If there are spies, it's either they're in a position to intercept your chancellor's messages, are people close to the chancellor and are passing on information, or Chancellor Marilock is the spy, I said. Which do you think it is? Rono asked. I don't know yet, but I know how easy it is to intercept messages. It will take some time to determine if the messages are being intercepted or if there is a traitor, I admitted. Do you think Chancellor Marilock could be a traitor? Asked the king. I couldn't say. I've never met the man, I said. Then I must watch the Chancellor closely, concluded my brother. It was getting late, and Rono offered to let me stay in the palace. I declined, not wanting to deal with the nonsense that was court politics, which always seemed to intensify in times of war. If anything went missing, I would be the obvious culprit, and it would be a Herculean task for me not to kill the person who accused me. I told my brother I would be staying at a nearby inn, he knew which one. The inn was a short walk from the palace and operated by an old friend of my father. It was a small inn with 24 rooms for guests, plus a lobby and the innkeeper's room. The exterior of the building showed signs of wear and tear, but considering the inn had been in operation for 40 years at that point, it was understandable. The wooden door greeted me with a long creak as I entered. Before me, a bald old man was behind the counter, writing in a ledger. I walked towards the counter, and he looked up to greet me. A warm smile started to form on his lips, causing the wrinkles on his face to bend. That was until he got a good look at me. Then the smile chilled and sunk into a look of great disappointment that a father would give to his son. I told you never to come back, the old man said, anger providing weight to his voice. I remained silent and continued towards the counter. Get out, he shouted, as he pointed to the door. His face was now red with anger. How are you, Glendale? I asked, choosing to ignore his poor welcome. Considering I have a murderer in my inn, not well, Glendale said, his voice laced with bitterness. The wretched king needed to die, I defended myself. There are rites for removing a king, the old man argued. Ah, yes, these rites which make regicide just in the eyes of your gods. What's the difference anyway? Killing is still killing even when you wrap it up in the guise of tradition and ritual, I countered. He fell silent and conceded defeat in our little debate. I could tell he was still angry, but what was once a roaring forest fire settled into a crackling campfire. Why are you here? He asked. I'm working with my brother and need a room because I don't want to stay in the palace, I told him. I got one, Glendale said. As he led me to the room, I remembered the days when I would come to the inn every morning. Glendale was my father's best warrior and best friend, serving with him during the conquest of Eshtar's immediate neighbours and in the War of Reconquest before that. When Glendale retired from the army, father granted him land by the palace for a home and a shop. Glendale chose to start an inn thinking that foreign diplomats would want to stay at an inn close to the palace. When I was 7, father sent me to train with Glendale. Every morning, at the crack of dawn, I got dressed and walked down to the inn. In the back, Glendale would teach me how to fight. He taught me how to wield every weapon known to man and how to fight unarmed. By age 10, I was more deadly than any soldier. I owed Glendale a lot. His training saved my life more than once. When I told him I killed the wretched king and I was abdicating, he couldn't look at me anymore. I remember him yelling for me to get out, that he trained me to be something greater than a murderer, He didn't blame me for doing it, though. He knew what my father had become, and there was no denying that the wretched king needed to die, but he still wanted me to leave, so I left. Glendeo led the way through the short hallway of the inn. Stopping at a room on the right side of the hall, he pulled out a key and opened the door. The room was small, with a bed and a dresser across from the bed. It had one window, and it gave a wonderful view of the courtyard in the back of the inn, where Glendeo spent countless hours training me to be the best warrior on the continent. I got a rush of nostalgia for a far simpler time. "How much do I owe you?" I asked the innkeeper. "I don't want dirty money," he said. "I have legitimate businesses," I assured him. "A half silver a night," he said, knowing I probably did. "That's fair," I agree. He nodded and began to walk away. "You aren't going to ask why?" I asked. "If your brother chose to release you from your cell instead of executing you, then we are living in desperate times," he concluded. I explained everything that happened over the last couple of weeks to Glendeo. How I was awaiting execution in my cell. Then Rono showed up, asking about a nobleman I killed, then told me to take him to the corpse. I detailed my travels with Rono, going to Behendam to investigate the body of Lord Gennick, how it was undecayed, and how we began looking for Gennick's sword. Then I recalled how we travelled to Trevelius to retrieve the sword after we learned that Sardinel had sold it, how we recovered it only to have Leonu try to take it from us, and how I killed him. Finally, I told him about how we returned to the palace, and how I killed the arrogant ambassador. I explained how Rono thought vampires were returning, the possible connection with Defet, and that he thought the sword we recovered was weak. I couldn't tell whether Glendeo was surprised or didn't believe me because, as I told him of all this insanity, the old warrior's face was a portrait of stoicism. After a minute or two of silence, Glendeo spoke. "I knew times must have been desperate for your brother to release you, but war with Defet is suicidal," he said. "We don't have a choice. Salrun would have come anyways," I said. "But this talk of vampires is even more concerning," he said. "I don't know what's going on with bloodless corpses," I admitted, "but it is far more likely it's Salrun's doing than vampires." His eyes looked to the sword resting by my hip. "Do you think that is the sword of the gods?" he asked. "I don't believe in gods," I reminded him. "Well, now might be the time to start," the old man said, as he walked out of the room. With that, I shut the door and went to sleep. It felt good to have a comfortable surface to sleep on, after being on the road for many days. I drifted off into a deep, rejuvenating sleep. In the morning, I woke up, checked on Glendeo, then walked back to the palace. The palace guards didn't give me any trouble as I walked in. Rono must have given orders for them to let me in without his permission. I did get a few skeptical looks, though, which was expected. I thought I would get more, considering I was the most infamous man on the continent. But they trusted their king, and the few dirty looks didn't turn into insults. When I walked into the throne room, my brother had dark circles under his eyes, threatening to close every few moments, and his head was tilted slightly downward. It was the look of a man who couldn't sleep, after realizing how desperate his situation was, though I thought we had better odds of winning a war against Defet than Rono. It was because Rono was concerned with winning by honourable means and I wasn't. Honour is a lie told to soldiers so they can justify killing one another and allows generals to ignore the blood on their hands. They can all kill without shame or limit if they do so with honour. Otherwise they will be branded as war criminals. After I killed the wretched king, I accepted I was a killer. There was no need to shield myself from that reality with the trappings of an illusion. Rono and Jorn were standing in front of the throne, talking. I couldn't make out what they were saying when I entered, but my brother had a look of desperation on his face, his eyes drained of anything resembling hope. Jorn had the same expression. "What's wrong?" I asked as I approached them. "A Defetian army has been spotted in the Ventilla forest," my brother informed me. "Salrun probably planned to invade whether he got the sword or not," I guessed. How many men? We don't know, the king admitted. How much of the army has been mustered, I asked. About 2,000 men, Yorn informed me. How many are here in the city that you can spare, I inquired. Only 200, since the others would be needed to defend the city, my brother told me. And how many are in the Ventiller Forest, I asked. Besides municipal garrisons, none, Yorn mumbled. Father has sent his generals to the major cities to shore up their defences. One is at Gregoros. 200 men will be enough, I said. Be enough to do what? Rono asked. Slow the Defetians down, I said. 200 men against an army. Are you crazy? Yorn asked. Salrun's forces are spread too thin, and he knows that the Eshtaran army is small and lacks veteran troops, so he probably sent a smaller army, possibly around 5,000, maybe less, to invade. Give me command of the 200 men, and I can slow the Defetian army down while you continue mobilizing the rest of the army, I explained. I want you here, as an advisor, Rono objected. I know you do, but I'm the only one who can slow down the army and has the experience to pull it off. I have spent all my adult life raiding, pillaging, extorting, robbing, and killing. While I did that, I avoided armies searching for me and struck at them with a small group of men when they least expected it, then disappeared. This will be no different, and is a reasonable strategy, and I'm the perfect man for the job. You know this, I said, defending my proposal. Rono fell silent and thought about it for a moment. He knew I was right, but he also knew that he would be taking a chance, allowing me to lead men, no matter how few they were. The king did not want to deal with an invasion, and his criminal brother running around his kingdom simultaneously, and he knew the odds were near suicidal. Then again, he knew if anyone else led those men, the odds would be suicidal. He thought he could keep a close eye on me by having me as an advisor. If I was in a forest, then he couldn't. After what felt like 10 minutes of silence, he agreed to my plan. Father, you can't be serious about this. He's the one who started the war by murdering an ambassador. Imagine what he will do when he is out of your sight, Yorn said. The kid had a point, but Rono was not persuaded. I have already decided. I will give you the men Bowv, since you are the perfect man for the job. There are 2 conditions, though. No criminal activity, including war crimes, and you take Yorn with you, Rono said. Yorn looked at his father, as if he had grown a second head. Can you fight? I asked, turning to my nephew. No, he admitted. He's liable to die, I said, turning back to my brother. Keep him alive, then. I want him to learn how to fight, and to learn from the best, explained Rono. Slowing down an army is a lot easier when I'm not teaching someone how to hold a spear, I complained, hoping my brother would see reason. Work around it, the king ordered. Fine, I yielded. Where will the men be assembled? They'll be right outside the northern gate, hopefully by the time you finish any preparations you need to, my brother informed me. I will send a messenger, letting them know you are my military advisor and are their commander. Let's go then, I told my nephew. I don't have a weapon or armor, protested the prince. Don't worry about it. We have to get Billen anyway. I'm sure he can outfit you once we are there, I reassured him. When Yorn and I left the palace, we took the same route to Billen's shop. However, I wanted to test Yorn's endurance, so this time we ran. It looked like the boy kept in good shape, but I needed to be sure. My nephew kept up with my pace to the blacksmith's shop, though I will admit that it was only a couple minutes' run, and when we stopped at the door, he was breathing heavily. When we walked into the shop, Billen was behind the counter. I suppose the war has started, Billen said. A Defetian army has been spotted in the Ventiller Forest, I told him. Thank the gods I'm all already packed, Billen said. Good, because the kid needs a weapon and some armor, I said. What weapon and how much armor? Billen asked. A spear and minimum armor, I told him. No sword, he asked. No, he needs the reach, and if the spear breaks, he's dead anyway, I explained. He hasn't been trained? Asked the bewildered smith. No, he hasn't, I confirmed. Light and mobile it is then, he said. though I can't promise the armor will fit. I'm sure you could make adjustments on the road if need be, I said. Sure can, Billen assured me as he walked over to a spear hanging on the wall, taking it off and handing it to Jorn. I instructed Jorn, who looked uncomfortable with a weapon in his hand, to give the weapon a thrust, and he thrust the spear with caution. It was a 4-foot-long spear, short for a spear but good for mobility. After a quick examination of the weapon, Jorn cautiously placed the end on the ground so the tip could be pointing safely to the ceiling. Billen then walked to the back of the shop and quickly returned with a metal breastplate complete with a backpiece and a small round shield big enough to offer protection to the wearer's arm and a bit more. Both lacked any design. The smith instructed Jorn how to hold the shield. While Jorn got accustomed to holding the shield, Billen began to loosen the straps on the breastplate. Billen asked Jorn to hand me the shield and the spear so he could put on the breastplate. Jorn did so, and Billen fitted the breastplate. Billen took no more than a minute to adjust its 4 straps. Then he had Jorn do some movements, twisting his torso, lifting his arms, and walking to the end of the shop and back. While Jorn performed these tasks, Billen looked for whether the breastplate was too loose or impaired Jorn's mobility, and asked Jorn how he felt wearing it. Billen, there's a war going on, I reminded him, not bothering to hide the impatience in my tone. I would be a poor blacksmith if I sold him some gear without making sure it at least fit him, Billen defended himself. Yes, and I thought we agreed you could make needed adjustments on the road, I reminded him. How am I supposed to make adjustments if I don't know if anything fits first? The smith argued. You have a point, but we need to go. The men should be assembled by now or close to it, I said. Everything seems to be a good fit. I'll grab my bag and we'll be off, Billen said, as he walked down the hallway to the back of the shop where his travelling bag was. After he returned, I paid him for the weapon and armour. Then we headed out. It took us half an hour to arrive at the city's north gate. The guards opened the gate and let us through without a problem. Standing right outside the walls were 200 men who were now under my command. I hadn't led men as part of an army since father was alive. The only men I had led in combat in recent years were bandits, and my clan did everything: raids, skirmishes, ambushes, small battles, and when I had the numbers, a few sieges. But commanding in an official capacity was different. The men did not choose me to lead them. Bandits flocked to me because they knew who I was and sought me out. They wanted me to lead them. The 200 men I first saw that day followed me because their king ordered them to. They didn't want me. They were given me, and I knew that could be a problem because I was a criminal, not a soldier. We approached the camp, and the lieutenant in charge came out to greet us. The lieutenant was a bit taller than average, had coffee brown hair cut short according to army regulation, and had hazel eyes. Despite standing tall and straight, he did not radiate the confidence of a commanding officer, a sign that he thought our mission was suicidal. He saluted Jorn. Prince Jorn, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Lieutenant Hallerod, he said. Jorn returned the salute. The pleasure is mine, Lieutenant Hallerod, Jorn said, but my uncle here will be in command. Ah, yes, I was hoping that was a mistake in the orders, the lieutenant said with a shaky voice. It was not, Lieutenant. Now get the men ready to move out, I ordered. Lieutenant Hallerod nodded, turned around and ordered the rest of the men to pack up. You're not going to say anything else? Jorn asked. They should know the mission, I said. But do they know the odds? Billen asked. We aren't quite sure of the odds ourselves, I reminded him. The Defetian army could be anything from 3,000 to 10,000 men. How are we supposed to slow them down? Jorn asked, his voice filled with doubt. I have seen your uncle pull off crazier things, Billen told my nephew. It normally involves deception, fire, and fear. Yes, but fire is largely off the table since we'll be marching through a forest, I told him. It's not completely off the table, Jorn asked and gave me a worried look. Fire is never off the table, but we won't be burning down the Ventilla forest if that is what you are concerned about, I reassured my nephew. After I finished talking, Lieutenant Hallerod walked over to us and informed me that the men were ready to move out. I ordered them to start marching, and within an hour we were on the road marching towards the Ventilla forest. Towards the first war Eshtar had fought since my father's reign, a war that would have consequences for the whole continent. Chapter 4. As the sun set, I gave the order to make camp, and saw the looks the men were giving me while they were doing it. Some were disgusted, a few were stares of hatred, but most were looks of fear, as if, at any moment, I would start killing them. I didn't mind, since I got the same looks wherever I went, and had long accepted them as the price of my notoriety. The ones who looked afraid weren't concerning to me. I knew from experience that they were the ones who only heard stories about me. The ones giving me disgusted looks were braver than those who were afraid, but like their companions, they only heard stories about my crimes. I was concerned about the few soldiers giving me hateful glares. It meant I had either harmed them or someone they knew. If any of the men were going to dare raise a weapon against me, they would be the ones. I knew I would have to address the men at some point, but at that time I had to focus on the mission. So, during those first few days, I ignored all the looks as we marched. When it was time to stop for the day, we pitched camp away off the road but close enough to see it. I ordered a night watch so that we would have eyes on the road. Billen thought I was paranoid, claiming that the Defetians could not have marched that fast to threaten the capital. Then I reminded him about the numerous times we had attacked a camping caravan or a force of soldiers who thought the same, and he fell silent. Our tents offered us some shelter from the elements. More importantly, they could be set up in a minute and taken down in half the time, since the design was a long wooden pole running horizontally, resting on two forked poles driven vertically into the ground. Sapunic, a special waterproof material invented during my father's reign, served as the exterior. The tents were designed to be light and mobile, so the army carrying them would be likewise. Lieutenant Hallerod came to speak with me when the tents were all pitched. "Are we really trying to slow down a Defetian army?" he asked. "Yes," I answered. "Is that even possible?" he asked, then tensed his body as if bracing for a punch. "Do you know who I am?" I asked, turning to the lieutenant to look him in the eyes. His posture straightened and his jaw clenched. He nodded. "Do you know what I have done?" I asked, walking closer to him. He gave a nod, jaw still clenched. "Of course you do. At one point, most of the continent's armies were hunting me. They all thought I couldn't escape, but I did." "Would you like to know how?" I asked. "Yes," mumbled the lieutenant. "I did the unexpected," I said. "I see," the lieutenant said, his voice now softer. "Certainly taking 200 men to slow down an army is unexpected, but specifically, how do we slow down the Defetian army?" "That's not a concern right now," I told Hallerod. "Not a concern?" he asked, the fear he once had now replaced with confusion. "You can't slow down an army if you don't know where it is," I pointed out. "Then how are we going to find the army?" he asked. I pointed to the road. "That road goes all the way to Gregoros. If anyone is fleeing the Defetians, they will be travelling on that road," I explained, "and we'll run into them, and they will tell us where they last saw the army," Hallerod reasoned. "Exactly. Now get some rest, Lieutenant. We break camp at first light," I ordered. When dawn emerged from the night, I ordered the men to eat and break camp. Within an hour or two, we were back on the road. When there was time, I would teach Jorn about fighting, teaching him the basics of striking and defense. He wasn't ready for practice fights, but I wasn't concerned. My brother had said to teach Jorn how to fight. He didn't say Jorn needed to do any fighting. Once Jorn became comfortable with the basics, I began yelling when he should strike, increasing the speed at which I called the commands. The prince's spear began to shoot out faster, and once the strike was completed, it rapidly snapped back to guard. Jorn's brow began to shimmer with sweat, his movements began to slow down, and his strikes became less powerful. I yelled for him to move faster, and he began to strike with the same speed he had minutes ago. The sweat had moved down past his eyebrows. Seeing Yawn's power waning again, I yelled for him to strike harder. With sweat running down his nose, my nephew managed to put more strength behind each spear thrust. Yawn began to slow down, getting back into guard, so I shouted at him to get back into guard quicker. He did as the sweat reached his chin and began to drop onto his chest. After 10 minutes had passed, I ended the training. My nephew, now thoroughly exhausted, gave me a hateful glare which was all too easy to see. Realizing how he was looking at me, Yawn asked me if I had worked that hard when I was being trained. No, I worked harder and at a younger age, I told him. When did you start your training? He asked. I was 7, I said. 7, he exclaimed. You grew up in a time of peace. I was born in a time of war. Your grandfather knew Ishtar needed a prince who could fight in battles and command them, so that's what I was brought up to do, I explained. But we can talk about that another time. Get some rest. You look like you're going to collapse. We continued to march, and I continued Yawn's training until 2 days later when we ran into a small merchant caravan. The leader informed me that the Defetians were besieging the city of Gregoros and were only a couple of days into the siege. The caravan was going to the town to trade, but turned around when they saw the Defetian army. After we made camp for the night, I pulled aside Yawn, Billen, and Lieutenant Hallerod to discuss the situation. It's great news, I said. How is Gregoros getting besieged great news? Yawn asked. It's great news because while the Defetians are besieging Gregoros, it gives the rest of the army time to assemble. We don't have to trek across the Ventilla forest, searching for the enemy, I explained. We don't have the numbers to break a siege, Hallerod said. We don't know that for certain, I said. How are 200 men going to break a siege? Yawn asked. We would be slaughtered, Hallerod exclaimed. If we were dumb enough to charge them, yes, we would be slaughtered. But I don't think that is what Bowv has in mind, Billen stated. Then how are we going to do it? Yawn asked. There's always a weakness to exploit. All we have to do is find it and hope it's big enough to break the siege, I said. So your plan is to hope for a weakness? Hallerod asked in disbelief. No, I plan to find a weakness or, if need be, make one, I answered. So, we're going to do nothing, Yawn said. You can't defeat an enemy with more men than you if you don't figure out their weak points first, I explained. But how are we going to find their weak points? Asked Yawn. Scouting, I said, as if the answer was obvious, because it was. Then I dismissed everyone, telling them to get some sleep. As Yawn and Hallerod walked away towards their tents, Billen came up to me. Even if we find a weakness, do you think these men stand a chance? In a direct fight, no. But we're not going to do that, I told him. Fair enough, he said. Though I thought with you helping to fight a war, it wouldn't involve the same tactics we used as bandits. Having the smaller army doesn't permit us such luxuries, I said. With that, we both went to get some sleep. In the morning, we ate, broke camp, and continued our march. As we got closer to Gregoros, the more travellers we encountered. Each one informed us that the Defetians were still besieging the city. I continued Yawn's training each day, though these sessions were shorter than the first ones, since we had a siege to break. He grasped the basics of fighting with the drills I had him perform, but he was far from ready to fight. I don't know what my brother expected when he sent Yawn with me. I assumed to make him a competent fighter. However, my nephew was starting late in his training. When I was Yawn's age, I was already a veteran. My nephew was learning how to wield a spear properly. By the time we were a day's march from the city, Yawn had a respectable number of hours of practice, but if he entered combat, he would most certainly be killed. After the day's training session, he asked where I learned how to fight. At the inn down the street from the palace, I answered. An inn? He asked confused. Yes, an inn, I confirmed. Its owner, Glendeo, was the greatest warrior in your grandfather's army and a close friend of his. When he left the army, Your grandfather granted him land near the palace as a reward for his service. And he trained you? My nephew asked. Every morning, no matter what, I informed him. Did father train with him? He asked. If he did, I wouldn't need to teach you how to hold a spear, I pointed out. Then why didn't father train with him? Yorn asked. Because I was being groomed to be a king who could fight wars, I answered. Your father was too young at that point to be trained. And Rono was interested in politics and diplomacy, even at a young age, so your grandfather provided him with an education that matched his interests. With that said, I told Jorn to get some rest, then found Lieutenant Hallerod, and I asked if we had anyone with scouting experience. He said we didn't, which meant Billen and I were the only ones. Considering the size of the Eshtaran army, I wasn't surprised my brother had neglected to send us with scouts. I told Hallerod he and Yorn would be in command for 2 or 3 days, while I scouted ahead with Billen. Is that a wise decision? He asked. We have no other scouts, I said. What should Prince Jorn and I do in the meantime? The lieutenant asked. Keep the rest of the men here, I ordered. What do we do if you're not back in 3 days? He asked. Then run back to the capital because it means the Defetian army is on its way there, and we're dead, I told him. He fell silent but nodded his head in understanding. I left to get Billen and told him we were going on a scouting mission. You told me I was coming along to fix equipment, that's it, he protested. I promised you wouldn't be fighting. Look, you and I are the only ones here with any experience scouting, and I want a second set of eyes with me in case I miss anything, I told him. We seriously don't have any scouts? Billen asked in disbelief. No, we don't, I said. Then what do we have? He asked. 200 men who've never seen combat, I told him. Not much, my old friend said. It isn't. So if you want to increase their chances of survival, you need to do more than fix my equipment, I told him. Fine, I'll help, he said. Gather whatever you need. We leave in an hour, I said. It didn't take an hour to be on the road, considering I had already packed my supplies, and Billen, used to having to move quickly from his time as a bandit, had gathered his supplies quickly. Within half an hour of me speaking with Billen, we were on the road, walking towards Gregoros. We were silent for the first hour until Billen suddenly spoke. Why are you doing this, Bowv? He asked. Because my brother didn't have enough common sense to send us with scouts, I said. You know what I mean. Why did you agree to become your brother's military advisor, and don't say necessity, he clarified. I'm doing this because Salrun authorized one of his lackeys to kill me if I didn't give him what he wanted, I explained. So it's as simple as vengeance? I can't say I'm surprised, the smith said. You shouldn't be. Now that I've answered your question, let's get moving. There's no telling how long Gregoros can hold out for, I urged him. That depends on how many Defetians there are, countered Billen. It doesn't matter how many Defetians there are if the city starves, I argued. They probably have more supplies than you give them credit for, Billen countered. We don't have any scouts, I reminded him. Good point, he said. We both fell silent after that. Despite Gregoros being on a significant trade route connecting the frontier to the rest of the kingdom, no one was on the road. Night fell and we made camp. Then, once the first light of dawn crept up over the horizon, scattering the darkness of night, we ate and got back on the road. It must have been late morning when we first looked at the Defetian army and the city. The Defetians had cleared some of the forests around the city to erect their camp. Billen and I diverted from the road and entered the forest to get a better look. With years of experience ambushing caravans and hiding from authorities, we moved through the forest with a hunter's grace, approaching the camp with perfect stealth. Once we were close enough, we found spots that offered good concealment and began analyzing the camp. The tents were arranged into small square clusters of 20, and 40 of these clusters formed a bigger square, and there were 6 of these large squares. Judging by the size, the tents were for 1 man each. After a quick calculation, I estimated the army was about 4,500 men strong. We stood almost completely still, observing our enemy for a few hours. All types of soldiers were rushing around the camp: archers, skirmishers, light and heavy infantry, and a few cavalrymen. The Diaphetians had enough manpower to take the city. To my relief, I saw no signs of siege towers, though they had enough wood from making their camp to construct at least 2. Nor did I know of any scaling ladders. Whoever was in charge was hoping to take the city without a fight. But I couldn't figure out why they would bother taking Gregoros. Taking Gregoros would provide the Diaphetians with a place to retreat and regroup. Starving a city takes time, but the Diaphetians had the advantage of arriving before my brother finished gathering his army. They caught my brother off guard and ill-prepared, so why were they bothering to capture Gregoros? I decided to talk it over with Billen and signaled him to return to the road. Neither of us made a sound as we left our hiding spots and snuck back through the forest to a spot further down the road from where we entered the forest. When we arrived, we stayed silent and still for an hour, listening to every twig crack and rustle of leaves to ensure no one from the Diaphetian camp had followed us. When I nodded to Billen that we were all clear, the sun was beginning to set. We found a clearing in the forest and quickly made a camp, then sat down to talk about what we saw. "Why are they bothering to take Gregoros?" he asked after we both agreed the Diaphetians didn't need to. I was thinking they would need a place to retreat to, but they shouldn't be expecting too much resistance, I said. Maybe they're trying to lure the Ishtaran army out and defeat them, so it's an easy march to the capital, guessed Billen. That could be it, but Salrun wouldn't launch an invasion without knowing the strength of his enemy. He knows he has the numbers to take Ishtar, and quickly. What if Salrun is using the invasion as a cover for something else? I asked Billen. Cover for what? Billen asked. The sword, I said. The sword you have, he asked. Rono thinks the gods made it, I explained. Wake, Billen said. Yes, I confirmed. You're telling me you have the sword of the gods strapped to your hip? He asked me in disbelief. That's what Rono thinks, I said. And you didn't tell me this sooner, he said. I'm an atheist, so it wasn't at the top of my to-do list. I defended myself. What in the gods' names happened after the king released you? He asked. I gave him the short version of my travels with my brother. I began by explaining how we searched for Gainik's body, found it undecayed, and how Rono insisted I take him to the sword. I skipped to how we were redirected to Trevelios and how I retrieved the sword from Hiarik. Then I moved on to how Leonu found us in a back alley, how he tried to buy the sword, and how after I killed him there was no blood on my sword. I told him that once Rono and I got to the palace, Ambassador Zimku was waiting for us. I described how when I killed him, there was no blood. I talked about how my brother thought vampires were returning and stopped there. You killed 3 vampires, he said. I killed 3 Diaphetians who didn't bleed and had pointy teeth. I corrected him. Which would make them vampires, Billen said. Believe what you wish, but it's getting dark and I'm going to get some sleep, I said dismissively. Not wanting to give up our location, we went without a fire that night. As seasoned travellers, we brought plenty of blankets to keep us warm. When morning broke, we didn't bother with breakfast. Instead, we packed our belongings and took down the tents. Within an hour, we had returned to the road and headed back towards the camp. It was an uneventful walk back to the camp. There were no travellers or soldiers on the road. Regardless, we were still on the lookout. There could have been a Diaphetian scouting party returning to their camp, but if there was one, we didn't see them. We arrived at our camp late in the afternoon and were greeted by Yorn and Lieutenant Halarod. How did it go? Asked Yorn. They have under 5,000 men, as I expected, I informed him, and it looks like they are trying to starve the city out rather than assault the walls. Why would they bother to do that? They have the numbers to take the city, Halarod asked. I think they want to make the entire army come to them so they can have a pitched battle and have a clear path to the capital, explained Billen. Makes sense, said Yorn. Though Bowv thinks something else is going on, Billen added. I think the invasion, or at least the siege, is cover for something else. Though I can't say what right now, I said. The enemy is in one place. We should send a message back to Keholp to inform the king the city is under siege and ask him to march the rest of the army here, the lieutenant suggested. That could work, Yorn said. What happens if they take Gregoros and hold up in the city once they learn the rest of the army is coming? I asked. Then we will have to besiege them, and we don't have the numbers for that. Our odds aren't good even with the rest of the army. We need to do something else. What do you suppose? Jorn asked. We go after their food supply. Billen and I didn't see any baggage trains with them, so they must be getting supplied by caravan, I said. Where would the suppliers be coming from? Jorn asked. Would have to be coming from the west, Hallarad said. It would mean they are bringing supplies from Gofrund, Billen deduced, which means Salrun has at least control of the territory along the border. If not, then he has full control of the country, I said. If we cut off the supplies, there is a chance they may go back across the border and come back after being resupplied, Jorn guessed. Yes, but it will buy the rest of the army some time. They will wait a day or two after their supplies don't arrive before they send anyone out to check on the supply line. Then it will take them time to pack up and leave, I explained. It could work, Billen said. Our smaller numbers would work to our advantage since we can move faster, but we'll have to worry about their cavalry because they will be sent out to investigate. And we will need to know when they are going to be resupplied, Hallarad pointed out. Good points, I told them. Here's what we are going to do. Billen, you're going to keep an eye on the Defetians. See if you can gauge how much food they have, if they are getting it from across the border, and if there is anything we can do about the cavalry. In the meantime, I will prepare the rest of the men for an ambush. With that said, I told everyone to get something to eat. Jorn followed me and said he wanted to talk. What's the problem? I asked. An ambush, Jorn asked. That's what we are going to do? Yes, I said. If you have a problem with it, then say so. Ambushes are for cowards with no honor, the young prince informed me. Who told you that? Your father? I asked. He did, Jorn answered. What does your father know about war? I asked the boy. How many battles has he fought? How many armies has he commanded? A king does not need experience in war to know what is honorable, my nephew assured me with an edge to his voice. I clenched my fists but then unravelled them before I could do anything. My brother had sent Jorn with me so the boy could learn how to fight. I decided the boy needed a lesson in something other than the spear and pulled out a pair of dice from my pockets, one of the sets I keep on my person. If the sum of the pair is 7 or more, you win. If it is less than 7, I win, I told him. What? We're having a conversation, Jorn told me. I rolled the dice. A 6 and a 4, you win, I said. This is ridiculous. We were talking about... Jorn continued, but I ignored him. Instead, I leaned over, picked up the dice, and rolled again. A 2 and a 1, I win, I said, and as Jorn brought a hand to his face and shook his head in frustration, I switched out the pair of dice for another. As I was saying, Jorn began again. Your turn to roll, I said as I threw him the new pair of dice, then stood with my arms crossed. The prince then explained that honor was a moral concept, one that a king did not need to fight in war to possess. I couldn't tell you what he said word for word, because I was only half listening, waiting for my nephew to follow my simple instructions. Roll the dice, I interrupted. No, Jorn said, then went back to his lecture. He got 3 sentences in before I interrupted again and told him to roll the dice. You're going to keep interrupting me until I roll the dice, aren't you? He asked. I nodded, then with a sigh, Jorn rolled the dice and both landed on 2s. You win. Now, he began again. Roll 3 more times, I ordered. And knowing I wouldn't let this go, Jorn did so. The sum of the first roll was 2, the second 4, and the third 5. Are you happy now? Jorn asked after the final roll. That depends on what you have noticed, I responded. I've noticed we both won at first, but after you gave me the dice, you won all the time, the prince said. Good. What else? I asked. You have good luck, Jorn answered. I thought your father paid for a first-class education, I said, shaking my head. What do you notice about the dice? John took a second to examine the dice, inspecting the combined 12 faces. The dice only have the numbers 1, 2 and 3 on their faces, he observed. And these have all 6 numbers, I said, holding up the original pair of dice. So you switched them out and rigged the game. I don't see the point, John told me. If you already knew my point, then this wouldn't be much of a lesson, I said. A lesson in what? Cheating? John asked. No, if it was, then I would be showing you how to switch out 2 sets of dice without being noticed, I assured my nephew. Consider this your first formal lesson in war. And why are you giving me this lesson now? The young man asked. Because you complained about ambushes not being honourable, I answered. They aren't, the prince insisted. You aren't thinking like a general. You are thinking like a philosopher, I said. A general? Father told you to train me to become a warrior, not a general, Yorn countered. I figured, since I'm his military advisor, I might as well do both, I told him. Now, shut up and listen. I don't care for your notions of honour, and don't want to hear them unless I ask you about them. A general is not concerned with honour, because he's not concerned with morality. He can't be, because morality says killing is wrong, and war is killing. A general is concerned with ensuring the odds are stacked in his favour. He must find a way to put himself in a position that is favourable to him and unfavourable to his enemy. A general can never fight fairly. He must rig the game if the odds aren't already in his favour. I know you don't like hearing this, but it's true. When at war, kingdoms, empires and republics rely on the general to win the war. Otherwise, whatever the war goal is will not be achieved. Right now, Eshtar is counting on its king, your father, for its survival, and your father is counting on me. The fate of an entire kingdom rests in my hands, because I am its de facto general. Our enemy outnumbers us, and if I fail, then the kingdom of Eshtar becomes another Defetian providence. Fighting fair is not an option. We must ambush the supply caravan, because we don't have the manpower to fight honourably. If we can't break the siege, then the Defetians gain a foothold in Eshtar, where they can gather strength, and we will have a much bigger army to deal with, I explained. I suppose you're right, Yorn mumbled. You don't have to like the truth, kid, but you have to accept it, I told him. If your father didn't shrink the army to its current size, then maybe we wouldn't need an ambush. But he did, and it would be suicidal for us to charge at the Defetians when they have the larger army and more experienced troops, I said. I understand, the young prince said. Good. Now get a good night's sleep. You don't want to be falling asleep while we're waiting for the supply caravan, I told him. Do you think I'm ready to fight? He asked. No man is ever ready to fight in war, I told him. But since I need you to stay alive, I'll have you stick with Billen. Why not you? He asked. Because I'll be too busy trying to keep everyone else alive, I said. Billen set out towards the enemy camp the following day, without any argument about being a blacksmith and not a scout. I began getting the rest of the men ready for an ambush. I told Hallerod and Jorn to assemble them after breakfast. They assembled as I had instructed, 40 men in a row and 5 men in a column. Each of them had the unsteady aura of nervousness around them, and like a vile stench, there was no denying it was there. This was the first time I had assembled them all, so they knew it was necessary. What didn't help was that they were terrified of me. I didn't mind, because if they were terrified of me, they didn't have time to fear the Defetians. You all know who I am, yes? I asked, standing in front of them. 200 men slowly nodded their heads. I addressed them. You all wonder why I'm leading you, not Lieutenant Hallerod. The kingdom is in desperate times, and my brother, your king, needs all the help he can get. You all think I am a cutthroat, and you're right. Let me assure you, most of the stories you have heard about me are true. I've been in the situation we find ourselves in. A small force up against a much larger one hundreds of times. None of you like me, that's fine, but follow my orders, and you might make it back to Keyhope alive. After my speech was finished, I taught them how to hide in the forest for the rest of the morning. When afternoon came, I broke them up into 10 groups of 20 men. One group would hide in the forest near the camp, and another group was tasked with finding them while standing in the camp. Then the groups would switch. To save time, I took 3 groups and gave 3 to Yawn and 3 to Halarod. The group that wasn't playing hide-and-seek was tasked with watching the road. Once a group finished with both roles, they would be rotated in. Each day, we repeated the process. Everyone was easily spotted on the first day, which was not a shock, considering limbs were sticking out from bushes and poking out from behind tree trunks. The second day was a bit different. Everyone was still easily spotted, but not as quickly as before. They all appeared to have more awareness of their limbs, but not by much, though they all were reasonably quiet. They improved more on the third day, and most weren't found. I cut the drill short on the 4th day, because Billen returned about 2 hours before noon. I overheard an officer talking to one of the camp's sentries. We were right. They are moving supplies from Gofrund, and the next shipment will be there in 4 days, Billen informed me. Let's get going then, I said. Up to 5, I gave orders for the men to pack up camp, and 2 days later we were hidden in the forest, not too far from the road. I was with Yawn and 100 men on one side of the road, while Billen and Halarod were on the other with the same amount. The men had not gotten great at hiding, but with the cover of the night, I was confident they wouldn't be seen. Earlier, I sent Billen ahead to confirm that the supply caravan was coming. Not much later he returned and told me there were 10 slow-moving supply wagons and about 50 guards. The plan was simple. Once we saw the first supply wagon, we would spring the ambush, take the first wagon, and then work our way down the road to the other wagons, overwhelming the guards as we went while cutting off their route to Gregoros. We heard the first wagon's creeping wheels before we saw it. The loaded wagon crawled across the road, burdened with crates of food on its back, and guards on either side, each carrying a shield on their arm and a spear in the opposite hand. When the wagon got towards the end of our line where I was, I gave a loud and high-pitched whistle, then rushed out with the men beside me. Soon all the men on my side were running toward the enemy, spears and shields in hand. Billen's men were doing the same on the other side. The Defetians didn't see us coming, not because my men had gotten any better at hiding over the last few days, but because the Defetians weren't looking very hard for threats. Why would they be? We were only about half a day's ride from Gregoros, the last stretch of their journey. Safety was near. Even the most experienced soldiers begin to drop their guard when they almost reach a place of safety, be it a town, city, or camp. I exploited this sense of security countless times as a bandit. That day, the surprise was greater than usual. The Defetians knew their rear was secure, and they were marching towards a besieged town on the edge of the enemy country. If there were an enemy army, it would be marching to break the siege. The Defetians were shocked when they saw my men and me rushing out from the woods. Once I got close enough, I drew Huik and engaged one of the guards. I had a sword, while he had a spear and a shield. He should have been able to put up a good fight. However, shocked by the ambush, he had little opportunity to defend himself. I was on him before he could lift his shield, and with a well-aimed thrust, Huik ran into his gut, just above his waist, where his chainmail shirt failed to protect him. I retracted my sword in one fluid motion, and the guard fell dead. Another guard came rushing over, thrusting at me with his spear. I hit its shaft with my sword, knocking the weapon aside. He quickly recovered, raising his shield to his chest, then stepped forward, brought his spear above his head, and drove the weapon downwards, intending to drive it through my torso. While he brought the spear down, I stepped to the side, which gave me a clear path to strike, and I thrust my sword between his ribs and hips, There was no chainmail to protect him. Unlike the previous guard, this one wore a helmet and relied on his shield to protect his body, not able to afford the expensive chainmail his comrade had, or maybe his chainmail was being repaired. The guard cried out in pain and dropped to the ground as I pulled Huake back. I smiled. It had been too long since I had fought a battle. The clinging of metal against metal, the cries of men struggling against one another, the sounds of the dying, they all sound horrible to the average person, but not to me. Violence is what defined my life. War and killing are what I was trained to do and what I excelled at. Killing Zimku and Lernu was satisfying, but it wasn't a proper fight. Adrenaline coursed through my veins. It wasn't from nerves or fear. It was from excitement. With a grin, I worked my way to the next wagon and found that my men had already engaged the guards, but the outnumbered guards were not intimidated. To their credit, my men were competent in their attacks, but they had never seen combat before, and the threat of death provided each of their strikes with quickness and strength. However, most of the time, the adrenaline flowing through their veins caused them to be too quick, and impatient spear thrusts were blocked by enemy shields. One Eshtaran soldier got his spear stuck in a Defetian shield. The Eshtaran should have let go of the spear, but instead he held on and tugged several times, trying to get the spear out. I didn't feel bad for the fool when the Defetian spear, which he had forgotten about, pierced through his stomach and exited out his back. As the guard began to remove the spear from the body, which he could do because the weapon wasn't stuck in any bones, I had already managed to get close to him. I swung Huake high. My blade cut through his neck, and a moment later his head fell from his shoulders. One of the dead Defetian's companions let out a scream and charged me. His shield was raised and pushed forward, hoping to use it as a battering ram, and his spear was held back. As he rushed forward, any Eshtaran soldiers near me moved away. I didn't move. If his shield didn't hit me, his spear would act as insurance and shoot out to impale me. As he barreled in with his shield, I sidestepped and dropped Huake to a low guard, its tip pointing down to the ground. Within an instant, his spear shot out, its tip quickly moving towards my chest. I let it get within inches of me before my hand shot out and grasped the shaft from just below the spear's sharp head with my left hand, so that my palm was on the bottom and the knuckles of my grasping fingers faced upwards. Shock came across the Defetian's face as I guided his spear forward instead of attempting to force it away from me. As I pulled the spear towards me, I turned my body so that my left shoulder pointed back, its opposite pointed towards the caravan guard, and my torso and stomach became parallel with the spear. The Defetian was now turned to the side, his torso and stomach facing the same direction as mine. His shield was on the other side of his body, the side whose shoulder was facing away from me, and it was useless to him as I brought Huake up and stabbed him at an upward angle, my blade entering his body through his right side, blowing the ribcage and sliced apart his delicate inners. I pulled my sword out from his body, and the guard fell dead to the ground. The rest of his comrades were engaged with my men. Our numbers ensured that my inexperienced soldiers were pressing the Diaphetians to the point where the caravan guards were fighting defensively. I saw 2 Defetians nearby fall to the ground, and decided my men close to me didn't need my help. I looked around to see what else was happening. I was surprised when I saw Halarod and another Esharan soldier fighting a Defetian. The guard, like his comrades, was no novice. His spear struck out with precision, speed, and strength, and when not held firmly in a guard, his shield was quick to intercept any spears aimed at him. Above all, the Defetian was calm, despite facing 2 foes at once. Both the lieutenant and the soldier fighting beside him were stiff in their movements, especially compared to the fluidity of their opponents. But Halarod and his comrades' strikes were powerful and quick, and both quickly raised their shields. They were obviously trained as soldiers, but this was their first real battle. Despite this being the first time the pair fought together for their lives, they worked as one. Halarod would thrust with his spear, then his partner would immediately after. There were more complicated techniques when two spearmen were fighting together against one, but if the pair knew them, they didn't show any signs that they did. The pair were triumphant, with Halarod ramming his spear through the Diafetian's stomach. The caravan guard fell to the ground, bleeding profusely, and was soon dead. I looked around for Billen and Yorn, who, if all was going well, would be staying out of combat. About a third of the men surrounding me were part of Billen and Jorn's group, but there was no sign of either. I didn't waste time thinking about how my brother would have reacted if I had to tell him his son was killed. I knew Billen could keep the boy alive, something I had less chance of doing because I was in charge. I knew as soon as the Diafetians realized I was the one giving out the orders, they would target me, hoping that killing the commander would plummet morale and send the other ambushers running. So I put Yorn with Billen, figuring the enemy would pay Billen less attention. When I began barking orders for men who had taken an enemy out of action to join other groups still fighting, the Diafetians noticed me. 3 Diafetians who were already engaged turned their heads toward me and noted my status, but they couldn't get to me. By this point, the guards from the other wagons had realized they had walked into an ambush and were coming to aid their comrades. I ran into a few of them as I walked to the 3rd wagon, but they were all running ahead of one another, not moving in as a group. As each guard approached me, we engaged man to man, which was fortunate for me, considering it would have been hard to fight off a group of spearmen with a sword. They paid for their stupidity with their lives. Over the clash of weapons, I heard a Diafetian yell, "The commander has the sword." 6 Diafetians made their way towards me. 2 moved directly towards me, while their comrades split up into pairs, with one pair moving around my right side and the other around my left, no doubt trying to surround me. That didn't concern me because while they were moving, their spears weren't pointed towards me, which made them vulnerable. So when the spears of the 2 guards in front of me were shooting out towards me, I didn't step back. Instead, I leapt to my left, avoiding the spear coming at my right side, while bringing up my sword to quickly parry the spear on my left, sending it safely over my shoulder to stab open air. I landed next to one of the Diafetians trying to encircle me. We were perpendicular to each other, with me facing his left side and him facing straight. His shield, strapped to his left arm, was no problem for me because his spear was in his right hand, which meant he couldn't thrust at me without turning his whole body. He knew it too, and raised his shield higher to protect his upper body. It was the wrong move. With the speed that only hundreds upon hundreds of hours of practice can produce, I brought Wake down low and sliced his calf. The soldier let out a scream as he fell to the ground. His companion quickly turned toward me, raised his shield, and pointed his spear's tip at me. No doubt, his other 4 friends were behind me, rushing forward, hoping for the opportunity to stab me in the back. All he had to do was keep me in one spot until they reached me and the fight would be over. But I wasn't going to let that happen. I charged forward. The Diafetian's spear came rushing towards my head. He put his full weight behind the strike, turning his body to the side as he did. Still keeping my forward momentum, I dodged the attack with a duck and then stabbed my sword through his lower body. As I pulled Huike from the dying man, I moved behind him with swiftness and fluidity, putting him between me and his 4 comrades, who were approaching from behind. I stood there with my bloody blade held out in front of me. The 4 Diafetians stopped their advance, realizing I had taken out a third of them within 2 minutes. They stood there, not daring to step in my direction. One looked confused, as if no swordsman could have pulled off what I had just done, no matter his skill. Another had wide eyes, sweat accumulating on his face, and tightly grasped his spear. The other 2, the older ones of the 4, looked at each other, and over the clash of the battle still raging around us, I heard one of them say, "The terror," and the other gave a grim nod. They then began to debate whether to fight or run. I pointed behind them. My men, who at this point had either killed or driven off the Diafetians in the immediate area, were coming towards them. The defections ran down the road away from Gregoros. I led my men down the line of wagons, but few caravan guards were left to deal with. No doubt the 4 guards who ran away were yelling at every defection that the terror of the continent was behind the attack, and they needed to run. It would be far from the first time something like that had happened, but there were some Defetian stragglers, and I took it upon myself to deal with them. Each deadly contest was decided in seconds with quick strikes and blocks. One by one, I descended upon them, and each fell, unable to withstand the rapid movements of my flashing blade. I don't know how many guards I killed, but it took a while before the remaining ones had the common sense to try and surround me. They did not get close, though, because my men, finally done with taking out the guards of the second wagon, appeared behind me. Realizing they were outnumbered, the Defetians turned and ran. They must have scared off the remaining guards, because as we walked down to the rest of the wagons, there were no other guards to be seen. I gave the orders to take what supplies we could carry and to burn the rest. I was shocked to find there were only a few casualties on our side, around a dozen killed and 3 wounded. However, I knew it would have been a different story if the remaining guards hadn't fled. Jorn and the lieutenant came up to me and asked what was next. "We disappear," I said. "The Defetians will send out cavalry to find out what happened when the supplies don't arrive. I don't want to be around when the cavalry shows up, because we stand no chance against them." "Do you think they will break the siege?" asked Hallerod. "If their commander has any sense, he will," I told him. "They could try taking the city, but if they had wanted to take the city by storming the walls, they would have built siege equipment and done so already. If they decide to take the city to gain food, then they will have to wait and build siege engines, which takes days, and if they fail, they will need to go to Gofrund and gather more supplies, all while their food dwindles. Besides, they were starving the city out, probably to conserve men. No, they'll go to Gofrund for more supplies, which will take at least 5 days to deliver." "So what do we do now?" Jorn asked. "We get back to Kiholp and tell your father our mission was a success. By now, the rest of the army should have had enough time to assemble," I said. "Then what?" asked Hallerod. "We plan our next move," I answered. We gathered the men and began to travel back to the capital. Once we reached the main road without any signs of the Defetians hunting for us, we made camp for the night. It took us a week to get back to Kiholp, and each time we made camp I taught Jorn about fighting. He had done well in the ambush since he managed to stay alive. Before the ambush, I instructed Jorn to stay behind after the initial charge, and he obeyed. Jorn's fighting was minimal but tired the young prince more than he expected. During training, there was no doubt Jorn improved in the sessions after the ambush. Jorn's movements had begun to lose the rigidity of a novice and begun to gain the fluidity of familiarity. And the prince's stamina had improved, his strikes remaining strong for a much longer before they began to weaken. By the time we reached Kiholp, I had determined he was ready for some sparring practice. When we arrived at the city, a royal courier approached me and informed me that the men would report to the barracks, while Jorn and I would go to the palace. I told Hallerod to take the men to the barracks, and told Billen he was free to return to his shop. As Jorn and I worked our way through the city, we noticed more soldiers. A good sign, considering that the city's garrison couldn't hold out against the Defetians for long. We reached the palace and walked straight to the throne room. My brother was sitting on the throne talking to Padarok, the courtier I had talked to about the spy problem. Rono dismissed him once he saw us enter. "I assume all went well, considering you're not rushing here to tell me that a Defetian army is marching this way," my brother guessed. The Defetians were besieging Gregoros, trying to starve the city into submission. There were about 5,000 of them, and they were supplied from Gofrund, I explained. "Sounds like your prediction was correct, brother. Sal Rune won the war," Rono said, recalling our earlier conversation. "Anyways, what did you do?" "I planned an ambush and we cut their supplies off," I reported. "What about the army?" the king asked. "Either they did the smart thing and marched back to Gofrund, or foolishly continued the siege and sent a message to be resupplied, which will take too long to be delivered, I said. What if they attacked the city to get supplies? The king asked. It still wouldn't help them. They didn't have siege equipment built to take the city, and considering they didn't get resupplied, they wouldn't have the time to wait around and construct any, I explained. Fair enough, said my brother. So, what do we do now? Is the army fully mobilized? I asked. It is, he answered. Then we plan our next move, I told him. What about the problem you had me look into? It's still being investigated, my brother informed me, knowing I was referring to the spy problem. What about the Verilic heretics? Is there any news from them? I asked. Nothing, my brother said, but we can talk about this another time. You both have been through a lot. Go get some rest. I'll be at the inn, I said, walked out of the room and headed for Glendeo's inn. Chapter 6. I walked into the inn and found Glendeo behind the counter. He asked how the war was going, and I told him about Gregoros. The old man nodded, understanding I couldn't tell him all the details. While you were gone, someone came in looking for you, Glendeo informed me. Who? I asked. Anastaran. He said he had information he needed to share with you. I told him I didn't know when you would be back, but he could rent a room and wait, the innkeeper explained. Where is he? I asked. In his room, the first one on the right in the east wing. I figured I didn't know who he was, so I put him on the other side of the inn, Glendeo told me. Thank you, I said, and began to walk to the room. I walked across the lobby and entered the hallway. Turning to the first door on my right, I knocked. Come in, a man said. I opened the door and found an unassuming man in traveller's clothes studying a scroll behind a desk. His darker blonde hair fell and ran to the bottom of his neck. I hear you're looking for me, I said. Yes, Bowv, I am, the man said, turning towards me. I noticed his green eyes. Who are you? I asked. I am Ilkon, the man answered. Why have you been looking for me? I asked. He pointed to Huik. You're a Verilic, I guessed. I am, the heretic answered. I heard you and the king were looking for my order. My superiors initially hesitated to send me, considering King Rono's devotion to the Protectorate Temple. Still, I was sent once my order learned you had killed 3 vampires and had Huik. My brother will want to speak with you, I told him. I suppose the king would, Ilkon agreed, but if I'm overheard talking about the lies the temple spreads about vampires in the center of the palace, it wouldn't turn out well for him. People would begin to believe their king was supporting heresy. What do you want to do then? I asked. I want to set up a meeting, he said. That's reasonable. Stay here, and I will be back in about half an hour, I said, and walked out of the room. I returned to the palace and went straight to the throne room where I found Rono sitting on the throne, talking to Jorn. Padarok must have left after I did. They were talking about the ambush and how Jorn's training was going. Once they heard me walk into the room, they both fell silent. A worried look worked its way across my brother's face. He did not expect to see me again so soon. It's not bad news, I assured him. On the contrary, I have good news. What is it? Rono asked. I have a surprise for you at the inn, I said. Bowv, this is not the time for surprises, he said. It's about the thing that priest said would find us, I said. Rono thought about it for a minute, then recalled our conversation with the priest. I had forgotten about that. Let's go, Jorn. Stay here if anyone asks. I went for a walk. Oh, and check in with your mother. She was worried while you were gone, instructed the king. We left and headed for the inn. I thought there would be some protests from the palace guards about how the king should not leave the palace without a bodyguard during the war, but there was none. I don't know if this were because they knew Rono wouldn't have gone with me if he thought I wanted to kill him, or they thought no one was dumb enough to attack the king while I was with him. Either way, they didn't stop us. Within a few minutes, we arrived at the inn. Walking through the door, we found Glendeo sweeping the lobby. The old man's head tilted down, looking for any specks of dust he missed. Once he looked up and saw us, he put down the broom and came over. "Ah, you're back," he greeted me. Then the old man knelt and bowed his head once he noticed Rono. My brother knelt and told the innkeeper, while he appreciated the gesture, an old friend of our father's, someone we had both known since we were children, did not need to greet him in such a way, then helped the old man up from the ground. "Is our guest still here?" I asked. "He is," confirmed Glendeo. I walked to Ilkon's room with Rono beside me. I stopped at the door and knocked. Ilkon said we could enter, and I opened the door and walked in. We found Ilkon at his desk, studying a scroll. Taking a closer look, I noticed it wasn't in a language I recognized. The writing was runic and didn't resemble any modern alphabet. The words started vertically from the bottom of the scroll, working their way up to the top. The language was ancient, but the scroll was modern. Ilkon took the time to finish what he was reading before he turned around and greeted us. "You're quick, Bowv. You took 15 minutes at the most," he said, then turned to my brother and gave a bow. "King Rono, it is an honor." "The pleasure is mine, but you have me at a disadvantage." "I don't know your name," my brother pointed out. "I'm Ilkon," the other said, introducing himself. "Now that the formalities are out of the way, what information do you have?" I asked. "You're always so eager to get to business," Rono complained. "There's a war going on, brother. Be grateful I didn't skip the formalities altogether. I bought us time at Gregoros, time which cannot be wasted," I countered, then turned to Ilkon. "Now, what information do you have for us?" "That depends on whether the sword you're carrying is Huik," he said. I drew the sword, and the moonlight color gave off a soft, faint illumination. However, I doubt Ilkon noticed it, because his eyes were focused on the runes carved into the blade. Ilkon's eyes widened as he studied them, and disbelief swept across his face. He smiled as his eyes traced the runes from the blade's tip to its end. "The sword of the gods," he said in awe of the blade. "We know the history of the sword," Rono began, "but we were hoping you could tell us if there is a connection between vampires and the Diafetians. Specifically, Lord Gainik, Lernu, and Ambassador Zimku," I added. "Whom Bowv murdered in my palace," Rono informed the heretic. "You're welcome, by the way," I said. "Lord Gainik and Lernu were Keshgus," Ilkon said, steering the conversation back on track. "Specifically, Lord Gainik was the vampire who wielded Huik for the last 2,000 years. I should have known that was how you came across the blade, Bowv." "Rono knew Gainik was a Keshgu," I said. "How?" asked Ilkon. "I came across an old book when I was studying the sacred texts in my younger days," Rono revealed. "Do you remember what text?" asked Ilkon. "I do not, I'm afraid, though it was one my father had in his personal library," my brother admitted. "But what does this have to do with Defet?" I asked, not caring why father would own a book about vampires. "I don't know. My order has suspected that vampires had infiltrated the Defetian court, but when we investigated, we couldn't find any hard evidence," Ilkon told us. "Based on recent events, we will have to investigate how many vampires are in Defet and in what positions," Ilkon answered. "They are in high places already," noted my brother. "Assuming there are vampires," I said. "You killed 3 men who did not bleed and doubt the existence of vampires?" Ilkon asked, surprised. "My brother is a die-hard atheist. He thinks it's all silly," explained the king. "I do," I agreed. "Why?" "Ilkon." "Do you know who I am?" I asked in response. "The terror of the continent," he answered. "Now tell me, Ilkon, if the gods of the Protectorate are real, then why would they allow a man such as myself to live? I've lost track of how many cities and villages I've burned down and left behind the charred corpses. So, if the Protectorate were protectors, shouldn't they have stopped me at some point?" I asked. "Perhaps they didn't stop you because they knew you would eventually wield their sword," he responded, with a certain calm in his voice, which had the ring of authority. "I doubt it," I said. "How would you know?" asked the heretic. How do you know the gods want to punish you in this life? Perhaps they want to punish you after death and give you their sword as a last chance to prove you can do something good in the world, so your punishment is not as harsh. If I'm right, then they are taking pity on the terror of the continent. I fell silent, not knowing how to respond to the ludicrous argument. Well done, Ilkon. It's not every day my brother is at a loss for words, Rono complimented. We should stop talking nonsense and get you back to the palace before anyone comes looking for you, I said. Yes, I should, and we should let Ilkon pass the information we gave him to his order, my brother agreed. I will be here at the inn if you need me, said Ilkon. After saying our goodbyes, we left Ilkon and the inn. While walking back to the palace, Rono took the chance to talk to me about our other problem. How would I know if Chancellor Marilock is giving information to the Diaphetians? The king asked me. The Chancellor doesn't have to be a traitor for his information to be compromised, I explained. How would you go about doing it? You said intercepting official documents is easy, he asked, recalling our first conversation about spies. There's a bunch of ways to steal a letter. You can arrange for the messenger to be one of your men, then have him open the document, copy its contents and place the copied message in a hiding place for someone else to pick up and deliver it to you. Or they can steal it and have someone deliver it to you, I explained. But typically, messengers are turned by blackmail or coin. I found my reputation or a threat is enough to persuade a courier to do what I want. So one of my messengers may be working for the Diaphetians, he said. Yes, or the Chancellor himself is working for them, I said. Like I said, there are various possibilities, so you need to be thorough in your investigation. How do I catch whoever is giving information to, I'm typically doing the intercepting or ordering it. This is my first time being on the other side, I explained. Then tell me how you usually get caught, the king ordered. I laughed. You don't get caught, do you? He asked. No, brother. I rarely do it knowing that targets change their messengers, ciphers or plans once they realize their message has been intercepted, I explained. Then how am I supposed to catch the spy? He asked. Lay a trap, I answered. How? Rono asked. You give information to Chancellor Marilock concerning some made-up threat, then have someone follow him, and anyone he gives the message to, I explained. That sounds like a solid plan, the king agreed. Now we need a war plan. I don't have a plan yet, but we have an advantage, I informed him. What is that? Asked the king. We know Salrun is after the sword, so we know we have bait if we need to set a trap, I explained. Ilkon said Lord Gainic had the sword for the past 2 millennia. For the first time in 2,000 years, the most dangerous weapon to vampires is not wielded by a vampire. If Salrun is a vampire, he will want the sword, agreed Rono. We had arrived at the palace and ended our conversation. We went right to the throne room. There, we found Yorn, standing by the throne reading a letter. What's the matter, son? Asked Rono. News from Gregoros. The Diaphetians have retreated towards Gofrund, just as Uncle anticipated, informed Yorn as he handed the letter to his father. They must have retreated quickly if a message has arrived, I said. Yes, the Diaphetians have withdrawn, said Rono, as he took the letter and read it. Gregoros is requesting more supplies and men. Should I make the arrangements? Asked Yorn. What do you think, Bowv? The king asked. Send supplies, but not men. We are too thin on soldiers as it is, I advised. Rono took a moment and thought about it. What happens if the Diaphetians come back with a larger force? You're assuming they will attack Gregoros again, I told him. For all we know, they besiege the city to draw you into a battle. I would say this is the likely case, considering the only strategic significance Gregoros has is its proximity to the Gofrundan border. If the Diaphetians take the city, they can secure their supply lines from Gofrund. But I don't think they will be worried about their supplies. The Diaphetians know we aren't a match for their cavalry, so they must add a cavalry escort to any supply caravan to secure their supply lines. They outnumber us and will want an open battle so they can afford to ignore Gregoros while extending their supply lines and using their cavalry to protect them. They can afford to pass the town. What harm could our little army do? My brother took a few moments to think about my advice. I knew he wanted to send men to Gregoros, believing a king should not abandon his people in their time of need. But he also knew I was right. If he took men from the main army to reinforce Gregoros, he would weaken our ability to fight the enemy. We'll send supplies. Bowv is right, but we can't spare any men, the king decided. Now what is our plan? The Defetians will be back within the week at the earliest. I would worry about the problem we were discussing on the walk back to the palace, I said. Besides, the Defetians that besiege Gregoros will need time to resupply. It will be some time before we hear from them again. I suppose you have come up with a solution, guessed my brother. Yes. Have the Chancellor write the message to Gregoros, then watch him, or better yet, I'll watch him. If he is in league with the Defetians, it's likely the message won't be sent, I proposed. That's not what I would call a trap, Rono said, recalling our conversation. You need to make traps not look like traps. In this case, we have legitimate information that is not vital to the war effort to send. We can catch the perpetrator without needing false information that could tip them off, I explained. Wouldn't you look suspicious following people around? Asked Yorn. Considering I'm the military advisor to the king, no, I argued. He's right, Bowv. People will be suspicious of you, my brother told me. No one else knows how messages are intercepted better than me, I argued. True, but I want Yorn to go with you so you look less suspicious, he said. Brother, 2 people will increase the level of suspicion, I argued. Considering the level of suspicion people have when they see you alone, I think having Yorn with you would decrease it, explained Rono. Fine, I said. Just send the message. Good. I'll summon Chancellor Marilock and instruct him to write out the message, then give the orders for the supplies to be delivered, Rono said. After Yorn and I exited the throne room, he asked what we would do. I said we would wait until the Chancellor entered and then see what he did with the letter. However, Yorn thought we would look suspicious, hanging around outside the throne room. I reminded him he was a prince, and I was his father's military advisor, so if anyone asked what we were doing, we would say the king had ordered us to stand outside while he spoke with the Chancellor in private. My nephew was unaccustomed to waiting around. How he managed to sit still while we were waiting to ambush the Diafetian caravan is a mystery to me. Maybe he was nervous and thought we would tip the Chancellor off if we weren't talking. Who taught you strategy? Was it Glendeo? Jorn asked me. Your grandfather, I answered. Who taught him? My nephew asked. His father, I said, and he registered the pattern. Why didn't father learn strategy? He asked. Same reason he wasn't taught how to fight, I explained. You took to the art of war, not just the martial arts, concluded Jorn. Yes, and I already told you that. Your father took to diplomacy and politics. It's why he needs my help fighting his war, I explained again. Father knows nothing about war? My nephew asked, getting to the heart of the matter. It wasn't that Yorn didn't believe me when I told him his father wasn't trained as a soldier. It was hard for him to accept it. Growing up, Jorn must have seen Rono handle all types of political and diplomatic situations with ease. So the concept that his father couldn't do the same with military problems must have been incomprehensible for the boy, considering his grandfather was a master of war. He knows a little, considering he had enough sense to have the army mustered before he released me, I stated. Did he ever go on campaign? Jorn asked. Never, I answered. Were you taken on campaign? Asked Jorn. I was, I told him. And the world would have been better off if you had died in battle, the woman behind us said. I turned around to see a woman a bit younger than Rono, maybe 3 years his junior, with long blonde hair, fair skin, and pale blue eyes staring at me. Her stare was an uncompromising wall of hate and disgust. When people are aware of who I am, they respond with terror or hatred if they are brave enough. Who this woman was, and why she reacted with the former, was a mystery until Bjorn spoke. "Hello, mother," he greeted the queen. "Hydalar, how are you?" I asked my sister-in-law. "Considering you are in my home, not well," she said, spite dripping from her mouth like foam from a rabid dog's mouth. "You two know each other?" asked a confused Bjorn. "We do. My father was your grandfather's second chancellor. I grew up with your father and uncle, though Rono tells me he had to remind you of my name, Bowv," said an offended queen. "You have to forgive me, considering you spent much more time with Rono than you did with me," I said. "Why are you here, Bowv?" "You don't care about the kingdom?" she asked. "You're right, I don't, and I couldn't convince you otherwise. I'm here helping my desperate brother because King Salrun wants me dead, and my best odds of survival is to be with an army," I explained. "Why are you standing outside the throne room?" clarified Hydalar. "On the orders of your husband," I said. "Really?" a skeptical queen asked. "He's not lying." "We're doing something important for father," interjected Bjorn. "Then I won't bother you any longer," Hydalar said, and then she walked away. "Should we leave?" asked Bjorn. "Yes, because your mother has made a scene," I said. "I don't blame her," Bjorn said. I ignored his comment and began walking down the hallway. I didn't take 10 steps before a man wearing an expensive shirt and pants walked towards the throne room. He had short chestnut hair and dark brown eyes. His skin was uncommonly pale but was healthy and unscarred, typical for a man who spends most of his time in palaces and doesn't fight. Not knowing who I was, the man walked right past me. However, when he saw Bjorn, he stopped and struck up a conversation confirming my suspicion. "Bjorn," the man greeted the prince with a smile. "It's good to see you made it back in one piece." "Thank you, Chancellor," Bjorn said. "Chancellor Marilock, I do not believe we have met," I said and walked over. "I don't think we have. Who are you?" he asked. "I'm Bowv," I informed him. After I introduced myself to the Chancellor, I watched his reaction like a predator analyzing its intended prey. The Chancellor's reaction wasn't one of a stoic spy. His pupils dilated, and his breathing dramatically increased, far more than what I've seen most people do when they realize who I am. Breathing was the only thing the Chancellor did, other than stand there and stare at me with terror in his eyes. The Chancellor's reaction was all I needed to know. He was not the spy. The man could be threatened, but he would be unnerved. It's not a trait you want in someone you're coercing into committing treason. He could have been bribed or blackmailed, but I kept tabs on which high-ranking officials I could bribe or blackmail, and Marilock wasn't one of them. The Defetians may have found something I didn't, but that would be unlikely even for a king as crafty and informed as Salrun. "I believe my brother was waiting for you in the throne room," I told the Chancellor. "Yes, he was," Marilock said. "We won't take up more of your time then," Bjorn told him. A wave of relief swept across Marilock's face. "I better get going." After he walked out of earshot, Bjorn asked me what I thought of the Chancellor. "I don't think he is a traitor," I said. "I didn't think he was," admitted Bjorn. "Why?" I asked the prince. "He's a good man and has always been loyal to father," answered Bjorn. "A good man does not always have good judgment," I told him. "What do you mean?" asked my nephew. "He may not be giving Salrun information, but that doesn't mean someone who works for him isn't," I explained. "What do we do then?" Bjorn asked. "We go talk to your father and the Chancellor to see if the Chancellor has any ideas why Ambassador Zimku was so well informed," I said. When we walked into the throne room, Rono gave Marilock the details of the supply run. When he saw Bjorn and I enter, he turned away from the Chancellor and shot us a puzzled look, wondering why we were there and not sticking to the plan. "I trust this is important, Bowv," Rono said. "Yes, I have some questions for the Chancellor," I stated. "Questions?" my confused brother asked, not knowing I changed the plan. "Yes, questions," I confirmed. "For instance, Chancellor, do you know why Ambassador Zimku was so well informed about what happened in the palace when my brother was gone? Specifically, do you know how the Defetian ambassador knew which mayors Rono was corresponding with?" A grim look came upon the Chancellor's face, mixed with a great deal of regret, but Marilock did not have the despairing look of a traitor caught. Instead, he looked like a trusted servant who had unfortunate news to share with his liege. The Chancellor's regret was not caused by the actions he had performed, but was caused by a different burden, having to inform his king about the failings of another he held in high regard. Marilock was not a traitor about to confess, he was a messenger with unwelcome news. "What is it, old friend?" asked the king. "I have good reason to believe that Padorok is giving information to the Defetans," answered the Chancellor. "The courtier?" I asked. "Yes, he's the courtier you met," my brother answered. "What makes you think Padorok is a traitor?" asked Jorn. "These last couple of weeks, he's been going outside the palace early in the morning," Marilock answered. "He could be going on an early morning run," Jorn proposed. "He never comes back sweating," countered the Chancellor. "An early morning walk, then," Jorn pushed back. "We need more, old friend, if you want us to think your suspicions are credible," urged the king. "He always has a bag with him, the one he uses to carry around official papers," the Chancellor informed us. "Which isn't suspicious for a trusted courtier," Jorn pointed out. "It is when I go into my office and find papers missing that suspicion arises," the Chancellor defended himself. "And Padorok is one of the few people allowed in there," my brother said. "Who else is allowed in?" I asked. "The Chancellor, Jorn, and myself," the king answered. "Well, brother, I think the Chancellor is telling the truth," I said. "Me too," the king said. "But what do we do about Padorok?" "We need more evidence before we can arrest him," Jorn said. "Yes, we do," agreed Rono. "If it turns out he is the spy, I don't believe he is. If you don't think he's the spy, I could ask around and see if any of the less illustrious citizens know anything about his morning activities," I proposed. "You mean criminals?" said Marilock with disdain. "Yes," I said. "Why would criminals know whether one of my courtiers is a traitor?" asked Rono. "Because if anyone is walking about the city early in the morning, they would know about it," I said. The king took a moment to think about it. "Fine," he said, "but don't do anything illegal. I have enough to worry about with the war." "My lord, you can't let him go about the city unaccompanied. For the gods' sakes, he'll burn it to the ground," protested the Chancellor. "He is my military advisor, Chancellor. If I can't trust him to go around the city alone, then Eshtar will be conquered by Diafet," Rono told Marilock. "He's the terror of the continent. He can't control himself. Whenever someone looks at him the wrong way, he kills them. For the gods' sakes, he killed an ambassador within 10 minutes of being in the palace," the Chancellor reminded his king. "I am a brutal man, Chancellor, there is no doubt about that. But if I did not know restraint, then right now you would be thrashing around on the ground, bleeding from the throat for having insulted me," I informed him, my hand on Huake's pommel. "Enough, brother," Rono commanded, then fell silent. Rono knew the Chancellor was right, and a month ago he would never have dreamed of letting me walk around freely in the streets of his capital, let alone release me from a cell he put me in. But desperate times change people, and they make gamblers out of the most cautious of men. My brother was no exception. Rono released me from my cell to test his vampire theory. He offered to have me be his military advisor, because he needed me to fight his war. The king didn't have many options. It was either come up with a way to investigate Padorok or send me out to gather information. Time was of the essence. If Padorok was giving information to the Diafetians, it could jeopardize our plans for the war. Padorok needed to be confirmed as a spy sooner rather than later. My brother can save his usual brutality for the Diafetians. "Am I right, Bowv?" Rono asked, turning to me. "I can," I confirmed. "Then I see no problem with it as long as Padorok remains unharmed," Rono said. "I'll do my best," I promised. "I need more than that, Bowv," my brother said. "I don't know the exact circumstances I will find myself in," I told him. "For all we know, he could have a conspirator waiting to attack anyone asking questions about him." "Then be careful," ordered the king. "He'll kill Padorok," cried Chancellor Marilock. "My brother is a murderer, Chancellor. Everyone knows it. He made it no secret he killed our father, and he has committed some of the most heinous crimes the continent has seen. Bowv is a killer through and through. However, he is not an impulsive killer, and I have no doubt he has grown his public image to be one of a bloodthirsty animal lacking in self-control to sow fear in the minds of kings and peasants alike, rebuked the king. Father is right, Chancellor. When we were sent to stop the Defetian force, he analysed the situation, formed a plan, and struck. My uncle is anything but impulsive. John backed his father up. The Chancellor fell silent and nodded his head in agreement. I better get going then, I said, leaving the room. Chapter 7. I went to a tavern on the eastern side of town, having to snake through streets and the occasional back alley to get there. When I saw buildings with boarded windows, the paint on them chipping and peeling, and the occasional circular indentation where a mace, the favoured weapon of the local gangs, had bludgeoned an exterior wall, I knew I was approaching my destination. I walked up the wavy tavern steps. Small gaps between the boards showed the barren dirt below them. When I got to the door, the only evidence it was painted was two faded grey patches, one at the top and the other at the bottom. The bottom edge of the door was not parallel to the ground. Rather, it was angled down with its top hinge breaking away from the frame, and the bottom right corner was nearly on the floor. It gave a creak and a scraping sound as it opened, and I entered the tavern. Inside were some of the most powerful criminals in the city, smugglers, heads of gangs, thieves and racketeers. As I walked up to the bar, a few heads turned to investigate who I was. No one said anything, but hands moved towards weapons, their owners once calm and relaxed, now wide-eyed and tense. The bartender looked at me more closely, studying me to figure out who I was, when a familiar voice shouted my name. I turned around to see someone I hoped would be there. "Dalphon," I said, turning around to greet the scoundrel who had a scar running down the length of his left cheek. "What brings you to this part of town?" he asked. "I need information," I told him. "Then I'm your man for a small price," he said. "You'll be well rewarded. I need you to tell me about one of the king's courtiers, Pt1, I requested." "What about him?" asked Dalphon. "He goes on a walk every day early in the morning. I need to know if he is meeting anyone," I explained. "Why is a courtier important to you?" he asked. "It's none of your business." "Do you know anything or not?" I asked. "It is my business, considering you are working for the king," Dalphon explained. "All I'm doing is helping him fight the war against the Defetians. Salroon had one of his men try to kill me after I refused to give him something he insists belongs to him. If I was helping my brother reduce crime, I would have barricaded the exits, poured pitch around the building, then set the place on fire," I said. "You would have," Dalphon said with a grim tone. "I don't know much about Pt1, but he stops at a trader's shop on the south side of town." "Who owns the shop?" I asked. "An old man, a Defetian who immigrated here during your father's reign. I don't know much other than that. I don't even have a name for you," Dalphon informed me. "Thanks for the information," I said, giving him 6 pieces of silver. "With pleasure," he said. I exited the tavern and walked back to the palace, thinking if anyone else could give me information on Pt1 or the Defetian trader. One person came to mind. I headed back towards the palace and continued down the street to Glendeo's inn. In my father's day, the old man watched the king's associates and foreign visitors. I hoped he kept the habit. Walking into the inn, I found the old man sweeping the floor. "Back for the night?" he asked. "The sun is just setting," I pointed out. "Then what do you want?" he asked. "Know anything about my brother's courtier, Pt1? I asked. "He goes for a walk each morning," said the innkeeper. "Which direction does he head?" I asked. "Heads to the south side of the city," he answered. "Does he bring anything with him?" I asked. "Nothing from what I've seen," Glendeo answered. "Interesting. Does he have anything with him when he returns?" I asked. "Not that I can tell," Glendeo answered. "Thank you. I better get back to the palace," I said. "Aren't you forgetting something?" asked the innkeeper. I gave him 4 pieces of silver. "I trust this takes care of my tab." "It does and more," confirmed Glendeo. I left the inn and returned to the palace. where the setting sun was casting long shadows in the street. Knowing that Rono would not leave his throne until I came back with information, I headed straight to the throne room. As expected, my brother was there, and Hidella was talking to him. "It's almost dark, and he's not back. Face it, Bowv saw an opportunity to escape, and he took it," she said. "Escape?" "I didn't know I was in chains," I said, as I walked towards them. A smug grin adorned my face. "He's back, just as I knew he would be. Now, if you excuse us, love, we have sensitive matters to discuss, the type that few people should know about," Rono told his wife. Hidella turned, and she shot me a sour look before leaving the room. "How did you know I would be back?" I asked. "You said it yourself. Salrun wants you dead, and the safest place for you to be is around an army," my brother told me. "Good point," I said. "What did you find out?" asked the king. "Paddock travels to the south side and visits a Defetian shopkeeper," I said. "What do we know about this Defetian?" he asked. "He's supposedly been here since father's reign," I said. "A long time," commented my brother, "though any connections with Defet could still be strong if he's kept in contact with people in the country. Depends on who he knew before he left," I countered. "Very true," agreed my brother. "But we need more to go on, and you can't follow Paddock around. He'll think you want to kill him." "I could break into the Defetian's house and see what I can find," I proposed. "That could tip both of them off," Rono pointed out. "Marilock thought Paddock was stealing papers from his office. We could set a trap and catch him red-handed," I proposed. "We could, though it will take some time," Rono said, then thought about it. "Come back tomorrow, and we will talk about it more." "There is something else," I said. "What is it?" the king asked. "According to Glendeo, Paddock doesn't take anything on his walks," I said. "And Chancellor Marilock told us that Paddock takes a bag with him," Rono said. "That he did," I said. "Either the Chancellor misremembered or lied to us," the king concluded. "Yes," I agreed. "Looks like we may have to investigate the Chancellor after all," he said. "If he is the spy, it could mean he lied about the missing papers." Rono turned in for the night, and I returned to the inn. I found Glendeo once again sweeping the room, his regular evening routine. There was not much to sweep, considering Ilkon and I were his only guests. The old man probably just needed something to do. Glendeo was never one to sit still when he was younger, having been responsible for the inn and my training. In those days, the inn was always full, with most guests being foreign diplomats and royal couriers from other kingdoms. After I finished my morning training, I always wondered why people chose to stay there with the noise. Glendeo would return to the inn after training me to help his customers, greeting each with a smile and apologizing for the noise. He would explain how he was in the army, and an old friend asked him to train his son. The innkeeper always failed to mention that his old friend was the king. I must have had a nostalgic look since Glendeo asked me what I was thinking about how busy this place was when I was young, and how it is empty now, I answered. "War will do that, especially with Defet. No one in their right mind wants to stay in the capital of the kingdom Salrun is at war with," he explained. "I am crazy," I agreed. "That's not what I was implying," Glendeo clarified. "Don't lie to yourself," I told him. "That would make your associate just as crazy," said the innkeeper. "Ilkon's still here?" I asked. "Not currently. He said something about needing to check something. He should be back any minute," informed Glendeo. "What was he doing?" I asked. "He said to tell you he was looking into the matter about Defet," Glendeo told me. "Good," I said. "It's about vampires, isn't it?" the old warrior guessed. "It is," I confirmed. "So who is he?" he asked. "A heretic who believes the Protectorate Temple has covered up the existence of vampires. His order hunts them down," I explained. "I'm surprised your brother talked to him," Glendeo said. "Considering he is going on about vampires, I'm not too surprised," I told him. "And he's the one who believes vampires are more than stories. You killed 3 men who did not bleed, and you still insist vampires are just stories," he said, amazed. Life's full of strangeness, I said. Yes, but men with fangs who don't bleed when stabbed fit the descriptions of vampires to the T, countered the old man. Descriptions that no one can prove were based on events that happened, I pointed out. He sighed. Forget it. You're as stubborn as your father. I am, I said, then walked over and handed him a few pieces of silver. When Ilkon returns, tell him I want to talk to him. Consider the silver an advance payment for the room. Will do, he said, and I walked to my room. About an hour later, I heard a knock on my door. Come in, I said, and Ilkon entered. You wanted to see me, he said. Yes, he told me you were looking into the matter we discussed with my brother, I said. I have, he confirmed. Well, what did you find out, I asked. My order suspects that vampires make up most of the Defetian court and its military hierarchy, he informed me. Assuming vampires are real, I said, he laughed. For someone who has killed 3, assuming is a strong word. Vampires existing doesn't sit well with my atheism. Something people don't seem to understand, I told him. It would look like your atheism doesn't align with the facts at hand, counter Ilkon. I laughed. You're a quick one. You have to be when the Temple of the Protectorate wants you dead, he said. I thought they stopped burning heretics, I said. They did, but now they chop off our heads and bury us in unmarked graves, the heretic informed me. I haven't heard of any executions, though, I told him. They do them at night and aren't public, Ilkon said. The temple is trying to make it look like there are no heretics, I reasoned. Exactly, he agreed. And how many of you are there? I asked. I don't know, he admitted. You don't know? I repeated. It's called the Heretical Temple, but it is not like the Temple of the Protectorate. We aren't a united body, so it is difficult to know how many of us there are, he told me. So, the different sects don't communicate with one another, I guessed. Yes. There is no need to communicate with one another considering each sect holds separate beliefs, explained Ilkon. Separate beliefs like what? I asked. Some sects hold similar beliefs to the Protectorate Temple but differ on key issues. Take my order as an example. We have most temple beliefs, but we believe vampires were never eradicated, and we continue to hunt them. Once all the vampires are killed, we'll disband and merge into the temple. Other sects hold much more radical beliefs, such as there being one true God, and each member of the Protectorate is an aspect the God uses to communicate with people, since we could not understand the God if he spoke in his true form, Ilkon answered. Then why is your order hunted down, I asked. Because the temple denies that vampires still exist. They preach that they were all killed by Frood the half-god and his successors in the vampiric wars. My order believes certain members of the temple have been covering up the fact vampires still walk the continent, Ilkon informed me. And you believe them to be vampires? I concluded. Yes, confirmed Ilkon, but we haven't found any hard evidence yet. Why is that? I asked. The only proof of someone being a vampire is that they don't bleed when stabbed, the vampire expert explained. Sounds pretty simple, I said. In theory, yes, but not in practice for obvious reasons, reassured Ilkon. Maybe it's because vampires aren't real, I suggested. Yet you killed 3, countered Ilkon. Believe what you wish, I said. How's the war going? He asked, abandoning any hope of persuading me. By now, the Defetian army we sent packing should almost be at Eshtar's border if they come back, I guessed. You don't know for certain? He asked. I don't know. We haven't heard anything about the enemy's movements, I told him. I see, he said. I think that is all we needed to talk about. In the morning I'll tell my brother what you have told me, I said. Ilkon wished me good night and left the room to return to his. I stayed up a while to think about what he said. The thought of vampires making up most of the Defetian court and military hierarchy was unbelievable, though I knew Rono would believe it. I was more concerned about the Defetian army. Rono was caught off guard by the siege at Gregoros, having no clue the enemy had crossed into his territory and had only a fraction of his small army mustered. If Ilkon's claims were valid, and vampires were as deadly as the old tales say, the war would be bloodier than I thought, and the odds would be stacked against us even more. Both were of little concern to me. After all, I was sure that my brother, Glendeo, and Ilkon were letting their imaginations run wild. Stories are a powerful force. I knew this better than anyone else. Many times I had spread stories about how I eradicated whole villages, leaving no survivors, and people believed it. However, they had never heard of the village's name before, or questioned how word got out if there were no survivors. When people believe you are going to burn their homes and slaughter them without remorse, they will hand over whatever it is that you want. Some of the atrocities they thought I committed were real, but the most terrifying ones did not play out on the stage of history, but in the theatre of their minds. I thought the tale of vampires was similar. That night, I thought the origin myth of vampires must have spawned in a similar fashion. I believed there were no such things as gods and demons, but there were empires back then. What I thought happened was that one empire conquered the continent, and there was peace for multiple generations. The opportunistic priests contributed that peace to the people's piety, and how the gods couldn't help but grant them prosperity. Then I imagined some disaster hit, a famine, earthquake, or drought placing a great strain on the empire, and the emperor in question went to the temple his ancestors built. He confronted the gods, seeking an answer to his people's suffering. A priest turned to the emperor and reassured him it was some righteous act by the gods. At this point, the emperor wouldn't have paid much attention to the priest and issued an ultimatum to the gods: undo the burden of his people, or the temple would be destroyed. Perhaps the emperor waited a few days before he returned to the temple, his rage growing with each hour without a miracle. His faith in the gods diminished with every report that told him more people, the most pious in history, were experiencing a breed of suffering that only the gods could relieve. Maybe it was rage, desperation, the loss of faith, or the love of his people that compelled the emperor to go to the temple and demand immortality from the gods. And the curse, I thought, was nothing more than the continual pain of the people of the empire. The vampire tale, I reasoned, was nothing more than lies spread by priests who couldn't handle one simple truth: the gods aren't real. Chapter 8. Early in the morning, while the rising sun cast an orange-yellow hue onto the faint blue sky, I got up and headed towards the palace. Walking into the throne room, I found my sleep-deprived brother sitting on his throne, barely able to keep his head up. "You've looked better," I said. "And you were never the empathetic type," mumbled the king. "Do we have more problems, or have the current ones been enough to keep you up all night?" Unempathetic and pragmatic to an insulting point. "I'm starting to wonder why I let the palace be open to you at all hours," my weary brother stated. "Because it's a perk that comes with being your military advisor. Seeing your only sibling first thing in the morning, that's just a bonus," I said, grinning. "Getting back your question," Rono said, ignoring my slight. "The answer is we have a new problem." "What's going on?" I asked. "I got news from the west. A Defetian force is besieging Tuldum," he informed me. "How many men?" I asked. "Reports say about 1,000, Rono said. "And how many men are defending?" I asked. "A couple hundred, maybe 400 at the most, judging from the last report I got from the general stationed there," the king answered. "So Salrun doesn't want us getting help," I concluded. "How so?" my brother asked. "Both Gregoros and Tuldum's roads lead out of Eshtar. If Salrun gets control of both, he can cut off your communication and trade with other countries," I explained. "But why go through all the trouble when he has the numbers to crush?" the king wondered. "Because Salrun doesn't want the sword leaving the country," I said, reminding my brother of what caused this mess. "And he can't afford to waste too many men in this war while he has others he is fighting. If I'm right and Salrun is trying to lock down Eshtar, he will try to take Swendofen in the south." Then what do we do? He asked. I don't have enough men to send to all the cities. You don't need to, I told him. My brother looked at me with a puzzled look. Send some men you can spare to bolster Swenderfan's garrison, since we know it's likely a target. We have already been gathering some for Gregoros, so send supplies to help them resist a siege, food, weapons, and building materials to better their defenses. Salrun's objective is to close the borders to make sure you don't call for help and the sword doesn't leave the country, I explained. How are we going to destroy the armies? If Salrun is on our borders and we take all our forces to engage with one of his besieging armies, wouldn't he end one siege, walk right into my undefended capital and declare victory? My brother asked. We don't need to destroy the armies. We need to keep the borders open, which is why you are going to send me to break the siege, I said. You and who else? The 200 men you took to Gregoros? Inquired the king. No, it was pure luck that most of those men made it out alive, I said. Who then? He asked. Considering you have the surviving members of my bandit clan locked up, I began. No, he denied. They are better fighters than any of your soldiers and excel at fighting against superior forces and evading those forces, I explained. It's as if they were made for this purpose. No, he said sternly. Don't be stupid, brother. This is the best thing to do, and you know it, I said. Be stupid, he cried. Be stupid enough to release what is left of your sadistic band of killers. Don't try to play me, Bowv. I know exactly what you're doing. Remember, the only reason I don't have you thrown back into a cell and execute you is because I don't have anyone else capable of helping me fight this war. I smiled. Why in the gods' names are you smiling? He said. I'm smiling because that type of conviction will get you through this war, I told him. You and your damn tests, just like father. How are you planning to defeat the Defeatian armies, and what do you need to do it? He asked. I don't know yet. As for what I need the equivalent of my bandit clan or a small army. No one on the continent has the former, and you can't spare the latter. You suggested the 200 men I took to Gregoros, but none of them are veteran campaigners, so 200 would only slow me down when I need to move fast. I'm explaining my thinking here so you don't think I'm crazy. Give me a quarter of the men I took to Gregoros. I answered in a way that I hoped would remove any shock Rono had. 50 men, he said in shock. I sighed. Yes, 50 men. Against 1,000? He asked, puzzled. You are overlooking something important, I told the king. And what is that? Rono asked. I'm the one commanding them, I pointed out. No, figure out another way. I will not have you torturing people while acting as my advisor, Rono forbade. Who said anything about torture? I asked. I know how you operate, he said. I won't need to torture anyone, I assured him. He still looked a bit puzzled, but he could tell I was being serious, and after a moment's pause he spoke. Fine then. The men that you took to Gregoros are at barracks. Pick 50 of them. By then, I will have gathered supplies for you to take. Sounds good, I said. And I will have Jean meet you at the barracks, he added. As you wish, brother, just don't complain to me if the boy dies, I said. I'm sure you can keep him alive, he told me. We will see, I said as I exited the throne room. And keep an eye on that problem you had me look into. That can cause more trouble than any army. So where are we heading? Billen asked, who I managed to persuade to accompany me again as we walked to the barracks. To Toldom to break a siege, I said. With 50 men, he said. I turned and looked at my old friend. You act as if we haven't done crazier things, I said. Crazier things? Since when did we ever go up against an army with 50 barely trained men? He asked. With Jorn, you and myself, it's a bit more than 50, I pointed out. It's not much of a difference, he flatly said. Don't underestimate yourself, Billen, I responded. You shouldn't make light of this, Bowv, he said. I'm not, I said. After all we have been through, I thought you would have a bit more trust in me. When you were leading the most ferocious bandit clan on the continent, it was a lot easier for me to trust you. Now you are proposing we take 50 poorly trained men to stop an army of 1,000, all of whom probably have seen combat. I have seen you beat the odds before, Bowv, but this is insanity, he explained. Then why bother coming? You could stay in your shop and make weapons and armor for the war and not come with me on a suicide mission, I pointed out. Someone has to make sure you don't sneak off and resume banditry, Billen said. There's more to it than that, I sensed, but that'll suffice for now. We arrived at the barracks and Yorn was waiting for us outside. His eyes lit up and he smiled as he greeted the blacksmith. Billen, will you be joining us? Asked my nephew. I will be Prince Jorn, assured Billen. You sound surprised, I noted. I am. I don't see a reason for Billen to rejoin us. He has a shop to run and was reluctant to join us the first time, my nephew said. Someone needs to keep an eye on your uncle, my old friend said. Why did you take up smithing anyway? Jorn asked him. From what I have heard of my uncle's bandit clan, you could have retired with the wealth of a nobleman. He could have if he wanted to, I agreed. I could have, and as Bowv is suggesting, would have let me. But when a man starts a new life, it's better if he isn't anchored to his old one. It threatens to drown him in the dark depths, Billen answered. This new life must include helping the kingdom. Otherwise, you wouldn't have agreed to join us again, concluded the youngest of our group. Getting the information out of Billen only minutes ago, he didn't want to tell me. You would be correct, affirmed Billen, almost as if he was thinking the same thing. He then turned to me and said, He's a thinker. Just like his father, I agreed. I would have said like you, Billen said. Our conversation ended there as I turned and opened the door to the barracks, deciding we had wasted enough time chit-chatting, and walked into the barracks. The barracks was a cluster of 4 one-roomed buildings. Each had a row of bunks on both sides of the room. At the end of each bunk was a decent-sized wooden chest for its occupants to store their gear. At the end of the line of bunks, there was a weapons rack holding spears and swords alike. During my father's reign, the 4 buildings were referred to as Barracks 1, since there were 5 other clusters of barracks around the city, each comprised of 4 long and narrow buildings. When Rono was elevated to the throne, he pursued a policy of peace and trade, reasoning he didn't need 4 barracks, only 1. Of the 5 barracks operational during my father's reign, only 1 was still in use. 1 barracks is not enough to defend a besieging city, something I hoped my brother didn't have to learn the hard way. When I abdicated, I told myself I would never be a part of the kingdom again, but absolutes conflict with my pragmatic nature. The truth was I needed Rono as much as he needed me. Beyond the reasoning I gave Rono, the truth was that Salrun was the most capable conqueror the continent had known since the wretched king. If Defet swallowed the continent, then Salrun's power would be unmatched, and he would have the resources to hunt bandits. It wouldn't matter how many men I would have in my clan if Salrun could afford to send 100 times more men to hunt me without worrying about borders. I would be done for. I could fight Salrun as a bandit or while he was at war with my brother. It was an easy decision to make. Half the men I took to Gregoros were housed in the building we were in, and the other half were housed in one of the adjacent buildings that made up Barracks 1. When we entered, Lieutenant Hallerod was talking to one of the men, whom I recognized but never learned his name. I didn't bother to learn any of their names, because I believed at least half of them would die at Gregoros. No doubt Rono thought it was the work of the gods, how we completed our mission with minimum casualties, and not the great stroke of fortune it was. I knew none of the men Rono gave me would be a match for a Defetian soldier, and this time around, Billen and I would need to teach the men more than just how to hide in the woods. When Hallerod finished talking, he turned to face us. I hear we're setting out for Tuldum, he said. Yes, we are, I confirmed. With just 50 men? He asked, though it was a question he knew the answer to but didn't like the answer. 50 men is all we need, Lieutenant, I assured him. If we had any more men, then we would be even slower than we need to be. The lieutenant gave me a puzzled look. That means we must move fast and get to Tuldham before the city is taken. If we take too many men, we'll move slower than a tortoise. We need to take 50 or fewer men, I said. Of course, these men aren't the best fighters either, Hallerod reminded me, though it was far from necessary. Oh, we'll take care of that on the road, Billen said with a smile. How are we going to defeat an army that outnumbers our small band? The lieutenant asked. We will see once we get to Tuldham, I told him. So we have no plan, concluded the lieutenant with a look of desperation. I turned to Billen. I think the lieutenant and I need to have a conversation outside. You and John stay here and make sure the men are ready to move in 10 minutes. Will do, Billen said. Once Hallerod and I had exited the building, we walked down the street. When I said I needed to talk with Hallerod, fear filled the man's eyes. With each step we took down the street, he became jumpier and had an ever-increasing amount of sweat streaking down his brow. I stopped and turned to him. The look on his face was one I had seen countless times. Terror consumed his eyes, from the pupils to the irises. His mouth formed a contorted mess of worry, and his cheeks appeared to sink straight down, as if pulled by miniature weights. It was the look of a man who feared death, and believed he was about to die. If I wanted you dead, you would already be dead, I told him. The lieutenant visibly relaxed, yet he retained the posture of a spooked deer frozen in place. How this cowardly man became a lieutenant when he was not used to being within 5 feet of danger was beyond me. Hallerod was the type of man my father would have used as arrow fodder. Father's philosophy was that if you had a soldier in need of courage, you sent them into a situation with slim chances of survival. If the man survived, a beautiful metamorphosis would occur, and he would transform from a scared, emotional wreck who became paralyzed when combat began into a brave warrior with a newfound respect for his martial abilities. If death cut this astounding transformation short, then father would say he was better off since he wasn't made to be a soldier. You don't like me, I continued, and you believe I'm a criminal who should be executed for his crimes, not put in command. You think taking 50 men to lift a siege is a crazy idea, but you're too terrified to say that to my face because you think I will kill you if you do. Am I right? Hallerod slowly nodded his head. Of course I am, I said. And you don't think our odds are good either? No, Hallerod admitted. Then tell that to my face before the men, I told him. They have the same doubts as you, and need to see you bring them to me. Otherwise they will stop looking to you as a leader. Hallerod's face went from fear to puzzlement as he tried to understand how I knew this was the correct course of action. Remember, Hallerod, I was a soldier before I was a bandit. I was trained by the greatest warrior in my father's army. I was trained by my father, the wretched king, one of the greatest military minds the continent has seen in the art of war. When most kids were starting their apprenticeships, I was campaigning. I know what I'm doing. If you have doubts, the men under your command must hear them. Though I am in command, you are their lieutenant. They have the same doubts. It's obvious. But as their lieutenant, you need to address these doubts, and they need to see you address them. Understand? I asked. I do, he said, and was more relaxed. So, we are going back to the barracks, and that's exactly what you will do, I told him. He nodded, and then we began to walk back to the barracks. For the entirety of the brief journey, Hallerod was silent. We climbed the steps to the barracks, and when I opened the door, a slow, deep creak greeted us. All the men were lined up with their travel packs on, something that I thought would take longer, thinking that Billen had lost his touch, but I was pleasantly surprised. 2 lines of 25 men shot down the room, facing each other. I don't know if they were draftees or volunteers, though knowing Billen I would guess the former. The soldiers who weren't joining us were in their bunks. Billen was at the head of the line to the right, and Jorn was at the front to my left. Both men were facing the door, waiting for Hallerod and me to return. The first building of Barracks 1 looked like a proper barracks, and the men within it looked like the professional soldiers they were supposed to be. I would have smiled if I knew them better, and wasn't confident most would return to their gods, not to the barracks. "Are we ready to head out?" I asked Billen. "Does it look like we're not?" he asked with a smirk. I turned to Hallerod. "What do you think, Lieutenant?" I asked. "Sir," he began. "Don't call me Sir, Lieutenant. Save it for when you address your prince. I'm an advisor to the king, not a superior officer. I'm no gentleman either," I corrected. "Of course," he said. "I agree the men look ready, but perhaps we should take a minute to reflect on the nature of our mission." "As I informed you, the mission is simple. Break the siege at Tuldum," I said. "I've already explained this to you." "Yes," he said, "but and I expect everyone else, well, maybe not Billen, have concerns about the odds of our mission and how we are supposed to break a siege with just 50 men. I looked around the room to witness a sea of nods. The nods of men on the bunks were far more definitive than those lined up. It never ceases to amaze me how much more honest people become when they are not in a position where there could be consequences for expressing their opinions. "Fine," I said, adding annoyance to my voice so the men didn't know I told Hallerod to bring this up. "By a show of hands, how many of you thought our mission to Gregoros would be successful?" I asked. I scanned each line and the bunks, and there was an unsurprising lack of raised hands. "And how many of you thought you would survive that mission?" I asked. Not one of them dared to raise their hand. "How many of you have heard a story about how my bandit clan was about to be captured, and there was no possible way to escape, only to hear shortly after we did escape?" 50 hands slowly made their way into the air. "And how many of you have heard a story of how, when I was serving under my father, the wretched king, I turned a losing battle into a victory?" I asked my final question. Again, 50 hands went into the air. "If any of you think those stories are fictional, I hope our exploits at Gregoros have convinced you otherwise," I told them. "And if that is not evidence enough, the fact my brother, your king, believes I can beat the horrible odds Eshtar finds herself against should be sufficient evidence. But I won't lie, the odds of your survival are not good. It's not what you want to hear, but that's the case. So, to increase your survival odds, Billen and I will be training you as we travel, and hopefully we can shape you into an acceptable fighting force by the time we get to Tuldum." "That's it?" a soldier in the back asked. "Yes, it is," I said. "Now let's get going. Our supplies should be ready for pickup." Chapter 9. We packed up the supplies, then immediately started our weeks-long journey. As promised, Billen and I trained the men. The training was not what they expected. Billen and I spent an hour drilling them each day, but the training continued when we were marching. We marched in 2 parallel lines of 27, with Billen and Hallerod leading the 2 lines, and Jorn and I were in the back of the lines. The men all carried a look of suspicion, as if they expected me to draw my sword and cut them down where they stood, and a jitteriness possessed them whenever I was near. This was nothing new. They all acted this way since the day we embarked for Gregoros. I didn't notice it as much when we marched to Gregoros, because they had just met me, and fear was a natural response. If they followed orders, I didn't mind it too much, but I had hoped after Gregoros they would be more comfortable around me. Jorn pulled me aside that night and asked about the spy problem. "Your father will take care of it," I said. "He can be crafty when he needs to be." "What about the vampires?" the young prince asked. "Don't worry about stories," I told him. "How can you dismiss them as stories when you killed 3 of them?" my nephew asked, confounded. "I killed 3 alleged vampires," I told him. "But I'm far more open to the suggestion vampires are real than I was before your father locked me up in a cell." "Does that mean you are open to the possibility of the gods being real?" he asked. "No," I said. "Don't even bother, my prince. You're more likely to attend my funeral than get your uncle to admit to the existence of the protectorate," Billen said, walking over. "If your silly protectorate was real, then I should have been killed a long time ago. You of all people know that, I said, looking straight into his eyes. That may be true, if they didn't have another purpose for you. Counter the blacksmith. Must be an important one, since when I open my hands, rivers of blood pour from them, I said. I think it will be, Billin said. I grunted, ending the conversation there. The next day we continued our march, with me drilling military theories into the men's heads. We had made our way into the Hendril forest, where the trees stood closer, and the leaves grew thicker and bigger than in the Ventilla. Despite the forest's thickness, it could not hide its secrets from me. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught movement in the tree line, and Billin shot me a look to say he had seen the same thing. Our hands fell to our weapons, expecting trouble. Then our path was blocked by a single man standing in the middle of the road. He wore no armor. Instead, he wore a tunic and trousers that didn't tightly cling to his muscular body and left him comfortable whether traveling, working, or fighting. A short sword hung on his hip, and he stood upright with his arms calmly crossed in the front. His hair was dark brown and ran down past his shoulders. A smile came across his angular face, and his brown eyes lit up when I walked to meet him. You must be Bowv, just the man I was looking for, he said. Who are you? I asked. I am Ilonek, a servant of King Salrun, he answered. I suppose you want the sword, I guessed. My king does, he replied. It's not for sale, I said. I know. A fight is what I want, the now smiling Defetian said. 1 against 50 hardly seems fair, I replied. Just me and you, he said. Why would I agree to that when I can just have my men charge you down? I asked. Because mine will riddle them with arrows, he said. With that cue, 30 Defetian archers emerged from the forest on each side of the road, bows already in hand, and arrows notched. I had marched my warband straight into an ambush, and had no archers to counter the enemies. Before we left, Rono said he couldn't send any with us because he needed archers to defend Keholp in case of a siege. I laughed. There must be a reason you want to fight me since you've just given up the element of surprise, I deduced. I want to avenge Ambassador Zimku and Lords Lianu and Gainik, all of whom you murdered, Ilonek explained, the fires of hate lighting up his eyes. I didn't murder Gainik. We fought, and I was the victor. The other 2 I murdered, I clarified. Do you accept then? Asked the Defetian. If your men drop their bows and promise not to attack after I kill you, I said. Fair enough, Ilonek said. Men, drop your bows. If Bowv is the victor, then your orders are to withdraw. After I saw the Defetians drop their bows, I drew Huaik, and he drew his short sword. After glancing at his blade's length, I knew Huaik was longer. I wasn't surprised when he closed in, attempting to negate my advantage of having a longer weapon. I let him. Gainik was an exceptional fighter, and I wanted to see if Ilonek was the same. Sensing an opening, he thrust towards my chest, which I swatted aside with Huaik to the left. Ilonek recovered within an instant and jabbed at my leg closest to him. I parried low and swept my sword at his leg right after the parry. Ilonek hopped back and feinted a thrust to his chest. Then, as he was about to block it, I arched Huaik around his arm and then cut sideways towards his ribs. But Ilonek was too fast and rotated his sword, pointing its tip down. Our swords clashed again. Pulling my sword back, I returned to my guard, and Ilonek did the same. He went on the offensive. He approached me not with the hectic rush of a novice, but with the calm, calculated footwork of a master. The Defetian did a series of thrusts and cuts so smoothly I couldn't register when one attack ended and the other began. I parried. When he stopped his assault, mine began. My arms moved with a tempest's fury, my strikes moved with the force of a tsunami, yet my opponent's defense was steadfast and unyielding as a mountain. During our exchange, he had worked his way closer to me, where my longer sword struggled to keep up with his nimble short sword. I attacked viciously, needing to drive him back. I attacked his center body. He parried. I swung my sword to the side in a cut. He blocked. I feinted a few times, then struck at his head. I felt my sword crash into his. Undeterred, I continued my attack. I worked my sword fast, striking with speed and recovering just as quickly when my blade met his. Thrust and cut, all were blocked. Strikes high, low, and to the center were all parried. Feints did nothing. With each failed attack, Ilonek would move closer. Ilonek wore the face of a stoic warrior and moved his sword with calculated purpose. But his eyes told a different story. In his eyes, flames of vengeance danced alongside those of fury. When I stopped attacking and needed to come up with a better plan, a wicked grin worked its way across Ilonek's face, and the fire in his eyes burned brighter. He attacked. Like the rush of a thunderstorm's torrential downpour came his strikes. I worked my sword furiously to keep up, sweat pouring down my brow. Too busy blocking the Defetian's attacks to strike out with Huik, I kicked out with my back leg. The Defetian hopped back before my foot could hit his body. Now, with more room, I attacked. I thrust to his chest, then heard the ring of a perfect parry. I swung my sword up briefly, intending to cut at his head. When Ilonek raised his short blade to block, I dipped mine down at the last moment, landing a blow on the side of his body, and felt Huik nick a rib. Ilonek's jaw clenched, and his eyes widened as if I had struck him with a hot poker. The Defetian flicked his sword towards my chest. Years of experience told me he was feigning an attack. I was ready when he diverted his blade at the last second towards my stomach. Instead of blocking, I stepped back, swung my sword in a downward arch, and my blade cut an opening in the back of his shin. I smiled. Ilonek would bleed out in a matter of minutes, but no blood poured from the Defetian's wound. When I looked up at his face, it was in anguish. Seizing the opportunity, I quickly closed and thrust Huik towards his chest. Metal rang against metal as Ilonek managed to bring his sword around to block mine. I disengaged my sword from his and gave a lightning-fast stab at his face. He parried my attack, and we stepped back out of each other's range. Neither of us moved for several moments. Instead, we stared at each other, analyzing the other's guard, trying to find an opening. Ilonek moved first. Closing the distance between us with the speed of a rabbit, the Defetian rushed me. A less experienced fighter would have been caught off guard, but I was far from inexperienced. After we moved away from each other, I knew if I didn't do anything, there was a chance Ilonek, who had the shorter sword, would. So, when the Defetian thrust his blade toward my stomach, I was ready. Huik met my enemy's sword as I blocked his attack. As he pulled his sword away from mine, Ilonek arched his sword around, threatening to land a cut on the side of my body below my ribs. I pivoted so that I was now perpendicular to my adversary, and fell back as I did, creating more room to use my longer sword. As Ilonek's sword sliced through the air, his back was now towards me. I took advantage of this new angle, got closer to him, and delivered a thrust, aiming for his back. It should have worked. There was no possible way he could have seen me, but with battle-hardened instincts, Ilonek turned around and intercepted my strike. Not wanting to give up my momentum, I probed his defenses with a series of feints. No matter where I struck, high, low, or to his center, no gaps in his guard appeared. I increased my speed, but Ilonek recognized the feints for what they were. The Defetian only bothered to block when the feints came in too close, and evaded the rest. I switched to combinations of feints and attacks as I threaded the two together into a delicate mart. I didn't let up. Instead, I increased my speed. Ilonek was like a phantom I couldn't touch as he continued to evade and block. Then I saw an opening. The Defetian had brought his sword too far to the left after he had blocked one of my cuts. Before Ilonek could recover, I quickly thrust my sword through his chest. As I pulled the sword from the body, its moonlight color, unblemished by blood, gave off a glimmer, brightening the blade more than it should have in daylight. I wish I could say that I was shocked, but at that point I had already seen this phenomenon 3 times before. I would have been grateful Rono was not with me to spew stories about vampires if I hadn't remembered Billen and Yorn Wood. The thought briefly passed as I returned to the problem at hand. being surrounded by Defetian archers. When I looked up from the blade, I was shocked to see the Defetians had stuck to their word and had melted back into the forest. The Lieutenant Billen and my nephew came rushing up to me. "I can't believe they're gone," Hallerod said. "They may not be," Billen informed him. "No, they're gone. They went back into the forest as soon as Ilanek fell," refuted Jorn. "That doesn't mean they won't come back and fill us with arrows," Billen argued. "No, they're gone," I assured Billen. "We wouldn't be gone. Either we would hide or circle back," my old friend said. "We didn't have anyone to report to," I told him. "Report to?" a confused Hallerod asked. "Bandits don't report to kings," I informed the lieutenant. "You think they have gone off to report to Salrun?" Jorn guessed. "Yes," I confirmed, "or one of his commanders." "Why would they do that? If they wanted the sword, they could have let loose a volley, killed you, and retrieved it," Billen argued. "Our men would be on top of them before they notched another arrow," I said. "And risk losing the sword in the fray," Jorn concluded. "Precisely," I said. "And if I am right, then they have to report another one of Salrun's, whatever Ilanek was, is dead." "The word would be vampire," Billen said. "If it is, then vampires aren't all what they are made out to be," I remarked. "Easy to say when you have the sword of the gods," Billen refuted. "Shouldn't we be going?" asked a concerned Hallerod. "The Defetians could be getting reinforcements." "Yes, we should. Let's get the men moving," I ordered, and within a few minutes we were back on the march towards Tuldum. Chapter 10. During normal circumstances, there's not much for a traveller to look at when they gaze upon the city of Tuldum. The city lies on the border of the western frontier and provides a needed stop for travellers and caravans to enter Eshtar. The city saw a good deal of coin flowing through it, enough to keep its citizens well fed, clothed, and housed. Like Trevelios, where visitors could witness the city's beautiful arches before even entering it, one could witness Tuldum's claim to fame from the road. The city's wall, the only thing slowing the besieging army down. The Arakian walls of Tuldum had only been around for 4 generations, but were famed throughout the continent as impenetrable. Constructed by King Arek, my grandfather, the 50-foot tall and 20-foot wide walls were worthy of an imperial city, not some tiny frontier city. But Tuldum was Eshtar's capital when my grandfather ruled. His grandfather Towal had lost most of Eshtar to a Bendili invasion and was killed in a subsequent battle. Despite this, my great-great-grandfather stopped the Bendili from conquering all of Eshtar. His son Lormto managed to build up enough wealth through trade, while playing a dangerous diplomatic game with the Bendili to keep what fragile peace his father made, that his son, Araek, had enough gold to pay for the massive walls. The walls were both an impenetrable obstacle from an invading force and a refuge for a retreating army. King Araek took back a kingdom thought to be lost and will forever be known as the Reclaimer. After the foreigners were driven out, my father came into power. Growing up during a war made him a great fighter and an even greater general. It was said that if father had been around to command when the war was declared, the Bendili would have been repelled in months. Not to diminish my grandfather's ability, but my father was a master of war before his 25th birthday, fighting 46 battles before that time. My father's rule promised peace, but the citizens of Tuldum would have to wait until my brother took the throne for them to know peace for more than a couple of years. I held the city's mayor hostage once, after I murdered the wretched king. My brother's men had caught up to me in Tuldum, and I needed to do something to buy time while I thought of an escape plan. Besides the one mayoral kidnapping, Tuldum's citizens were lucky enough to experience more than 2 decades of peace. But the war had come to Tuldum once again. When Billen and I were scouting, what we saw looked like what we saw at Gregoros. A Diafetian army had surrounded the city, so no matter which direction one's eyes glazed, they were bound to find an invader's tent. Unlike Gregoros, scaling ladders were spread throughout the camp, along with 3 siege towers constructed on the city's northern, western, and eastern sides. Just by looking, I knew there were far more soldiers than the original 1,000, the report said. Judging from the number of tents I counted, I estimated there were 3,000 Defetians. The positive was the presence of a medical tent filled with a few occupants, meaning the Defetians had tried an assault and were repelled. Amongst the sea of tents, the Defetian commander stood out. The illuminated, dirty steel and iron was the shining gold-plated armor of the Defetian commander. The armor covered him from head to toe, marking him as a noble but also as one who had likely bought his command and wasn't competent. I've fought enough haughty nobles to know that may not have been the case. Either he bought his command, or he was a noble so confident in his skills that he chose to wear such expensive armor because he thought he couldn't be killed and stripped of it. A haughty general is easier to best than an incompetent one. Incompetency breeds unpredictability, while arrogance is always predictable. Forever, arrogant commanders march their men forward to seize victory, never considering they have underestimated their enemy, and the path to victory they see is an enticing trap they have walked into. Judging by the order of the camp and the well-built siege towers, the Defetian commander was far from incompetent. I gave a nod to Billen, and we headed back to camp. We found the camp exactly as we left it, quiet and peaceful. I headed for my tent and told Billen to gather Yorn and Hallerod, who would then meet me there. We were outside my tent a few minutes later, discussing what to do next. "We can't break the siege," exclaimed Hallerod, after I told him and Yorn the situation. "We don't have enough men." "Some would say we didn't have enough men at Gregoros," Billen rebutted. "We at least had more men then than we do now," the lieutenant pointed out. "And that's not going to stop us," my nephew said. "If Tuldum falls, then Eshtar gets cut off from the western part of the continent." "The prince is right, not to mention the loss of morale if we lose our most well-defended city," Billen added. "Their commander is the arrogant type," I said. "Why do you say that?" asked Yorn. "And how is that important?" Hallerod asked. "He was wearing golden-plated armor," I said, answering the first question, "and it's fortunate for us because we have a good idea of how he will react to what we decide to do." "What are we going to do?" asked Yorn. "That's what we are here to figure out," Billen said, "and I wager your uncle already has a plan." "I do," I confirmed. "We can't defeat an army of 3,000, Hallerod said. "We don't have to," I said. "What do you mean we don't have to?" asked Yorn. "We are here to break a siege, not to crush an army," I clarified. "Without doing anything criminal," Yorn was quick to remind me. "I'm not proposing anything criminal. I'm proposing deception," I said. "What do you mean, Bowv?" Billen asked. "I say we let the Defetians think they have taken the city," I said. "Make them think they have taken the city?" Hallerod asked, puzzled. "How is that going to help us?" "Aren't we here to prevent the city from falling?" Yorn asked. "If the enemy walks through the gates and we are still in control, has the city really fallen?" I asked. "Bowv, you're not proposing," began Billen. "I am," I confirmed. "It barely worked in Grizzardom," argued Billen. "It worked there, and it'll work here," I said. "We had more men," Billen pushed back, "and the enemy outnumbers us more than they do now," I reminded him. "The king will not be pleased," Billen said. "My brother ordered me not to commit any crimes and to break this siege. I am following his orders to the letter. Deception and trickery aren't crimes in war." "How could he possibly be mad?" I asked. Billen fell silent and shook his head. "What happened in Grizzardom?" Yorn asked. "We had taken the city and demanded payment from the Hundarian emperor to leave. The emperor didn't take kindly to us holding one of his cities hostage and refused to pay. When a Hundarian army 10 times the size of our bandit clan surrounded the city and began a siege. There was nowhere to hide nor to run," I explained. Then Bowv came up with the idea of faking a surrender and letting the army into the city. They thought they had victory in their hands until he sprung his trap," Billen continued for me. What trap? The prince asked. I managed to convince the officers to meet me to accept my surrender. Nothing out of the ordinary. They didn't know that they were walking into an ambush, I said. They were all shocked when my men sprang out and killed them. But that was just the officers. What about the rest of the army? Jorn asked. Chaos erupted after soldiers found the officers dead. I had some of my men act as civilians and spread rumors throughout the city we had slipped out during the confusion. Enough reports made it to the soldiers that whoever was in charge decided they needed to leave the city and began a pursuit. When the last soldiers filed out of the city gates, we came out of our hiding spots, packed up what loot we had taken from the city, and headed in the opposite direction of the army that was hunting us, I recalled. You want to do something similar here? How? We are not even in the city, Hallerod pointed out. Murdering an enemy officer violates the king's orders, Billen pointed out. We aren't in contact with anyone in the city, Jorn added. We don't need to be, I said. What do you mean, Bowv? Billen said, looking as confused as Hallerod was. This will be like Grizzardom, because there will be a fake surrender. We need to do is convince the Defetian commander. We are an advanced force, and I am here to break the siege, I explained. How does that help? Jorn asked. It means that the Defetians will be looking for the rest of an army that doesn't exist, Billen said, understanding where I was going. And the Defetians will leave the siege in order not to be attacked in the rear, Jorn concluded. Exactly, I said. You are going to break a siege by bluffing? How will you convince the Defetians there is an army coming? Asked Hallerod. By surrendering to the Defetian commander, I answered. You plan to have us all captured to break a siege. Are you crazy? Hallerod asked. He is, confirmed Billen. But you would be surprised how often crazy works. We can capture him and use him as a bargaining tool to make the rest of the army leave, concluded Jorn. That's the plan, I said. But my father wants us to stay within the bounds of the law. I fail to see how kidnapping an enemy officer is legal or a false surrender, Jorn interjected. He's an army commander, not a civilian. It's well within the laws of war to take him prisoner, I explained. And false surrender isn't covered in the laws. It's a grey area, and you know it, Billen argued. Last time I checked grey areas whose legality needs to be determined. They can be dubbed either legal or illegal by a judge. But since a judge, or in this case my brother, hasn't expressly said false surrender isn't banned in the Temple's laws of war, I would say it's legal until proven otherwise, I argued. How isn't kidnapping banned in the laws? Jorn asked. The laws permit the capture of enemy combatants, and the enemy commander is a combatant, I said. Your uncle is correct, my prince. I'm afraid he has the two of you beaten, Hallerod said. What about Wake? Billen asked. What about it? I asked. The Defetians are going to disarm us. We can't let the sword of the gods fall into the hands of a vampire, he elaborated. Billen, it's a fancy sword, not some divine weapon, I said. He has a point, Jorn chimed in. Even if you believe this talk about vampires and divine weapons is nonsense, you already have admitted Salrun believes it. It's either you give Jorn or the lieutenant the sword, we alter the plan, or we come up with a new one, Billen said. Else we risk giving the Defetian king what he wants. I thought it over for a minute. They were right, but giving the sword to someone else was too risky. Hallerod and Jorn couldn't fight off one of Salrun's lackeys if they came for the sword. I needed to alter the plan. You're right, I admitted. I can't go into the Defetian camp when I know they will disarm me. Thank the gods, Hallerod said. Don't speak too soon, Lieutenant, Billen cautioned. The plan's not dead yet. You're right, it isn't, I said with a grin. The original plan is too risky. It's easier to pretend to give the Defetians what they want, the sword, while informing them that an army is only a few days away. You'll pretend to be turning traitor so that they don't disarm you, Jorn put it together. Yes, and I will say I want a meeting with Salrun to hand over the sword personally and to smooth things out between the two of us, I said. Will they buy it? Jorn asked. They will, my prince. It is all too realistic of a situation. I would say Bowv would have intended to do just as he described if Lernu hadn't tried to kill him. Your uncle doesn't need the protection of an army despite what he says. He is helping your father and the kingdom because it gives him the best chance of killing Salrun, Billen said, in the truth. Here, I was mistaken. I could fool you, old friend, I said. You never could, Billen reminded me. That's what you think, I said with a mischievous grin. You're okay with the plan? Yorn asked Billen. I am. Your uncle and I have done similar things before, Billen answered. I am not surprised, Hallerud mumbled. You shouldn't be, Lieutenant, Billen said. And if you think things will get less crazy as the war goes on, think again. Bowv wants everyone to think he became the most successful bandit on the continent because of fear alone. But no one ever mentions his incredible ability to find ways out of impossible situations. I dismissed them, and they went back to their tents. Chapter 11. We all woke up the next day, assembled the men, and told them the full plan. Billen and I would convince the Defetian commander to lift the siege so that Rono would believe the mission was accomplished and I was still loyal. This would give Billen and me time to meet with Salrun before Rono learned about our betrayal. I was debating either killing the Defetian commander or kidnapping him to use him as leverage in future negotiations, but I kept this a secret. I was leaning toward the second because Billen wouldn't go along with murder. There was a time he would have without question, but the man had changed since he began to live an honest life. Though I was confident I could convince him of the kidnapping. If I killed the Defetian commander in the process of kidnapping him, then that would not be murder. It was a kidnapping gone wrong. I told the men the plan and informed them Yorn and Hallerud would be in charge while I was gone. After giving some final instructions to Yorn and Hallerud, Billen and I packed up and headed straight toward the enemy camp. Running into 2 Defetian sentries posted around their camp didn't take long. We acted surprised when they ordered us to stop and approached with weapons drawn because Billen and I had already noted their patrol patterns. They demanded to know who we were, and I sprung the plan into action. I'm Bowv, I said, and saw fear creep into both of their eyes. I am the military advisor to the king of Eshtar, sent here as the head of an army to lift the siege. Take us to your commander. Why? Asked one sentry. I have a proposition for him, I said. What type of proposition? Asked the other. The type he wants to hear about, I said, with a dangerous edge to my voice. You'll have to surrender your weapons, said the sentry on my left. Now, why would we do that? I asked. Your commander is surrounded by an army. What could we possibly do to harm him? If we meet with your commander unarmed, then we look weak, and that's not good for negotiating. So if you're telling us that we have to look weak to negotiate, then we might as well kill you and find your commander ourselves. The 2 sentries glanced at each other, coming to a silent agreement on what to do, and then one of them motioned for us to come along. With the sentries leading us, we walked in silence, layered with the tension formed by suspicion and mistrust, towards the Defetian camp. As we walked towards the center of the camp, we were followed by the wandering eyes of soldiers. I noticed the Defetian commander about 100 feet away, wearing his ridiculous gold-plated armor without a helmet. He was in the camp's center, giving orders to a soldier. The 2 sentries approached and snapped to attention. General, one of the sentries said. What is it? Who are they? Barked the general. We caught them coming into the camp's perimeter, the sentry said, and I suppressed a grin. One claims to be Bowv and the acting military advisor to King Rono. He says he's in command of an army and has a proposition for you. The general turned towards me and gave me a hateful glare. You're Bowv? He asked. Yes, I said. The terror of the continent? The general asked. I am, I affirmed. The man who killed Lord Gainik, Ambassador Zimku, and Lord Lernu? The general asked, hate building within his eyes and seeping into his tone. All dead by my hand, I told the general, and the hate in his eyes burned brighter. And I killed a guy named Ilanek too. The general didn't react to Ilanek's name, but he turned towards his sentries when he saw we were armed. The hate in his eyes was replaced by rage. This man claims to be the terror of the continent, and you two didn't take away their weapons? He asked, his face something between a dumbfounded look and an angry one. The sentries stood still and silent like two children being scolded by their father. It's my fault. They demanded my friend and I disarm, but I convinced them otherwise, I told the general. I see, the general said, though he didn't break his condemning glare. Shall we get to business, General? Nilomek, he filled in, and I don't see the point. Within the week, I will take the city. His statement about taking the city within a week, though he had the Iraqian walls to deal with, verified my judgment of him. You don't see the point, I said with a laugh. Of course you don't. I haven't explained anything yet. The general sighed. You have nothing to offer. I have Tuldum surrounded. If my men can't take the walls by force, then I will starve the city into submission. What could you possibly offer me? He asked. You nothing, I said, and Nilomek looked at me like I was stupid. You approach me with a proposition, but it's not for me, Nilomek asked, looking at me as if I were crazy. Yes, I confirmed. Why are you here then? The Defetian asked. The irritation in his voice was as clear as a siren. I have a proposition for your king, I clarified. Then why are we talking? He asked. Because I need someone to take me to him, I said. And you want that to be me? He asked. Yes, I said. What do I get out of this? He asked. The location of an Esteran army that is on its way to end the siege, I answered. There is no army, Nilomek told me. It wasn't the answer that I wanted to hear. There is no army, the general says. How would you know that when you're in the middle of a siege? I asked. Because if the entire Esteran army came to lift the siege, then its number would only be equal to mine, Nilomek said with a smile. Fine, there's no army, I admitted, abandoning the plan. I wasn't concerned he knew the size of our entire army. There was a spy in the palace, and Salrun was known for learning the enemy's strength before launching an invasion. But I have something your king wants. And with that, I drew wake. Hummed the general, then speaking to the sentries ordered, Kill them both. And they both drew their swords. My plan was a considerable risk to take. Getting captured and then trying to convince the enemy's general there was an army creeping up behind him, while trying to negotiate a meeting with his king was a plan with low odds of success. Add convincing the Defetians Billen and me we were turning traitors, and you get a plan forged from the fires of desperation. But considering he knew who I was, Nilomek ordering 2 sentries to seize our weapons was stupid. The 2 sentries must have thought the same because caution weighed down their steps as they approached. Billen chose to wait until the sentry was about a yard away before he drew his sword, and even then he did not strike. Billen, his guard raised, waited for the Diaphetian to make the first move. I had already approached my opponent. I launched a series of attacks that overwhelmed the Diaphetian's guard and placed a surgical cut on his sword hand, causing him to drop the weapon. Billen performed a similar technique, though he waited for his opponent to launch an attack and countered with a disarming strike. I turned to General Nilomek and asked, Now, are you willing to listen? We had drawn attention to ourselves, and soldiers came to see the ruckus. Many of them had their armor on and their weapons drawn. We must have come when they were preparing another attack on the walls. The others must have been assigned camp duties because they wore standard uniforms. I am not, Nilomek said after looking around at the nearby soldiers. Fine, I said. But the sword was not the only part of the offer, I said. Really? Do tell me the rest of your generous offer, prompted General Nilomek. Kiholp, I said, taking a gamble. Nilomek thought about it for a minute, then thought better about it. No, Bowv, he said. My king nor myself do not need you to open the gates to Keholp. We will take the city, even if the whole Eshtaran army is in it." Then he ordered his men to kill us and to take the sword. I started to laugh, which drew puzzled looks from everyone around me, including Bilan. "Kill us," I said, then continued to laugh. "You think that you can kill us after we just disarmed 2 of your men in less than 10 seconds? Have you forgotten who I am? Who you dare risk your men against? I am the terror of the continent." I yelled the last part, and the closest soldiers approaching us slowed down. "If you wish to risk someone's life, then why not risk your own?" And as if acting as one, the Defetians stopped their advance and stood still for a moment. I looked around the huddled mass of armored men and could see a few head nods along with the faces of men accepting the logic they had just heard. "What's it going to be, Nilomek? You waste your men's lives, or you face me yourself. Surely, you want to be the one to avenge your comrades, or do you believe that you can't beat me even with your army around you?" I asked. The last line proved to be intolerable for the general. In one controlled yet furious motion, Nilomek drew his sword, one roughly the same length as Wake, and advanced towards me with the steady pace and footwork of an expert fighter. I drew Wake and calmly moved towards my opponent. With the speed of a cheetah, Nilomek thrust his sword down low to my left thigh, though he did not put his full force behind it. Recognizing the feign for what it was, I stepped out of the way, and as the Defetian ushered in his true attack, a thrust to my torso, the air rang with the sound of clashing metal as my sword met his. The general pulled back into his guard, and I did likewise, wanting to see what he was capable of. The soldiers had formed a large circle around us, giving us plenty of room to move around. The nearest soldier was 20 feet from me. I didn't need to wait long for the general to begin his next assault. Within seconds of re-establishing his guard, my opponent was back on the move, rapidly entering striking distance. A series of attacks followed, a sideways slash that, if landed, would have cut open my stomach, followed by a thrust to my face, which in turn transformed into a downward, arcing cut circling over my shoulder and threatening to land on my arm. I made him miss each attack by a fraction of an inch, and when his sword was arching down towards my arm, I raised Wake and blocked it. After his failed assault, the general hastily raised his guard. I waited and looked for a gap in his guard. When none appeared, I moved forward. Nilomek fell back with each step I took, his guard never wavering. My sword darted towards his stomach like a thunderbolt. I didn't see any gaps in his armor, but if I only attacked his unarmored head, I would be predictable. I needed to attack other parts of the body so that he would move his sword away from his head, giving me an opening to go in for the kill. And for all Nilomek knew, I did see a chink in his armor, and he couldn't risk not defending against my attacks, even if they weren't to the head. With the same quickness, Nilomek parried and slashed out with his sword. I stepped back. The tip of his sword was just a few inches away as it moved past my stomach. With a viper's speed, I stepped forward and stabbed at his exposed chest to angle the stab upwards to pierce his neck. The Defetian whipped his sword back around, and the ring of clashing metal filled the air. His sword harmlessly knocked White to the side. Nilomek brought his sword up and sent it pummeling down, intending to chop open my skull. I jumped back as the general's sword came crashing down. Having missed me, he quickly raised his guard just in time to block my returning thrust. He countered with a thrust of his own, aimed at my sternum. I whipped Wake around to parry, then rapidly brought it up over my right shoulder and swung down at an angle, aiming for Nilomek's exposed head. Before my blade could crack open his skull, the general darted out of my reach. I had to be quick if I wanted to get into striking range of him. With the speed of a lion, I moved in, but the general proved to be a speedy gazelle. Before my feet had landed, Nilomek had moved out of striking distance. I tried again, moving faster than before, but the nimble general was too fast for me. Knowing I couldn't get close to Nilomek and he would evade me until I was worn down, I decided to change tactics. As I looked at Nilomek standing a couple of feet from me, his gold-plated armor was glittering in the sun, taunting me with the protection it provided Nilomek. But the gleaming armor, the wall that I would need to ascend to achieve victory, also served as a reminder. I stood still and lowered my weapon. Wake's tip touched the ground, daring the general to stop evading me and start fighting. I could feel the eyes of the surrounding Defetian soldiers on me, and I knew their thoughts. Some thought I was crazy for standing, and others thought I was bold to challenge their leader in such a brazen fashion. But their focus didn't stay on me forever. I felt their eyes move off me and lock onto their general. Anticipation thickened the air as they waited, their eyes glued to their general, a single question on their mind. Would he accept my challenge? Nilomek stood there. The general stared at me, hate beaming from his eyes. A snarl pulled the corner of his mouth upwards, distorting his cheek. Feeling the eyes of his men on him, Nilomek walked towards me, and his soldiers cheered. Each step was calm and purposeful as he approached with his sword down. Only a warrior confident in his abilities could have walked towards me, the terror of the continent, a known master of the blade, with such control over his body and emotions. Nilomek may have given up his advantage by coming to me after I refused to go to him, but the general was not doing so because he cracked under the pressure of his men. I only needed to look at the rage which dominated his eyes. I let Nilomek get within striking distance of me. Not wanting the general to go back to dodging my attacks, I let the Defetian strike first. His blade flashed forward into a thrust aimed at my upper stomach. The clash of metal against metal ran out as my sword met his before it could pierce my stomach. The Defetian recovered quickly and rapidly put up a guard. I had to be patient. If I struck too soon, Nilomek could return to dodging my attacks. After a few moments of waiting, the general struck again, this time with a convincing feint at my torso, which was then redirected to my leading leg. A great strength was put behind the attack, causing his body to come forward. Not wanting to tip off my enemy, I suppressed a smile. I lowered Wake down for a block. The ring of metal rang out once again. Our blades were locked together. Seizing the initiative, I pulled my blade away before the Defetian could. I began a series of attacks. Thrusts followed cuts as I worked my blade with killing intent. Nilomek defended against my first 3 attacks, and I was astounded when he deflected the 4th and the 5th, which are when most people don't survive past 3. But on the 6th, Wake sliced across his exposed neck. I expected blood to pour out of the general's neck, yet there was no blood. Shock and confusion were written on the faces of the Defetian soldiers around me. Billen nodded his head as if he wasn't surprised. Billen must have figured Nilomek for a vampire, something I didn't even consider. Looking back, it makes sense. Nilomek was mad at me for killing 3 vampires, and it would have been 4, though I suspect the general didn't believe me about Ilonek. Hindsight makes everything obvious, but like Billen, I was not shocked to learn Nilomek's true nature. What surprised me was Wake glowed, though this time it was a definite glow, not a faint one. While looking at the now glowing sword, Nilomek raised his guard. Moments before, he held his sword proudly and stable, and his stance was as grounded as a mighty tree. But then his sword shook in his once firm grasp, and he rocked back and forth, the telltale sway of someone trying to keep conscious. I don't know how the general was still alive at that point. With laboured steps, the Defetian general moved towards me, but on the 4th he fell over dead. Silence fell over the whole camp. Later I learned that all the soldiers had heard what was happening and tried to watch the fight. I doubt all 3,000 soldiers watched. That's impossible outside an arena, but they all formed a circle. The officers pulled rank to get to the front, and they would tell the guys behind them what was going on, and they would tell the guys that were behind them, and so on, until the ones in the back, who couldn't see anything, found out what was going on. I looked at the general's corpse, then up to the Defetians surrounding me. "You didn't know, did you?" I yelled. You didn't know what he was. The looks of disbelief say it all. I'm surprised but not shocked. All those men your general mentioned before the fight, Gainik, Lernu and Zimku, and the one I mentioned, Ilonek, I killed them all, and they didn't bleed either. They all had a set of fangs too, and I bet if we examine the corpse of your general, he'll have some. Now, you all know who I am. I am Bowv, the terror of the continent, and you know I dismiss any talk of gods or demons as nonsense. Yet even I, a staunch atheist, must admit the obvious. Your general, along with the 4 individuals I named, were vampires. No one objected or refuted what I said. They all stared down at Nilomek's corpse, looking at the physical proof that lay before their eyes. How couldn't they? Those at the front of the line witnessed their general die a mortal wound, but did not bleed in the process. It was the stuff of legends and fairy tales, and they saw it all play out before their own eyes. Who wouldn't be speechless? It should have been impossible. The ground should have been blood-laden. Instead, the stainless ground silently supported the weight of a soulless body that wasn't human in life. Who's in charge now? I asked and looked around to find Nilomek's second in command. A man stepped forward, a colonel guarding by his armor. I am, he stuttered. You're a colonel? I guessed. Yes, he confirmed. Good. Check your general's teeth. See if there are 2 sets of fangs in there, I ordered. The colonel nodded his head and went over to the corpse. After squatting down next to the head of what was once General Nilomek, the colonel carefully opened the jaw with one hand and used the other to move the lips. After mere moments, the colonel pulled his hands back and shot straight back up, his eyes widened. There were fangs, weren't there? Billen chimed in. The colonel nodded his head. Your general was a vampire, Billen said, addressing the crowd of Defetian soldiers. For those of us who know the sacred texts, we know that vampires cannot be killed like normal men. To kill one, you need to piece its heart, cut off its head, or burn it. Yet, my companion here did none of those things. He struck a wound that would have killed a normal man, but not a vampire. Only one weapon can kill a vampire as if he were a man. Huik, the sword of the gods. Look at his glowing blade. It is the sword of the gods. Their eyes fell upon my illuminated blade, and I saw an opportunity to do what Billen and I had come to do. Some battles are won by crushing the enemy army, others by routing them, and others are won not by deeds, but by words. My father had taught me the differences between all 3 at a young age, and I knew this battle, this siege, would be broken not by sword or spear, but with words. I don't know what reason your king gave for this war, I said. Perhaps he said it would be a glorious conquest of another land, but as soldiers, men confronted by grim truths of war, you recognize the lies of a king. Do you want to know the real reason you have trekked across most of the continent? The reason you are so far from the land you call home? The reason you are separated from your families? Why you put your lives at risk? You are looking at it. Salrun wants the sword. Before the war broke out, he sent Lord Lernu to find it, who tried to buy it from me and then threatened a fight if I did not hand the weapon over. I killed him. Then your king sent an ambassador, Zimku, to demand that my brother order me to hand the sword over, threatening war if he did not. I killed the ambassador for his threat, and war was declared. That's where you fit into this. Why aren't you besieging Eshtar's capital? It's the quickest way to a swift victory. Take Kiholp and the war is won. Yet your armies are sent to take border cities because your king does not want a swift victory. He wants the sword, and he doesn't have the decency to travel all this way and take it himself. Instead, he wastes your time and endangers your lives to gain possession of what he covets. Tell me, soldiers of Defet, will you stand for this? Acting as one, the Defetians let out a thunderous roar. Of course they weren't. It is one thing for a soldier to answer his king's call for war when that call is for the good of the realm. But when a king sends an army to do what he is capable of, then mutiny and rebellion are legitimate courses of action. Needing to break the siege, I was ready to settle for either. Are you going to stay here continuing to fight a battle, one that you now know your king can fight himself? I asked. Yet again a thunderous roar rang out from the Defetian soldiers. Your general lies dead. There is no one here who will force you to continue to do the bidding of a cowardly king. A cheer erupted from the surrounding soldiers. Then begone. Show King Salrun that the soldiers of Defet refuse to be his errand boys. That Defetian blood will not be wasted in a war, whose objective could be fulfilled if the Defetian king was willing to come out of his palace to retrieve what he covets. A final roar came from the Defetian soldiers, now fully turned against their king. They dispersed and walked back to their tents, many removing pieces of their armor. I waved the colonel over to me. Make sure your men leave the country in an orderly fashion. No raiding or looting. I suggest you assemble them later and figure out some story to tell once you return to friendly lands. When you do, make sure this message gets to King Salrun. If you want the sword, come and get it yourself. Understood? He nodded his head. Good, I said. And I don't think I need to remind you that I am capable of wiping out your entire army, no matter the size of my force, if I find you marching back towards Toldom, do I? With a terrified look, he shook his head, then walked away, and Billen came up to me. That didn't go according to plan, my old friend said. It seldom does, I reminded him. No, it doesn't, he agreed. I'm going to have to tell my brother about my latest kill, I told him. And how you managed to break the siege, Billen added. I doubt if he will believe me, I remarked. He'll believe you, Billen reassured me. He knows you can be as deadly with your words as you are with a blade. A fair point. We should stick around until we know for sure the army is leaving, I suggested. That would be wise, he agreed. It didn't take long. After Billen and I had finished our conversation, we saw the camp being taken down with the colonel, who was now in charge, overseeing it. The entire Defetian camp was broken down within a few hours, and the army departed. I almost couldn't believe it. A duel and a little persuasion were all it took to break a siege. It was remarkable. After shadowing the Defetians to see if they were leaving, Billen and I headed back to our camp. When we walked into the center of the camp, the sun was beginning to set. The men gave us varying looks of confusion, which included Yorn and Hallerod, whom we found in the center of the camp. What went wrong? A concerned Yorn asked. The plan failed. The Defetian general knew the size of our entire army. When I told him that an army was on its way to attack him, he didn't believe me, I explained. Then you failed to break the siege, the lieutenant concluded. The plan failed, but we didn't, clarified Billen. The siege has been broken then, Yorn said. It has been, Billen informed them. How? Asked Hallerod. Billen and I got captured by some sentries. I tried to convince the Defetian general about an army coming to break the siege, but as I said, I wasn't successful. Then, the general ordered the sentries to capture us. We disarmed them in seconds. I challenged their general to a fight, killed him and persuaded the rest of the army to leave the country, I said. How did you do that? My nephew asked. By turning them against their king. I told them that Salrun wanted the sword and said he sent them across the continent to die because he didn't want to do it himself, I explained. That worked? Jorn asked. He couldn't keep the surprise from his voice. For now. If they realize that Salrun may not just want the sword, but wants to conquer Eshtar, they may be back, Billen pointed out. If Salrun wants to conquer Eshtar more than he wants the sword, he would have taken Keholp by now, I countered. We should still be prepared just in case, argued Billen. What are we going to do if they come back? We are still outnumbered, Hallerod asked. He has a point, Billen said, turning to me. Even if it's not the same army that comes, Salrun will send another to besiege the city. Either way, we will have time to prepare, I said. We could fortify the city more, Jorn proposed. How? I asked. The walls are some of the largest on the continent, so we can't do much there. But we could dig a trench around the city, making it more difficult to scale the walls with ladders or siege towers, he suggested. It could help, Billen agreed. We could do something similar for the other border cities, I said. We will have to coordinate with the king, Billen stated. We should go back to Kiholp, Jorn said. What happens if the Defetian army does turn around? Halarod asked. The city will be doomed and we will be halfway across the country. Their general is dead and their morale is poor. I doubt they will be back, I said. He's got a point, Billen said. Yes, and what can we do? We only have 50 men. If we go back to the capital, we can check to see if the rest of the army has been mobilized. We can do much more if the Defetians return, if we have a force to match theirs, Jorn argued. Good point, conceded Billen. Back to Kiholp then, Halarod said. We will break camp in the morning, I said, then told everyone to get some sleep. When I walked back to my tent, all I thought about was how to fight a war with 3,000 men, the same size as the Defetian army I had convinced to leave. Add that to the 1,000 which besieged Gregoros, and Salrun could field at least 1,000 more men than us. Most of the Defetian soldiers were experienced, having been fighting half of the continent for the last several years, while Eshtar's soldiers were ill-trained, and the odds became suicidal. If my forces were equally trained, I could win a war against a more enormous army. Fighting with inferior numbers was one of Father's earliest lessons, a lesson I put well to use during my bandit days when my clan was outnumbered by our pursuers. In both cases, I often had the superior trained force, but now I had the inferior one. My brother expected me to give him a miracle. How someone as sensible as my brother could have let the Eshtaran army shrink to such a minuscule size is a mystery to me. Rono did the right thing, ending the wars the wretched king was fighting with diplomacy and then pursuing a foreign policy of peace and trade. But after the wretched king's reign, many countries were bitter towards Eshtar, and plenty still considered themselves Eshtar's enemies. It would have made sense to keep a modestly sized army, if only to deter attack. The war dominated my thoughts before I fell asleep, yet it did not dominate my dreams. I stood alone and unarmed on a field lit by a full moon. A misty darkness surrounded the edges of the field, obscuring my vision and preventing me from looking further past the field. Soon 5 men emerged from the murk to surround me. Lords Gainik and Lernu, Ambassador Zimku, Ilonek and General Nilomek. They all appeared as they did in life, except their eyes glowed crimson. At first, they all formed a line in front of me, with Gainik to my far left, Lernu next to him, Zimku in the middle, Ilonek at Lernu's side, and Nilomek to my far right. Gainik took a step forward and addressed me, though I couldn't understand the language he spoke. It didn't sound like anything spoken on the continent. Seeing my confusion, Gainik switched to my native tongue. You have managed to kill 5 of us, and know our true nature, the dead lord spoke. Yet, you do not understand what you have done, what you will face. Then he stepped back, and Lernu moved forward. This is not the war that you think it is, Bowv, Lernu told me. Your enemy is not who you presume it to be. Then he too stepped back into line, and Zimku stepped forward. You struck me down in cold blood, and I was not the first, spoke the ambassador. Who would have ever thought a murderer would be chosen? He returned to his place between Lernu and Ilonek. The latter stepped towards me. You escaped my trap, but not even someone as resourceful as you can stop what is coming. The time is near. The promise will be fulfilled, Ilonek said, then moved back between Zimku and Nilomek, the latter of whom stepped forward. My army routes back to Defet because of your persuasion, but not even your silver tongue can get fate to release you from her chains, the general said, rejoining the line. After all 5 spectres had given their speeches, they turned their backs toward me and, in unison, began to walk back toward the darkness from which they had come. They were almost back to the safety of the dark when the moon lit up brighter than the sun, and a beam of light struck the 5 of them, disintegrating them to ash. The moon dimmed and crawled across the sky, eventually sinking beneath the horizon. There was no source of light, and I felt the darkness expand and move towards me. The sun began to crawl up from the horizon, and I felt its warmth, but the darkness contracted. As the sun rose, eventually taking the highest point in the sky, the darkness withered away until there was no more. 13 stones stood erect along the edges of the field. Each was about a foot high and shaped like an arch. There was no mistake that they were gravestones. I walked up towards one, whose inscription was in a language I couldn't understand, but certain symbols I did recognize, though I couldn't remember from where. When I began to remember, I woke up. I got dressed and left my tent about an hour past dawn. I was happy to see that the men were up and eating breakfast in the center of the camp. I walked over and told them to meet me in front of my tent in 5 minutes. When they got to my tent, Billen asked what was going on. "I had a dream last night," I said. I shared the whole dream with them, from standing alone in the field illuminated by the moon, to the sun rising and the gravestones at the end. Everyone agreed the red eyes were signs that the 5 dead men were vampires, but no one made much sense out of the dream. Besides, the dead vampires told me something big was happening, and it was more important than the war. Billen thought the moon and the light shot from it was Hwake, but he couldn't understand anything else. Neither could Jorn nor Hallerod. "Looks like it's a mystery," Jorn concluded. "I don't think it was a dream," Billen told me. "What do you mean?" I asked. "What else could it be?" "A vision," my old friend said. "It can't be a vision because I was asleep," I said. "He's right," Jorn chimed in. "The visions priests come onto them when they are awake, never when they are asleep." "That's for priests," argued Billen, "and your uncle is far from being a priest. But you are right. When the gods bestow visions on priests, they are always awake. However, for everyone else, the gods use dreams to convey their messages. The sacred texts tell of numerous people the gods chose to deliver a message or to perform a specific action. Frud the half-god is the most famous, and for us, the most important." "What do you mean he's the most important?" I asked. "Because Frud was the first one chosen by the gods to wield Hwake," explained Billen, "and they revealed it to him in a dream. In your dream, Zimku mentioned you. A murderer was chosen." I laughed. "Billen, you know my crimes. If the gods are real, and if they are righteous, and just as I have heard all my life, then they would punish me, not choose me to be their agent." "The gods can find use for anyone, even the most undeserving," Billen said. "Put that ridiculous temple propaganda out of your mind and think. If the Protectorate is real and they have chosen me to kill vampires, then they must not be just," I countered. "We can discuss this more on the road back to Keholp." I ordered the camp to be packed up, and within 2 hours we were travelling back to the capital. I dispatched a messenger to Tuldum to inform the city of what happened, advise them to build a trench around the city, and inform them of possible resupply and the chance the enemy may be back at their gates sooner than they thought. Billen's suggestion that we coordinate with my brother on such matters was a good idea, but it would have been a waste of time if Rono had done what I had suggested anyway. I knew my brother would think Tuldum digging a trench and getting resupplied were good ideas, so there was no point in going back to the capital and having him order it. While I would have to wait for Rono to authorize the resupply, I wasn't going to waste time travelling back to the capital to tell Rono to order a trench dug around Tuldum, and then have a messenger travel to Tuldum to give the city's mayor the message to construct a trench. It was much easier for me to send the messenger, and it would give the garrison at Tuldum more time to finish the trench, because the Defetians would attempt to capture the city again. As we trudged back to the capital, Billen tried to convince me that the gods had chosen me as their champion. I told him he was wrong, and I was sure my brother, for once, would agree with me. But Billen didn't give up. He kept pressing the issue. While Billen and I debated, we weren't paying attention to the road as well as we should have. I should have ignored Billen, but I couldn't. At that point, I believed in vampires. It was impossible not to. I had killed 5 men with fangs who didn't bleed. I had to let go of my disbelief and accept the existence of vampires. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to understand the whole nature of my enemy. The gods, though, were another matter. I could see with my own 2 eyes vampires existed, but I couldn't say the same for the gods. If anything, vampires confirmed my atheism. If the gods lived, they couldn't allow abominations like vampires to exist. I knew Billen and my brother would insist that Wake was evidence of the gods' existence, but that argument was weak. Never had I seen a god forge a sword before, but plenty of times I've witnessed a blacksmith make one. Therefore, I believe a man forged Wake, and not a god. To my surprise, Billen didn't make this argument, but he still insisted the gods were real because I had killed vampires, and it drove me over the edge. Believing the gods couldn't exist in the same world vampires did, and sick of hearing gods and vampires in the same sentence, my sole focus became debating Billen. I was too focused because instead of surveying the area around us, as I'd been trained to do since I was a child, I was too busy coming up with arguments and counter-arguments. In contrast, most of the men appeared to be on alert, scanning the road and the forest for the enemy. I preferred them being on edge since we walked straight into Ilonek's ambush on the road to Tuldum, and it meant I could devote all my attention to debating Billen, but we were the group's veterans who knew better than to let a debate take our focus off the road. In my defense, Billen refused to drop the subject matter, though that's not an excuse. I was in charge and should have ordered Billen to stop. We were the only 2 who could thoroughly scan the tree line, yet we were too caught up in our debate to do so. No one saw the archers. The first arrows were shot from the tree line and buried into various body parts. Having an experienced ear for the moans and cries of battle, I guessed those first few arrows killed 2 and wounded 5. I let out a string of curses as rage filled me from head to toe. The archers had to be the same ones who were a part of Ilonek's ambush, and must have been ordered to watch the road from Tuldum to Kiholp to ensure we wouldn't make it back if we managed to break the siege. It had been a decade at least since I was caught off guard by the same enemy. While I wanted to chop off the heads of my men for not seeing the archers, I became angrier as I realized it was my fault. I was on campaign with city guards, not the experienced soldiers I led as a prince. I was the one in charge and should have stopped debating Billen. Father's words echoed in my head. A commander does not blame his men for his mistakes. You will fail. It is inevitable, but when you do, move past it quickly. I barked for the men to raise their shields. If they had been experienced soldiers, they would have done it on their own, but they weren't. The men weren't accustomed to combat, and most stood still as the arrows flew out of the surrounding forest. Even after I had shouted, some of them still were frozen. The arrows found their marks, and bodies fell. I heard cries of pain from survivable wounds, and the cries of the dying. That time I couldn't tell how many there were of each, as they were drowned out by the thuds of arrows slamming into shields. I didn't have a shield. An arrow zipped past my cheek, and another buried itself in the ground next to me with a thud. I scanned the tree line to find where the archers were. They were lined up on both sides of the road. I could see the heads of the Defetian arrows, a bit of their bows, and the hands gripping them. Leaves and branches obscured the rest of their bodies. I considered splitting the men into 2 groups and having each group rush a line of archers. It may have worked if I commanded veteran troops who could move fast with their shields up. Then I realized I had been spoiled as a commander when it came to the quality of my troops. In the Eshtaran army, I had access to some of the continent's most battle-hardened soldiers. In my bandit days, I recruited skilled fighters and drilled them so much that my bandit clan became an elite fighting force. Before I had agreed to become my brother's military advisor, I had never fought with a force comprised of inexperienced troops. I heard another cry, as an arrow found its mark, and I cleared my thoughts. If I didn't think of something quickly, we would all be dead in minutes. I knew rushing the archers was suicidal, since the men didn't have the discipline to remain in formation as they charged the archers. My men would break and become easy targets for the archers. The Defetians had us beat. We had to retreat. I shouted to fall back. More arrows found their marks, but this time I heard more arrows slamming into shields than I did cries of pain. My men kept their shields up and tried to stay close together as they walked backward on the road towards Tuldum. I spotted Billen, one arm with a shield strapped to it, and with his other hand dragging a wounded soldier who had an arrow in his thigh. Billen must have taken the shield from the soldier, because the smith had only brought a sword on campaign. The Defetians honed in on Billen like the weak link he was. Arrows zipped all around Billen. One flew over his head, missing by inches. Another landed where his foot was a moment ago, and another soared by his side. So many arrows slammed into Billen's shield that I was amazed the man could still hold the thing up. I shouted for Billen to leave the man behind. There was no point in Billen getting killed when the Defetians would just take the man captive. Billen turned his head toward me and we locked eyes. Never had I seen a man look with such disgust before. Not wanting to divert his attention from the deadly arrows for too long, Billen held my gaze for a moment or two, but the intensity of his look made it feel as if it lasted for hours. Billen always possessed a stark determination whenever it came to completing a mission. Yet, as he looked at me, while dragging the wounded soldier, there was something more than sheer willpower giving Billen strength. I didn't stand around thinking what it was. I walked towards Billen and the wounded soldier, knowing the only thing that would stop the archers from aiming at the two of them would be to give them another target. More arrows zipped past me before I got within a yard of Billen. As one passed over me, I could feel the wind it created move my hair. While being bait, I noticed the rest of my men, who weren't riddled with arrows, were coming towards Billen. I shouted for the men to form a defensive circle around Billen and the soldier. The ring of arrows hitting shields had drowned out my voice. I shouted again. No one heard me. I was going to shout again when I heard Yorn echo my orders to the men. Soon we had a defensive perimeter around Billen and the soldier. Yorn was next to Hallerod, who was shouting for the men to hold formation and keep their shields up. Quickly I looked to see if any of them still had their supplies, and 3 of them did. A plan began to form in my mind. I ordered some soldiers to get down on one knee, continuing to hold their shields, while the others stood up and held their shields above the men who were kneeling, providing our full bodies with protection. Once this was done, I got to work. The standard Eshtaran army cooking supplies include a ration of cooking oil, a cloth to clean any pots and pans, flint and steel, and 2 animal skin canteens. More arrows came soaring out of the forest and came smashing into shields. Commandeering cooking oil from one soldier who had it, and another's flint and steel, I emptied both of my canteens and filled them with cooking oil. Hallerod, who put together what I was doing, volunteered his washing cloths and his extra canteen, which I promptly filled with oil. I dunked a cloth into an oil-filled canteen, let it soak for a moment, pulled it out, and then did the same for the other. I heard arrows hit their mark. I heard the thuds of arrows on shields, and 2 cries of pain as arrows pierced flesh. My hands began to move faster. I tied a knot at the bottom of each cloth, small enough so that the rest could stick out of the canteen's top, but large enough that the cloths would stay in the canteens. I was finished as the next heavy wave of arrows came. One of the first things an Eshtaran soldier learns is never to let his cooking oil burn. It isn't a high-quality cooking oil, like the Hundarians provide their armies with. When Hundarian cooking oil burns, it burns without smoke and doesn't smell. The Eshtaran cooking is the complete opposite. When it burns, it's accompanied by a cloud of thick smoke and a strong, nasty smell. The Defetians kept shooting their arrows, and I heard shields absorb their impact and a few more cries of pain. Despite the screams of agony, our defense held. I told the men what we were about to do and where to go. As I used the flint and steel to ignite one of the cloths sticking out of one of the oil-filled canteens, I ordered Hallerod to assign men to drag or carry our wounded. The Defetians remained relentless in firing their arrows as a spark spawned from the flint and steel landed on the cloth and ignited a small flame. Quickly, the flame grew, and I gave the order. 2 soldiers facing one side of the forest removed their shields, giving me an opening. Spotting the Defetians in the thicket of trees, I aimed and threw the canteen. It soared towards the enemy, leaving a trail of smoke and a disgusting smell behind it. The men took up their positions again, but no arrows came from that side of the forest. Hurrying, I began work on lighting the second canteen's cloth. Arrows continued to fly out of the other side of the forest, resulting in numerous thuds and one cry. I heard Hallerod ask who was hit and how bad. A soldier answered and reassured the lieutenant he was fine. Striking the flint and steel with urgency, a spark finally was made and landed on the cloth, igniting it. I gave the order. 2 soldiers moved out of the way, giving me an opening to throw the canteen. Scanning the tree line, I spotted the Defetians and threw the canteen. It arched towards them, leaving a trail of smoke behind and a pungent smell like its twin. After waiting a few moments for the smoke to spread, I ordered to break the formation and begin the retreat. The protective shield ring broke, and the men Hallerod had assigned to the wounded were quickly dragging them, carrying them, or holding them up, and having them lean on them as they hopped on one leg. We should have left the wounded behind since we needed to withdraw before the smoke disappeared. But Billen wasn't going to let that happen, and he was too valuable an asset to leave behind and be captured. The obvious and stupid move would have been to get as far down the road as we could before night fell. Instead, we melded into the forest, where we could hide from the Defetians. The only problem was that moving with wounded men through the woods slowed us down to a snail's pace. I decided we didn't need to go too deep in the forest. The Defetians had the advantage because they were archers, and we moved slowly. If we had stayed on the road, they would have riddled us with arrows, but the forest trees would grant us cover from arrows. We filed into the woods, with men helping to carry whoever could not walk. After staggering through the woods for hours, I ordered everyone to rest. Those who were carrying the wounded were breathing heavily and struggling to keep their eyes open. We placed the wounded in the most comfortable spot we could find, and everyone else sat down on the forest floor to rest. I looked around and counted how many of us made it out. Including Yorn, Hallerod, Billen, and myself, we had 54 men before the ambush. Now we had 36. I didn't know how many of the 17 were dead or were wounded and left behind, but it didn't matter. The Defetians had wiped out about a third of my force, not including the 6 wounded we managed to drag with us. I only had 30 men, including myself, who could fight. Before the ambush, we couldn't afford a direct fight. Now, a confrontation would be suicidal. We needed to make it back to Kiholp without encountering any Defetians. We needed to stick to the forest cover to have any chance of making it back to the capital without encountering more Defetian soldiers. We didn't have any medics with us. Billen and I were the only ones who knew how to get arrows out of people, dress a wound and wrap a bandage. Jorn asked me how I knew all this, and if father had made me do some medical training when I was young. I laughed and said, when I was young, I had to go to medical tents, count the wounded, the dead, the fatally wounded, and those wounded so badly they would have to be discharged from the army and sent home because they couldn't fight anymore, then report. I would be in the medical tents for hours, and I saw the medics and the healers assisting them in their work. After seeing so many wounds get dressed and bandaged, it's hard not to pick up on the procedure. The same applied to pulling arrows out of people. Whenever I went into a medical tent, someone was getting an arrow taken out of them. I was never squeamish around blood when I was young, but it wouldn't have mattered. I would have had to learn to bear the sight of blood, like the medics and healers, because my job required me to. The job also required me to look at horrible wounds without reacting. There are few things in life so haunting as looking at a soldier with a deep slash on his face, where a sword just missed his eye, and blood running down half of his face. A face slash would give the soldier a scar once it healed, and if worse came to worse, then they would be missing an eye, though I rarely saw that. The wounds soldiers died of the most were by far stomach wounds. Often the ones with gaping wounds in their stomach were dead before they were brought to the medical tents. There was one soldier I saw whose stomach was opened wide by a sword, and his guts were falling out. I marked him as fatally wounded and continued with my rounds. By the time I came back, the soldier was lying on a cot, his guts having been put back into his stomach, and had stitches across his stomach. By the time I was 14, I must have seen all the possible wounds a battlefield could produce, and knew which were survivable and which were fatal. Looking around at our 6 wounded sprawled out across the forest floor, I knew they would all pull through, but about half of them wouldn't be ready to fight for some time. 2 were hit in the shoulder, 1 in the arm, and I had to pull arrows out of 3 thighs. On top of not being able to fight, the men with thigh wounds needed help to walk, and whoever was helping them wasn't going to be fighting. After I treated the last wounded, Billen approached me with a clenched jaw, narrowed eyes and scrunched eyebrows. Both of his hands were clenched in a fist. "If you're going to use those fists, you better not miss," I warned him. "We should go for a walk," he said through clenched teeth, and waved for me to follow him. We walked through the forest in silence, stepping over tree roots that had broken through the ground and ducking beneath branches. When we were far enough from the camp, Billen stopped and faced me. The blacksmith opened his mouth and unleashed a tempest on me. "How in the gods' names could you tell me to leave the man I was carrying? For the 7 years I was a part of your bandit clan, never once did you tell anyone to leave a wounded man behind, and we were the scum of the continent, villains who deserved whatever fate we received if we were captured. But now, after I have agreed to accompany you while you lead soldiers fighting for their country's survival in a desperate war, you tell me to leave a wounded man behind. What's wrong with you, Bowv? These men are fighting against the odds to defend their kingdom. They don't deserve to be left wounded on the battlefield. I've seen you fight through swarms of enemies to rescue a clan member, a criminal, yet today you wanted me to leave a wounded man behind. Why?" "Because these men aren't criminals," I said, and watched as the anger drained from Billen's face to be replaced with confusion. His fists unraveled. "What?" he asked. His jaw was slackened, his eyebrows raised and his eyes wide. "Criminals get tortured and executed when caught. Soldiers get captured and ransomed back to their army or are exchanged as prisoners," I explained. I went on. "A lesson my father taught me was if you find yourself in a position where your army is threatened to be wiped out, you cannot afford to evacuate the wounded. Your charge as a commander is to save your army and trust your enemy will take prisoners of war and members of the temple will come and treat them. If the wounded die, it is the gods' decision, not yours as a commander." Billen fell silent. He began to say something in response, then stopped just as he began to open his mouth. Then he closed it, taking the time to think of what I had just said and to come up with a rebuttal. I stood there with my hands clasped and resting on my stomach, waiting to see what he would come up with, but no rebuttal came. "While you are a great warrior and old friend and have survived fights where less skilled men would have died, this is the first time you are fighting a war. You know a little about war since, whenever the clan found itself in a precarious position, you've witnessed me rely on my experiences as a soldier to get us out of those situations. But waging war is what I was brought up to do, so on campaign when I order you to do something, keep that in mind. I know war as both an art and the death struggle that it is. You don't. You know how to fight as a bandit, but know nothing about the subtleties of war and the brutal calculus of commanding an army. I wouldn't have had to explain myself if you did, old friend. You would have known as a commander that my responsibility was to evacuate the able-bodied and trust that the Diaphetians would have abided by the laws of war, taken the wounded captive, and treated them as best as they could. Or have members of the temple do it, as the Diaphetians always do, even under Salrun. You think I am fighting this war because I want Salrun dead for authorizing my death. Fair enough, but as my brother's military advisor, have I acted as a bandit? I could have snuck off and killed Ilanek if I wanted to, but I didn't, because I am in a position where I have to be a soldier, else Eshtar becomes the latest Diphetian providence, and Salrun frees up more resources to hunt me down. I know it's difficult for you to stop thinking of me as a bandit, but you need to stop. I am a soldier, nothing more, nothing less. If you can't comprehend that, then you jeopardize whatever mission we're sent on, and the lives of the men I lead. If that's the case, tell me now, so when we get back to Keholp, you can help the war effort by resuming blacksmithing and leaving the fighting to me, I said, the intensity clear in my voice. You're right. I haven't fought any wars, and you have. If I had, I might have understood your reasoning when you told me to leave Kalrel, he admitted. Who's Kalrel? I asked without thinking. As soon as the question left my lips, I knew the answer. The wounded man I was pulling. You still haven't learned any of the men's names, have you? Asked the smith. I think that's obvious, I told him. Why? He asked. You knew every member of the clan even when we were 100 strong. I recruited most of those men myself, I reminded him. That's not an answer, he pointed out. You can tell the others whatever you like, Bowv, but I've known you too long. You're making a decision not to learn the men's names, whether it's a conscious one or not. Why should I bother? They likely won't survive this war, I answered. But as I said it, I knew there was more to it than that. Billen did too. He was looking at me, but he didn't press the issue. I don't know why, but after staring at me for a while, he nodded and said we should get back to camp. Silence was our companion as we walked back to camp. As we walked back, I realized the real reason I didn't learn any of the men's names. But as soon as it revealed itself to me, I dismissed it, sending it back into hiding, trying to convince myself I gave Billen the real reason I didn't bother learning any of the men's names. With truth comes pain, and at that moment I didn't want to deal with the pain, so I buried the truth and decided to lie to myself. Both were things I had a lot of practice at. Chapter 12. As we walked into camp, we noticed the tents were already pitched, including the small medical tent we had brought. In my mind, I credited Halarod for ordering the tents to be set up, but cursed the fool for the campfire roaring away in the center. I walked up to the flame with a clenched jaw and hands balled into fists. The soldiers sitting around the campfire jumped up and scurried off like rabbits when they saw me approach. No one dared stop me as I kicked dirt onto the fire. It took several minutes for me to extinguish the flames, but that was for the best. By the time I smothered the fire, I was no longer angry. I called everyone to gather around, and soon I was facing everyone who was able to stand. You all did well setting up camp so fast, I said. But why would you think it was a good idea to light a campfire when the enemy is looking for us? Some men looked down. Others just stood there speechless. No one spoke. What would they say? They knew they had put us in danger. Why they thought lighting a campfire was a good idea after we were ambushed is something I didn't know was due to inexperience or stupidity. From now on, until we reach Keholp, I want you all to have one thing on your minds. We are being hunted, and if you fail to act like it, I can assure you that you won't make it back to Keholp alive. I told them, and saw a small sea of nodding heads. What I didn't tell them was I was as liable to kill them if they continued to make such stupid decisions. Since everyone was assembled, I turned to Halarod and told him to set up a watch and assign people to look after the wounded, then went to set up my tent. While setting up my tent, Jorn offered to help since the sun was setting, but I declined. Jorn didn't go away. I could feel him standing there watching me. I sighed. What is it you really want? Does it get easier? My nephew asked with a shaky voice. I need more, kid, I said as I continued to set up my tent. Seeing people get killed, he softly said. Why are you asking me? I asked. You're my uncle, the prince answered. Kid, I've just met you, what, about a month ago? Before your father told me who you were, I thought you were a courtier, so being your uncle doesn't count for much other than asking me questions about the past as you've been doing, I told him. Oh, an embarrassed yawn said, and he began to walk away. Where are you going? I asked. Didn't your father teach you not to walk away until you get a proper answer? Or did my brother forget to teach you that lesson? I heard Yawn walk back. I had already finished setting up the tent and told him to sit by the entrance. He did, and I took a seat right down next to him. I remember asking your grandfather the same thing when he took me on campaign for the first time. It was after the Battle of Wake's Pass. The Bendili were already pushed out of Eshtar by that time, and the war was over when your grandfather took his armies deep into their territory and defeated army after army. But our dear Bendili neighbours are stubborn people, and saying they don't hold grudges is laughable. So, when there were reports of a large Bendili army heading for the border years after a peace treaty was signed, no one was surprised. The quickest way to get into Eshtar from Bendil is Wake's Pass through the Illyri Mountains. The Illyri are not the largest mountains on the continent, far from it, nor are they challenging to traverse, but hiking over mountains will always slow an army down, no matter their height. No doubt hoping if they were fast enough, they would catch us off guard. The Bendili chose the quickest route, Wake's Pass. Unfortunately for them, your grandfather suspected the Bendili wouldn't take their defeat well, and when they were strong enough, attack Eshtar again. Our army was assembled at the pass, blocking it off and patiently waiting for the Bendili when their advance guard was spotted. When they saw us, they quickly turned around, no doubt going to tell their commanders we were blocking the exit. It was the sensible thing to do, since your grandfather had blocked the mouth of the pass. About 3,000 spearmen bunched between the edges of the pass, creating a thicket of 8-foot-long spears. Along with their spear, each man was armed with a sword. Instead of the standard Ishtaran shield, which was round, protected most of the torso, and allowed for a reasonable degree of maneuverability, they were equipped with long, rectangular shields. The bottom of the rectangular shield could rest on the ground and still provide the user protection until the end of their neck. With the rectangular shields, men could be lined up next to each other, with their shields touching and using their spears overhead, or the men could be lined up with enough space between them to use their spears at their side. The first row of spearmen was arranged with small gaps between them, while the lines behind them were locked shield to shield, and had to use their spears over their shields, so the first row's spears were pointing straight out and could thrust at the center of the enemy soldier's body, and the row behind them could attack from above. Archers were behind the spearmen with orders to fire on the approaching Bendili, but those weren't the only archers. As a precaution, your grandfather put some archers in the mountains on each side of the pass. They had orders to fire only if the Bendili found a way to break our lines. If that happened, then arrows coming from both sides of the pass would create enough distraction for the spearmen to regroup or begin to retreat. If a retreat was needed, the cavalry would be in a position to stall the enemy. The Bendili should have turned back once they learned we were waiting for them, but they didn't. I don't know who gave the order to attack a general or their king, but it was one of the dumbest military decisions in the history of the continent. Wave after wave of Bendili soldiers were thrown against our spearmen. In droves they came, and in droves they were killed. After the Bendili finally gave up, their dead numbered over 2,000. We could have made a wall of corpses to block the entrance to the pass. The ground at the entrance of the pass was painted red with blood. When the sun's rays came running across the mountain tops, they did not rest on the ground but bounced off, creating a glimmer as beautiful as it was morbid. The night after the battle, I asked your grandfather how he dealt with all the death. He told me that no man will live forever, and to remember that after a battle. We aren't God's kid, we die, and sometimes death comes slowly, but other times it doesn't. People don't like it when death comes in droves because they can't escape back into their disillusion that they can't die. When people are facing a large amount of death, they are forced to stare the truth about their mortality in the face and can't escape it. Your grandfather taught me not to be afraid of death, to accept it as a natural process, and when men are being killed all around you, not to be disoriented. Their time has come, as yours will come one day. As the dead have passed from this life to the next, so will you. The sun was setting by the time I finished talking. Jorn didn't say anything for a while. He just sat there thinking about my answer. Whether he found it helpful or not, I didn't know. With this morbid talk over, I was reminded, though my brother told me to keep his son alive after the ambush, I knew his chances of survival had dropped. The men I had, especially Jorn, whose military training I had to provide while we were on the march, weren't experienced enough to survive being hunted down by a better trained and determined enemy. Add the enemy's advantage in numbers to that, and it was suicidal for me to take a group of soldiers outside of a walled city. I was about to suggest Jorn go back to his tent before it got completely dark, but he spoke before I could. "How do you deal with killing?" he asked. "I'm the terror of the continent. You're assuming I've got a conscience," I said. "Besides, I don't think you killed anyone at Gregoros, did you?" He shook his head. "But it's what you're training me to do, and we're fighting a war. It's bound to happen eventually. Could you tell me how you dealt with it as a soldier?" he asked. I let out a laugh. I had to give the boy credit. If his father had shown he was capable of such basic foresight, then he wouldn't have needed me to fight his war for him. How did I deal with killing? First, I didn't make the mistake of not thinking about it. I've seen soldiers bury what they did, and if they didn't snap, then they didn't like to talk about the war. When you kill in war, it's different than murder. Some philosophers and scholars disagree with that, but they haven't done either. I've killed in war, and I've murdered. They're similar acts, but aren't the same. The outcomes are the same, but situations and mindsets are different. If anyone else tells you otherwise, they haven't done both. In war, you're nothing more than a cog in the machine. You're the one doing the killing, but you aren't the one who started the war, and you're not the one who dictates where your army marches. Your job is to follow orders and to fight, and fighting involves killing. It's something you must accept as your job and nothing more. If you are a king, you must fight the wars you started. Otherwise, you are dodging the consequences of your actions, and no one, noble or peasant, will respect you. Now murder, on the other hand, it's all your decisions. You decide who to kill, where to kill them, and how to do it. And you don't want your victim fighting back. In war, you fight the guy in front of you. Maybe you intend to kill him, or maybe you don't, but it's either you're getting stabbed or he is. I was hoping for a more optimistic answer, my nephew said. "There's nothing optimistic about war, kid," I told him. "Now go back to your tent and get some sleep before it gets too dark to see." Jorn nodded and walked off in the direction of his tent. Deciding it was best if I did the same, I opened the flap of my tent and went to sleep. As sleep fell over me like a gentle rain, I wondered if we would return to Keyholp. Only one successful ambush by a small number of archers was needed to thin our ranks. Knowing the archers or some other Diaphetian force would come again, I thought of what we could do to prevent being surprised again, then stopped as my weighted eyes closed and sleep overtook me. Chapter 13. When dawn's first light made its way through the maze of branches and leaves to shine on the forest floor, I was already up, dressed, and ordering the men to break camp. With verbal encouragement to make them move faster, we marched through the forest within an hour after dawn. Wearing grumpy faces and dark circles under their eyes, The men marched forward with the sluggishness of people unaccustomed to sleeping on the hard forest floor and then having to wake up early the next day. The thick forest made it difficult to walk in the 2 columns we had been in while travelling on the road. We marched in 4 loose and different lines, with Yorn, Hallerod, Billen and myself being the heads of the lines. The wounded and the men who were carrying them were immediately behind us or as close as they could be, with the trees in the way. Then, behind them, were the able-bodied. I called for a stop around noon, so the men could rest and eat lunch. Before everyone was done eating, I ordered the camp to be broken down so we could begin moving again. The men who hadn't finished eating expressed their unhappiness on their faces, but I didn't care how they felt. The longer we remained in one spot, the higher the chance the Defetians would find us. There was silence when we were back, ducking underneath tree branches and carefully stepping over roots that broke through the forest floor. Though I didn't ban talking while we marched, the absence of conversation was natural, and in its absence were tense, wide-eyed men carefully scanning their surroundings. An hour before sunset, I stopped the men and ordered camp to be set up. The forest had gotten thicker than the area where we had made our first camp, but there still was room to set up the tents and ensure the wounded had a comfortable spot. Without a medic or a healer, Billen took it upon himself to look after the wounded. There was no shortage of bandages and other medical supplies because each Eshtaran soldier carries some as a part of their kit, though it wasn't always that way. Father had made the change because he wanted to decrease supply lines and was sick of seeing soldiers die of treatable wounds just because medical supplies had run out. After I had called for a rest and watched Billen change the bandage of a wounded soldier, Hallerod walked over to me. The lieutenant wore his usual concerned look whenever he was going to ask me a question. "What's your concern?" I asked. "How did you know it was a concern?" the lieutenant asked. "Your facial expression gives it away," I told him. "If I were better at hiding my emotions, then I would have been a diplomat or a spy and not a soldier," Hallerod noted. "What's your concern?" I repeated, not bothering to hide the annoyance in my voice. "We've been marching in the forest for 2 days now, and it occurred to me that we are going deeper into the forest and not trying to get back on the road to return to the capital. I understand we are making sure we lose the Defetians if they are on our trail. But shouldn't we be trying to get back to the road by now?" he asked. "A fair question, Lieutenant," I told him. "Whenever a determined enemy pursues you, you must make it difficult for them to find you and get to you." "Of course, but don't we also have to get back to the capital to inform the king about our success?" Hallerod asked. "Yes, we do. But if you were the Defetians, what would you do, knowing we needed to get back to Kiholp to do so?" I asked him. "I would watch the roads to Kiholp and have men ready to intercept you," Hallerod answered. "And do you think, Lieutenant, there will be more or less small groups of Defetian soldiers like the archers who ambushed us, watching the roads waiting to spot us?" I asked. "More," he said. Hallerod was a good lieutenant in the sense he knew all the soldiers under him, could keep the men in line, kept order in the camp as well as his senses in battle, and knew when to follow a superior's orders and when to voice his opinion. But the man wasn't promoted beyond lieutenant because he couldn't think about the larger picture. "This is why we aren't going to be sticking to the roads anymore, Lieutenant, until Kiholp's walls are in our sight, and cavalry can be sent out to assist us if the Defetians do decide to attack us so close to the capital," I said. "Understood. I'll go tell the men we won't be seeing any roads for a while," Hallerod said, then walked away. "And inform the men I will be stopping by their tents in the morning," I told him. "For inspections?" a confused Hallerod asked. "No, to learn their names. Regardless of not being a part of the army and just an advisor, we all know I am the de facto commander, and a commander needs to know the soldiers he's leading," I explained. "You know they're terrified of you. Many of them hate you," he informed me. "I know. Those who hate me have a good reason for it. If they don't fear me, then they're stupid," I said, and dismissed him. Hallerod walked over to the nearest group of soldiers to inform them I would be stopping by. If our situation allowed us to have a fire, then I would have talked to the men that night so they weren't nervous before going to sleep. But our enemies did not permit us such luxuries. Just before dawn broke, I was outside of a tent, talking to the first soldier of the morning. Hunda was his name, and he was 20 years old. Terror burned in his eyes as bright as torchlight at night. Worry pushed around his voice, unbalancing his pitch, and providing for frequent stops as he struggled to let the words out of his mouth. He was from Keyholp and had joined the army because his father and grandfather were both soldiers. When I said it sounded like he didn't have a choice in the matter, the young soldier nodded his head. Then there was Pendle. The man was at least a decade older than Hundar, was from Eshtar's southeastern countryside, and became a soldier so he wouldn't have to be a farmer for the rest of his life. While the man was tense when speaking to me, he didn't stutter or trip over his words, nor did he act upon the hatred which shone through his eyes. Hundar and Pendle were bookends and everyone else fell between them. Hundar was the youngest of the group and Pendle was the oldest. Some soldiers could talk to me a bit better than Hundar, while others approached Pendle's level of calm. Many of them were from cities, but few were from the capital, while others grew up in more rural areas, but not as remote as Pendle was from. Despite the small size of the Asharan army, it still managed to find recruits from all over the kingdom. While all of them in one way or another showed their fear of me, I could feel the hatred most of them had towards me. I could tell whose family member or friend I killed, or whose village I sacked or extorted, because their hatred formed a thick aura around them. To their credit, they all remained professional. It takes a great deal of self-control and discipline for a man to look at another who he knows has done him great harm and not throw a punch at him, let alone refrain from saying something unpleasant. I was surprised. When I was done talking to all of them, including the wounded, who were surprised to see me since I didn't tell Hallerod I planned to talk to them, we were back marching through the woods towards Keyholp. As we travelled, there were no signs of the Defetians pursuing us. Whether that meant they couldn't determine where we went, had given up their pursuit, or were close by. I didn't know which, but decided a little paranoia wouldn't hurt in case it was the latter. 2 days later, I lifted the ban on the campfire since we had travelled far from the spot of the ambush, and there still was no sign of the Defetians. With the wounded we were moving slower, and I expected it would take us more than a week to reach Keyholp. I hoped my brother wouldn't do anything foolish until he got word from Tuldum or had a credible report of our deaths. If I had trekked more than a week through a forest and found out my brother had surrendered, I would have been furious like a lion whose prey had escaped. We made it out of the forest on the 8th day, and the flat plains of central Eshtar sprawled out before us. We didn't run into trouble. Under normal circumstances, the journey from the forest edge to the capital city would have taken 2 days with the number of people in our group, but we had wounded who still couldn't move without the aid of another, so I expected us to reach Keyholp in 4 days. Even though we were so close to the capital, I was far more nervous about this stretch of the journey than any other. The forest slows one down, but that is the price you pay to be hidden by it. The plains offer quick, unhindered movement at the cost of being visible for miles around. On the 4th day, I knew we would be within sight of the city walls, and if the Defetians did choose to attack us, my brother could send out cavalry to rescue us. For the other 3 days, the Defetians could attack, and we would have nowhere to hide and no hope of reinforcements coming to save us. At least here we can see for miles and will know if we're being pursued, Billen said, reading my mind. I don't think it matters if we know we are currently being pursued, since we know Salrun has his soldiers hunting for the sword, I said. So we are going to assume someone is after us, Billen concluded. I thought soldiering would be different from banditry. You would be surprised how much they have in common, I said. That's not a pleasant thought, my old friend said. The truth rarely is, I said. Only if you accept the grim truths of life, Billen assured me. Grim truths are the only truths, I told him. That's a lie, Bowv, and you know it, he argued. And you're being foolish, I countered. Billen let out a laugh. Well, who's the fool in this case? There are two painters, both equal in skill and ability, who can paint anything. One painter decides he has had enough of painting with a full palette and rejects the lighter hues, deciding to paint only with darker ones, while the other painter continues to paint with a full palette. Who's the fool? I see your point, but the painter who paints with a full palette is the fool, I answered. Why? The blacksmith asked. Because the world may be filled with colors, but that doesn't mean each color reflects the truth of the world. The painter, who paints with the darker hues, recognizes the true nature of this world, one of hardship, pain, and misery, because the painter with a full palette doesn't recognize the nature of the world. The sunny, happy place it appears to be is an illusion. When he paints with bright colors, he chooses to believe a lie, making him not only a fool, but a naive one, I explained. But even if this world is harsh and everything which says it isn't is a lie, then doesn't a painter need a full palette to paint both the truth and the lie? Billen asked. I suppose he would, I answered. Then wouldn't the lie be a part of the truth of the world, he questioned. It would, I conceded. Then what makes you think it is a lie, and not simply another truth of this world, he asked. Because I have suffered in this life and have lived a happy life, I said. Happiness is always replaced by suffering, so suffering must be the truth of this world, and happiness must be the lie which is stripped away, I said. What a horrible way to look at the world, Jorn said as he approached us. You and Hallerod are supposed to be in the front of the lines, I said. I'm here to let you know we haven't seen any signs of the enemy up ahead, Jorn said. Now what is all this talk about suffering and happiness? I am trying to convince your uncle that the world is not just filled with pain and suffering, Billen explained. It sounds like you aren't doing a good job then, Jorn told him. He isn't. I can't understand how, after all the crimes Billen has committed, he believes suffering is not the true nature of the world, I said. I know too well the horrors of this world and the suffering they can cause. You know my crimes and you know them well. Unlike you, though, Bowv. I'm not foolish enough to believe the world has pain and suffering in it, because that's the way it is, while I believe the gods occasionally intercede. The truth of this world is our actions make it what it is. It's why the painter who paints with dark colors is the fool, because he does not realize this, and the truth that while people are capable of atrocities, their nature is to be good. Yes, I have caused suffering in this world, but I've also decided to do some good in it. I didn't take in my apprentice Sevent because the kid needed a job. I gave him the job because his parents died of the plague 5 years ago, and he couldn't find a job despite being a hard-working kid. I chose to help him, though there have been plenty of times in my life I've chosen to bring people pain, Billen argued. I agree, Jorn said. We already had this conversation when you left the clan. Do you think it's a good idea to rehash old arguments when the Defetians could be right behind us? I asked Billen, not bothering to hide the annoyance in my voice. Considering Prince Jorn hasn't heard your argument before, I think so, he said. And I would like to hear the rest of your argument, Jorn said. Fine. Billen says suffering is not the natural state of the world, because we choose to make one another suffer. I'll admit it is a good argument, but one which fails to understand the nature of man. Yes, we may choose not to harm others, but you two haven't realized the fundamental nature of people is to harm one another. The choice to not inflict pain onto others is at the core of human nature. It takes constant work to maintain and can be torn like a coat. Civil society is a perfect example of this. People work hard to have a functioning society. They get jobs, pay their taxes, follow the laws, and don't inflict harm on one another. Then something happens. Disease, famine, war, or a natural disaster. The catastrophe strips away the illusion of civility, and then people revert to their base nature. A once thriving society becomes a wasteland of people hurting one another to survive. Civil society was created in the first place to escape this natural hell. The natural, savage nature of man is always there underneath the delicate layer of civilization. I chose to accept human nature and cease pretending we are something we are not. Billen made that choice, but now he has chosen to re-enter the illusion, and stories of benevolent and just gods have been invented to make rejecting one's true nature easier, I explained. That's a depressing way to look at the world, Jorn concluded. It is, agreed Billen. Now that's enough debating philosophy. It's getting dark and we need to make camp, I said. They nodded their heads and walked away. While the tents were being set up, I went around asking people whether they saw any signs of the Defetians. No one reported anything, but I suspected the Defetian archers who had ambushed us were good at hiding their tracks. If that were the case, then the signs of them following us would have been subtle and not noticeable to my men. A part of me was relieved no one reported anything, since I knew on the plains there was no natural cover if we were barraged by arrows. Another part of me was skeptical. I knew Salrun knew I had the sword, and he wasn't going to stop trying to get it just because I escaped an ambush. More Defetians would come. The only question was whether they would come before we got back to Kiholp, or after. Then there was the question of which Defetians would come. Would Salrun send his archers after they had failed, a vampire, or another group of soldiers? Fearing the worst, that night I talked with Billen, trying to guess who Salrun would send, and whether we should take the time to set up some defences around camp, or just hope we were close enough to the city that we could make it there before the Defetians caught up. I told Billen no one had seen any signs of the Defetians, but he agreed that didn't mean we weren't still being followed. We talked about whether we had been followed for an hour. If we were, then by who and how could we defend the camp against a possible attack? Though we agreed we likely weren't being followed, we disagreed on whether to set up defences around the perimeter of the camp. Billen wanted to dig ditches, but I was against it, arguing that the longer it would take us to reach Kiholp, the more exposed we would be. Billen disagreed, stating that we didn't see the Defetian archers before they attacked, and that the same could happen before we reached Kiholp. I told him we were no longer in the forest, and there was no place for the Defetians to hide from us. Billen agreed. The next few days were uneventful, and knowing we could afford to slow down a bit being so close to the city, I decided to continue Jorn's training. Not having done any training since the day of the ambush, Jorn was rusty. Everything Jorn did, whether it was an attack or getting back to his guard, wasn't as fast or as strong as before the ambush. Every time Jorn tried to tighten his guard, he could only hold it there for a minute or two before he lost strength and dropped his shield a bit. To motivate him to keep his shield up, I took a stick and began prodding at him whenever his shield dropped, creating a gap in his guard. Within a minute I had landed the stick on his chest 10 times. Each time I hit Jorn, his mouth would bend into a scowl. We went on for half an hour. While Jorn was exhausted, he did his best to keep his shield up by his chest, but he couldn't hold it up for that long. If he was in a shield wall of spearmen, it would have gotten him killed. But fortunately, all he had to contest with was being poked by a stick. When I ended the training, I didn't know how many times my stick landed on Jorn's chest. I lost track after 50. Jorn had complained about how long it lasted, which was a way for him to vent out his annoyance about getting poked so many times. I laughed and told him when I was younger, Glendale would have me do the same drill for at least 2 hours. Knowing from personal experience how the smallest of gaps in defense can lead to death, I stuck with this drill until we got back to Kiholp. By the time we were a 2-day march from the city, Jorn's stamina had increased and was managing to keep his shield up for longer. That morning, I scored 42 hits on him, which while was a death sentence in combat, was progress nonetheless. The rest of the day was as uneventful as it was during the other days we travelled on the plains. Like the other days, I ordered the camp to be made a distance from the road, hoping the cover of the night's darkness would hide our presence from any passerbys. The watch was set, and I settled down in my tent for a peaceful night's rest. We all were sleeping better on the flat ground of the plains compared to when we were sleeping on the bumpy forest floor, where no matter where you pitched your tent, you couldn't avoid the sticks scattered all across the forest surface. I must have slept only a few hours before I heard a sound that forced me out of my tent with my weapon drawn. Horses' hooves slamming into the ground, sounding like thunder, got closer and closer. I cursed myself for not taking Billen's advice about the ditches, then wondered how we didn't spot the cavalry sooner. We should have seen the Defetians coming towards us. Somehow, they had remained hidden on a landscape with nothing to hide them. The greater mystery was how the Defetians managed to get close to us without revealing their position. While 10 men isn't a large cavalry force, it would have been enough to be visible on the plains, especially during the day. It was as if they had appeared out of thin air. The idea didn't unsettle me because I thought the possibility was ridiculous, but it would unsettle everyone else, with the possible exception of Billen. As I walked over to the cavalryman's corpse, I thought about what foolish explanation the men would give for the enemy's appearance. There would be more reasonable explanations, such as the Defetians being trained to ride in near-complete darkness, but I knew there would be more fantastical explanations. Since I was young, I've witnessed how superstitious soldiers can be. When Father took me on a campaign for the first time, I wasn't surprised to see men praying to the Protectorate to survive the next battle. When men are faced with death, it is only natural that they ask their gods for an extension of life. I was surprised to see small rituals being performed around the camp, unconnected to any god. There was an entire section whose soldiers were convinced if they waved a bird of prey's feather, it didn't matter which one, since I saw hawk, eagle and falcon feathers outside of their tent, then disease would be warded off. I asked where the ritual had come from, and someone told me a story about a Hungarian soldier who had performed the ritual while on campaign and was the only member of his army not to fall ill when the plague hit their camp. Then there was superstitious behavior that divided the camp. Should one sharpen his weapon in or outside of his tent? The men who said in thought it was good luck to do so, though no one was quite sure why, while those who said outside believed sharpening your weapon outside of the tent allowed the sun and open air to strengthen the weapon's metal. How was a mystery, but I have vivid memories of veterans, many who wore scars from their previous campaigns on their faces, looking me in the eye and assuring me it was true. That was the infantry, though. The cavalry could be just as superstitious, if not more so. Which side of the horse should a rider be on when they saddle their mount? I discovered that if a horseman saddled his horse on the right, his mount would be calmer in battle, but if the horse were saddled on the left, then it would be cowardly. Others believed if a horseman saddled his mount on the right of the horse, the beast would be stubborn and move slower than its rider wanted, but if saddled on the left, it would go as fast as it could when spurred on. It didn't matter, they were contradictory beliefs. I was assured they both were true, but I learned the archers were the most superstitious people in the army. Half of the archers informed me the only way to wax a bowstring was after it was strung onto the bow, otherwise your arrows would never find their mark. Why, I was told that's how it worked. The other half assured me you needed to wax the bowstring while it was off the bow because otherwise your bow might break in battle. What type of leather a quiver should be made of was a topic as sensitive as it was superstitious. A leather quiver made from cowhide was thought to grant the archer more strength. One from sheepskin was believed to make the archer stealthier and was favored by rangers and scouts. And a quiver made from goatskin was believed to offer some vague magical protection. Archers would frequently debate quivers, bowstrings, and other superstitions I won't bother to mention. But those are all superstitions regarding a soldier's everyday life. I can remember numerous times when there was news of the supposed supernatural that got the entire army riled up. If an enemy had managed to defeat a superior force, then it must have been because of bad luck, not superior planning. Or an army got lost while it was marching to its destination because it went through cursed lands, not because the maps they relied on weren't accurate. Or there was an enemy who could not be defeated, so maybe he had the war god's sword, or had a magical amulet which made him and his army unbeatable. Never was it because the enemy general was a brilliant tactician, or that the enemy was better trained. Nope. It must have been because of the gods, magic, luck, or a combination of all three. So, when I was looking down at the corpse of the Diaphetian who was thrown from his horse, I knew if I didn't find an explanation for the Diaphetian's sudden appearance, then I would be hearing the men talk about how magic was the reason we couldn't see them before they attacked. Both I didn't want to hear. The body was on its back, and one might have mistaken the deceased rider as someone sleeping, had it not been for the unnatural position of the neck and head. I had seen the corpses of people thrown off from their horses before, and when I first looked at the dead Diaphetian for a moment, I thought he might still be alive. Crouching down, leaning in closer and moving my torch closer to the body, I began to take a closer look. The dead man's clothes were made of cotton dyed black, and the breastplate was made of steel painted black. I pulled back the bottom lip and brought the torch as close to the head as I could. I examined the teeth, which were all normal and not unusually pointy. "Vampire?" I heard Jorn ask as he approached me from behind. "No, our dead cavalryman here doesn't have any fangs," I answered. "Then how did they manage to see us on a moonless night?" the prince asked. "It could have been the campfire," I said. "The campfire may have given up our position, but it wouldn't have provided enough light to ride a horse on a night like this, and the tents would have blocked much of the light from the fire," argued my nephew. "A good point, which is why there has to be something else going on here," I told him. "What do you think that is?" he asked. "And who were they?" "What it is, I don't know, but judging by how they fought, they were some of Salrune's elite horsemen," I said, "though I've never heard of any group of Diaphetian cavalry riding in near pitch black without any light sources." "And appeared out of thin air," Jorn added. "They didn't do that. Somehow they got the jump on us," I said. "While we were several days' march into the plains, it would have been impossible not to have seen them coming," he argued. "Another good point," I conceded. "So how did they do it?" he asked. "I don't know right now, but we'll see in the morning," I told him. "In the morning," he repeated inquisitively. "Yes, in the morning when the sun is up, we can see the tracks the horses made and follow them," I said, then told Jorn I was going to sleep, and he should do the same. As I walked to my tent, the questions still lingered, but there was nothing more I could do at night, so I opened the flap of my tent, laid down, and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 14. Before dawn could cast its first light, I was awake and walked over to the general direction from where we saw the Diaphetians come. After scouring around, I found the first section of ground beaten by horses trotting hooves. As expected, the tracks came from behind us towards the forest, and implied the Diaphetians had been following us. I began to follow the tracks, which was easy since the Diaphetians rode close together, and the aftermath of 10 horses moving as a group isn't something that can be missed. I followed the tracks for about 10 minutes before they ended. Figuring that there must be more, I scanned the ground around me to see where the trail picked up again, but it didn't. The tracks had come to a stop. It looked like the Diaphetians had materialized from the night and galloped towards our camp. But that was impossible. Men do not appear out of nowhere. As I was thinking about how the Diaphetians could have hidden their tracks, Billen walked beside me. "Where are the rest of the tracks?" the smith asked. "If you can figure that out, I'll give you a pot of gold," I said. "You can't find them?" he asked. "No. I've searched in all directions, but from what I can tell, this is the end of the trail," I told him. "But that's impossible," the smith said. "I was just thinking the same thing. I don't know how they would have gotten so close without any of us seeing them, then take the time to cover any portion of their tracks, let alone the tracks farthest away from us. It doesn't make any sense, I said. It doesn't, he agreed. If I don't come up with a reasonable explanation, rumors of how the Defetians can appear from the shadows will flood the city once we get back. Considering how desperate the war already is, I don't want rumors like those going around, I explained. No, we wouldn't want that, Billen agreed. Have you checked the body's teeth? I have, and there were no fangs, so at least there won't be talk of vampires circling the city, I said with relief. If I have to deal with commoners talking about vampires while walking through the streets of Keholp, I'll kill someone. I thought you were more open to the existence of vampires, Billen said, and gave me a puzzled look. That doesn't mean I want to hear about vampires wherever I go, I told him. Fair enough, he said, though if our dead rider wasn't a vampire, then why do the tracks start so close to our camp? Right now I don't have an answer, I said, still looking around for clues as we spoke. Could be magic, Billen said. Magic? I asked. The temple doesn't even believe in magic. Magic is said to have died out a millennium ago. What else could it be? Questioned the smith. If some of the Defetians are vampires, which we know they are, then what's to say they don't have access to magic? Because magic isn't real, I said. You said the same thing about vampires, and then you killed a few of them, he pointed out. That's different, I argued. It's not, and you know it, Billen pushed back. I let out a grunt. Billen was making logical sense, but that didn't mean I had to like it, or that his assumptions were correct. Then where have all the mages been in the last 1,000 years, I asked. They would keep their existence hidden like the vampires, Billen answered. Why would a mage work with vampires, I questioned. Money, a common goal, a shared enemy, Billen offered up possible reasons. Or maybe the vampires have a mage amongst them. If that's true, it will make killing Salrune harder, I said through gritted teeth. And make winning the war harder, he added. That too, I said. Anyways, I'm sure no number of mages will prevent you from killing Salrune, he reassured me. No, they won't if they are real, I said. I don't know how the Defetians got so close to us, but it's concerning no matter the explanation. Let's get back to camp and into the city just in case our late-night visitors pay us another visit. Billen nodded his head, and we got back to the camp. Once we were back within a half hour, we were back on the road, marching towards the capital. To my surprise, no one spoke about the attack as we walked towards Keholp's imposing grey walls. There would be plenty of chatter debating how the Defetians had appeared so suddenly, but there wasn't. The men were marching in complete silence. I was fine with this since it meant I didn't have to listen to implausible theories about how the Defetians could magically teleport, or how they weren't men, but ghostly spectres who emerged from the night's darkness. There were no such theories, though, and I wondered why. I got my answer when I looked at the faces of the nearby soldiers. Each soldier was wide-eyed and had a blank look on their face. I should have realized it sooner. They weren't coming up with theories about the Defetians because they were in shock. We were taken by surprise twice in a period over 2 weeks, and they didn't know how to cope with the trauma. Instead of taking their minds off what happened by theorizing how 10 horsemen had attacked us on the open plains without being spotted, they marched, still trying to process what had just happened. I figured it was best if I didn't say anything. They needed time to process what had happened, and me talking to them wouldn't have done any good. Before we set out, they all knew the odds of the war weren't good, but I got the feeling then, after suffering from 2 surprise attacks and barely escaping, that the men were no longer just aware of the odds, but were coming to appreciate what they meant. The abstract was becoming concrete, and I wouldn't interfere with the process. If they continued to know what the odds were and did not comprehend them, then there was a higher chance they would die because they wouldn't take the war as seriously as they should. An hour before the sun fully set, we arrived in the city. Halarod led the men back to the barracks, Billen headed back to his shop, and Jorn and I headed for the palace. We didn't talk as we walked. Jorn knew I didn't want to discuss how 10 horsemen could get the jump on us, so he wasn't his typical inquisitive self. When we got within sight of the palace, I told him I would do the talking. He gave a weak nod, and we walked through the palace doors. The 2 guards posted outside gave a slight bow to their prince as we entered. When we entered, a servant recognized us and told us Rono wanted us to meet him in the throne room. Though my brother wasn't in the throne room, the servant told us he would inform Rono of our arrival. Thanking the servant, Jorn and I walked to the throne room and began our wait. It wasn't long before my brother came walking into the throne room, a father's concern for his son in his eyes. The concern disappeared when he saw Jorn. "What happened?" the king asked. "We were expecting you back almost a week ago." "We were ambushed by archers on the road from Tuldum. Then, last night, we were attacked by Defetian cavalry," I answered. My brother's face paled. "Last night, no one on the walls reported seeing any signs of cavalry." "Nor did we," I said. "This morning I went out to find the horses' tracks to see where the Defetians came from. I found the tracks, but they ended close to the camp." "That's impossible," my brother softly said. "It is. I don't know how they pulled it off," I admitted. "If they can get that close to you on the open plains without being seen." Rono trailed off, no doubt thinking about its implications for the war. "It could be disastrous," I said, describing what he was thinking. "But I don't think the cavalry group who attacked us last night were a part of a regular unit." "You mean they were—" "No," I cut him off before he could say vampire. "I had checked the corpse of the rider I killed, and there were no fangs." "That's a relief," my brother said, giving a quiet thanks to the gods. "How many casualties?" "In total 13 dead, and I don't remember how many are wounded. Some wounded have healed since the archer ambush, so I don't know the exact number. I would guess the current number is around half a dozen. I had Billen take care of the wounded, but I didn't get an exact number before he returned to his shop," I explained. "Billen was taking care of the wounded?" "I wouldn't have expected that," Rono said. "I required everyone in my clan to learn how to treat wounds," I told him. "I treated some arrow wounds myself." "Even more surprising. But getting back to the matter at hand. Even though your attackers might not have been an elite unit, I'm still concerned they got so close to the city without anyone on the walls spotting them," the king said. "And there's the matter of how they managed to see in near pitch black," Jorn added. "What are you talking about?" his father questioned. "The Defetians didn't carry torches or lanterns," I answered. "It was a moonless night. The stars alone aren't bright enough to provide enough light to ride a horse," Rono said. "You would think so, but our attackers managed to ride their mounts. It would have been an awesome spectacle to watch had they not been trying to kill us," I commented. "I don't know what to say. How are we supposed to defend against an enemy who can attack from horseback in the darkness of night and make it look like they came out of nowhere?" he wondered. I'd never seen my brother so worried before. In those few minutes of conversation, he aged a decade. "That's for me to worry about, not you, brother," I told him. Nervousness turned into anger. "Of course I need to worry about it. For the Protectorate's sake, I am the king." "You are a king who was wise enough to get a military advisor to worry about these things for you because you know you are out of your area of expertise," I clarified. Rono sighed. "You're right, I'll let you worry about it." Then he turned to Jorn. "You're all set, son. Get some rest. You need it. Once you have, see your mother and siblings. They have been worried sick." Jorn gave a dreary nod and, with laboured steps, walked out of the throne room. "I've never seen him that tired before," Rono said once Jorn was gone. "War will do that to you. You remember how I was when I returned home after my first campaign," I reminded him. "I do, but Jorn wasn't like that when you returned from Gregoros," he pointed out. "That's because the mission went as smoothly as possible. We arrived before the city fell and did minimal fighting, which I made sure Jorn wasn't doing because the boy would have gotten killed, and we weren't attacked on the way there or on the way back. This time, though, we were surprised on the way to Tuldum. A vampire surrounded us with his archers. I managed to get him to agree to a duel, and I won. Billen and I did the fighting once we got to Tuldum. Long story short, the general was a vampire, and I killed him. Then we got attacked by the same archers, and had to trek through the forest to ensure we weren't being followed. Once we were a day away from the city, we were attacked by night. I explained the contrast between the two missions. I hadn't considered that, the king said. Just make sure to give him some space. He needs time to process what happened, not just time to rest his body, I said. Speaking of rest, I need some. I'll be at the inn if you need me. But I wouldn't get any rest. When I walked into the inn, Glendeo was waiting for me and wanted an update on the war. I gave him one, albeit brief, but when I got to the end and talked about the cavalry attack, I asked him if he had heard of anything like that before. Glendeo might not have been as active for long as my father was, but the old soldier was well known among veterans. Time and time again, Glendeo opened the doors of his small inn to former soldiers and their families who needed a place to stay, whether a natural disaster destroyed their house or they needed a place to stay until the father found work. Some had sold their house and were hoping to purchase a new one, but got the money stolen before they could buy it. Others had a family member die, inherited their home, and decide to move their family into it, only to arrive and have a court order them not to move in because their siblings were disputing their inheritance. It didn't matter what happened. If a fellow veteran was in Keholp and needed a place to stay, Glendeo would welcome them with open arms and let them stay in the inn for free until they and their families got back on their feet. Glendeo would talk with them about life in the army, and the conversation would ultimately turn to the wars each had fought in. This made Glendeo an encyclopedia of recent Eshtaran military history. If anyone knew about stories of Defetian cavalrymen being able to ride with precision and finesse on a moonless night without lanterns, it would be him. I've never heard anything like that before, the old soldier said. Are you sure? I asked. No, and if I did, it probably would have been a story about you, he told me. Thanks for the compliment, I said. The rider wasn't a vampire, he asked. No, I checked the corpse. There weren't any fangs, I told him. Still, it might be a good idea to ask Ilkon if he's heard anything like it before, he said. While the riders might not have been vampires, that doesn't mean they didn't have something to do with it. I will. Is he still here? I asked. He's in his room, the innkeeper said. Within 10 minutes I had found Ilkon, and for the third time that day I told someone what had happened since I had left. I asked him if he had heard of anything like the cavalry attack. He hummed. Where to begin? Do I answer your question first or tell you some information I've learned? Answer my question first, and then you can tell me what you've learned, I instructed. Fair enough. I've heard stories about vampires being able to enchant armor with magical properties, such as giving the wearer the ability to see in the dark. These items are rare, but it's not uncommon for vampires to give enchanted armor to their henchmen. It's possible similar artifacts could explain how they got so close to you, without you seeing them from a distance or why the tracks stopped, though I can't be sure, he said. At least you explained one thing, I said. What did you want to tell me? All the vampires you killed, including Nilumek and Ilanek, were Keshkus, elite vampire warriors. Since you told me you killed Lord Gainik, I asked one of my order's hunters to send a list of known Keshkus. Every vampire you've killed has been on the list, he told me. I've been killing their elite. Good, I said. Yes, even Zimku was a Keshku, and I suspect the ambassador would have put up a fight if he was armed, guessed the heretic. And if he didn't think he was safe in the palace, I said. That too, Ilkon agreed. You mentioned hunters, I said. If the Defetians have an abundance of Keshkus, then why aren't they doing anything? I don't know. I'm a scholar, and the hunters keep to themselves for the most part, he admitted. Did the list indicate if the Defetians have any more Keshkus? I asked. No, he answered. We only know the identity of a few Keshkus, and we don't know how many there are, so it's hard to tell how many the Defetians might have. Thanks for the information, I said, and left. I walked towards my room, wondering about how many Keshkus there were. As much as I would have liked to ignore all the vampire talk and dismiss it as nonsense, while clinging to my belief that vampires weren't real, I was never one to let my stubbornness turn me into a fool. I had killed multiple men who did not bleed and who had fangs for teeth. Whether I liked it or not, vampires were my enemies, and only the stupid or suicidal ignore their enemy's nature. As I opened the door to my room, I stopped thinking about how many Keshkus there were. It mattered to Ilkon and his sect, but it didn't matter to me. I wasn't in a millennia-long struggle against creatures created by a demon. No, I didn't care about that. I cared about killing Salrun and figuring out how many more Keshkus the Defetian king had, because the more he had, the harder it would be to kill him. And what did it mean for the war? I doubted Salrun would waste Keshkus fighting the Eshtaran army and instead use them to recover the sword. But we would have to be careful if the vampires were supplying small groups of Defetian soldiers with enchanted armor. I knew if Billen and I hadn't been there when the Defetian horsemen attacked, then Halarod and the men would have been slaughtered to a man. If Salrun had more tricks like enchanted armor, fighting the war would be much more difficult. Staying in Keyholp wasn't an option, because I was the only capable commander my brother had, and if I stayed in the capital, Salrun would know where the sword was, and would besiege the city. There was no way the city could survive a siege, not with how few men there were. Knowing I needed sleep and wouldn't solve these problems tonight, I cleared my mind, got in bed and drifted off to sleep. As Jorn asked his endless questions, I knew my brother didn't talk much about the past with the boy, and I couldn't blame him. The wretched kings and my actions made the past challenging to talk about for my brother. What was my brother supposed to tell his son about the good parts before our father became the wretched king? Recalling those memories would only stir up the bad ones. Some memories are better buried. Besides, how do you explain two good men turning bad? You don't, nor do you try, because while you think you might know why, you don't know for sure. Rono might have guessed why father became the wretched king and I the terror of the continent, but he didn't know for sure. It would be easier for Rono not to relive the pain of the past and then drive himself crazy to understand why the wretched king or I did what we did, and my brother wouldn't understand why I abdicated the throne. He never would, because he didn't see what I had seen. The harsh nature of this world and its brutality was something Rono didn't witness, because he wasn't a soldier, and it was something I worked hard to keep him from when we were younger. The last part I decided was something Jorn didn't need to know, because like Rono, there were sections of the past I didn't want to relive either. But despite his insatiable appetite for learning about the past, Jorn was equally dedicated to his training. I suspected it was because he wanted to learn how to fight, but his father had prohibited it. Perhaps my brother was worried his son would end up like me. I kept my lessons to the spear because it was his weapon at the time, teaching him how to fight individually and as a part of a group. While I did this, Billen would drill the men, and they were improving, but still were no match for the average Defetian soldier. If we got in another direct fight and were outnumbered, they would be slaughtered or run. After the morning training was finished and we were back on the march, Jorn would begin his questioning. I can't tell whether this was because the boy was warming up to me, or because he wanted to distract the men, who often overheard our conversations, from all the talk about vampires. If it was the latter, my nephew proved more perceptive than I thought he was. When we were a few days' march from Keyholp, I asked Jorn why he was asking me all these questions, not Rono. Father doesn't talk about the past much, my nephew told me, confirming my suspicions. Of course he doesn't, I said. He didn't like what your grandfather had become, none of us did. So he wasn't always the wretched king, Jorn asked. No, he wasn't, I said. Once he believed in fighting for peace, not conquest. Remember, Eshtar was invaded under his grandfather's reign, and there was fighting for generations while we drove the Bendili from our lands. Eshtar was taken back, but the wars still waged on. He wanted to finish those wars and give the Eshtaran people peace. He also let the nobility have some say over the kingdom's affairs, which was unheard of in those days. What happened then? Asked Yorn. Your grandmother died, and he fell into a deep depression, I told him. By then, we had already driven the Bendili out of our lands, invaded their countries, and won the war, but your grandfather wanted more. I don't think the wars were just for conquest, at least at first, because the first few wars were against the Bendili and their allies. Neither had come to the negotiating table after they were driven out of Eshtar, so more fighting was needed until they would agree to peace. The later wars were for conquest. Sounds like he was hurting from the loss of his wife and used revenge as an excuse to bring pain to others, Yorn said. Perhaps, I said. Perhaps not. Was this about when he became a more ruthless ruler? Asked Yorn. I suppose so. He started to ignore the nobility and began making laws without their input. Years later, when the nobles became resistant to these changes, the accusations of treason started, I answered. What were you doing? He asked. Keeping my head down and waiting for your grandfather to deploy me to some front. We were at war with almost the whole continent at this time, I said. You didn't fight against him when he was executing nobles for treason? He asked accusatively. You assume all of them were innocent, I said. Your grandfather was able to make the first few accusations because he had evidence those nobles were conspiring with our enemies. After that, the evidence became scarcer and the accusations became baseless, but no one dared speak out against the wretched king. Sounds like he took advantage of an opportunity to rid the kingdom of any nobles that disagreed with him, Yorn concluded. Precisely, I said as we marched on. What was father doing during all of this? He asked. The wretched king had him studying diplomacy and administration, I said. Sometimes he was out of the country visiting a foreign court. You mentioned that before when I asked why father wasn't trained to fight, he remembered. Yes, though I didn't tell you I studied both when I was younger, though I didn't take to it as well as your father, I admitted. That's not to say your uncle can't be diplomatic, Billen chimed in. He can when the situation calls for it. An interesting claim considering he has killed an ambassador, Yorn said. We witnessed his diplomacy with the Defetian army around Tuldum, Billen claimed. That was persuasion, not diplomacy, I said. Diplomacy is gaining victory through words, not violence, Billen pointed out. You're forgetting I killed their general before I attempted persuasion. What's this sudden boasting about my diplomatic skills anyways? I asked Billen. I'm a military advisor, not a diplomatic one. Because you keep implying that King Rono is the only diplomatic one out of the two of you, and I know better. I think it's a good time to tell Prince Jorn about our run-in with the Hashta Unkai, Billen said. Hashta Unkai? Who are they? Jorn asked, not well versed in the continent's criminal underworld. A group of assassins who trace their origins back centuries. They are the best in the business, I explained. They are among the few boogeymen besides Bowv that keep nobles and kings up at night. Once, a group of nobles banded together and hired them to kill your uncle, Billen explained. I thought it was the whole clan, I said. No, the contract was on just your head. Remember, they told us when we caught up to them, the blacksmith recalled. Ah, yes, that's right. Fortor wasn't too happy about that, I remembered. No, he wasn't, Billen agreed. Who's Fortor? Yorn asked. A bandit who wasn't happy his reputation wasn't great enough to have someone hire the continent's premier assassins to kill him, I explained. He sounds crazy, Yorn said. He was crazy, violent, arrogant, and short-tempered, Billen elaborated. Sounds like a liability, Yorn said. He would have been if he wasn't one of the best fighters in the clan, I explained. But why would nobles hire assassins to kill you? John asked. I had large-scale extortion rackets, undermining their ability to pay taxes, I answered. What happened when the Hashta Unkai found you? He asked. Your uncle killed the first 3 that were sent, Billen answered for me. Which, before he did, it was unheard of for anyone to manage to kill one Hashtar assassin. Killing assassins isn't diplomatic, noted John. By this time, Bowv realized that the Hashtar would not rest until he was dead, or until he made it too costly for them to continue the contract. When the 4th assassin was sent, your uncle laid a trap and captured him. Bowv told the assassin he would release him if he delivered a message to the Hashtar leaders. There were only 2 then. The message was to meet him at a tavern in Dertzilum, where they could discuss the contract, Billen said. Did they try to kill Uncle at the tavern? Jorn asked. They tried, I said. I had the clan trickle into the tavern throughout the day, in case the Hashta had people watching the building. They were armed with small crossbows, so when the Husta leaders tried to succeed where their acolytes failed, a few crossbow bolts flew over their heads. They realized they were outnumbered and were more than eager to enter negotiations, I said. Clever, Jorn said. Yes, it was, Billen agreed. I asked what it would take for them to remove my contract, I said, getting back to the story. They said that they never take away a contract. I told them pursuing this contract would result in many of their assassins meeting an end. They told me that they could train more. I said if they wanted to be that persistent, then I would treat the contract for what it was, war. They assured me the Hashta Unke were capable of fighting a war. I told them we could start now and ordered my men to fill them with crossbow bolts. The 2 head assassins cut me off before I could finish, wanting to negotiate after all. Funny how leaders stop talking tough when it's their lives on the line and not someone else's, Billen commented with distaste. Yes, it is, I agreed. The 2 Hashta leaders were open to the idea I could negotiate the contract on my head. I told the head assassins I understood that whoever placed the bounty on my head must have paid a lot of money, and I didn't want to see them lose that money. I proposed I pay for the contract in full, plus 50% more in exchange for the contract being removed. They asked if I wanted the names of the people who hired them. I told them I could find out on my own, and I understood that if they told me, it would be bad for business and I didn't want them to suffer financially because of me. They accepted. How much did the nobles pay to have you killed? Asked Jorn. 10 talents of gold, I answered. And you ended up paying 15 talents of gold, Jorn said. Yes, I confirmed. You had 15 talents of gold, he said with awe. Why does that surprise you? I asked. I was the richest bandit on the continent, probably still am, though the banditry has been put on hold. I know, but you say 15 talents of gold as if it were nothing, my nephew clarified. I would have been willing to pay anything, because I knew that whoever paid for the contract would have enough wealth for me to take, I explained. What did you do to the nobleman who paid for the hit? He asked. He killed them, then robbed them, Billen said. What else do you think he did? Were they all a part of one court? Jorn asked. They were scattered all across the continent, but that didn't stop me, I said. Their corpses were all found with their tongues cut out and replaced with a note with, "This is what happens when you try to kill the terror," written on it. When your uncle wants someone dead, he's a force of nature, Billen told Jorn. Something which Salrun will soon learn. Yes, he will, I said, the intensity in my voice as clear as a lion's roar. Everyone fell silent after I said that, and I was fine with it. Like the previous group, I learned their names and where they were from, and they began to look less terrified of me. But after Billen's comment, the soldiers returned to being tense around me, albeit nowhere like before. I don't know what Billen was thinking, starting off the conversation with my diplomatic skills, and then ending it with how I am a force of nature when I want someone dead. I couldn't figure out why he did it. There had to be a reason, because Billen was never loose with his words. The blacksmith was trying to do something, though I was clueless about what it was. When night fell, I asked him about it. When I asked, my old friend smiled and said he was surprised. I didn't understand what he was doing, but I could figure it out. I insisted he tell me, but he refused, saying I would figure it out eventually. I knew I wouldn't get an answer from him, so I went to my tent and slept. The next day, after the morning's training, Yawn resumed questioning. We were about a day from the capital, and the time for him to ask me questions ended. Perhaps it was this scarcity, or perhaps he was inspired by Billen's comments the other day, but whatever the reason, Yawn's questions were centered around me and the wars I fought in during his grandfather's reign. I asked him why he wanted to hear about the wars. I knew Rono had given him a rigorous education when he was younger, not as rigorous as the one the wretched king gave Rono and I. But still, Yawn was more educated than most other princes on the continent. I know what is taught, my nephew told me, but you were there. You experienced it. From what I understand, you are the only Eshtaran commander from that time period still alive. That's right. Your father mentioned plague killed any experienced generals he had, I recalled. However, I did not mention that I killed all the other experienced generals after Rono sent them to arrest. So, you are the only link I have to the wars, he said. I want to know if the histories are true. Fine, I said, but only pick one war for today, since there won't be time to talk about more than one in a day. In those days, we were at war with most of the continent. How your grandfather was able to fight that many wars still amazes me. Yawn thought about it, then asked me what the earliest war I could remember, where I was a combatant, not just an observer, was. The War of the Triad, I said, the only war I fought in besides this one, which your grandfather didn't start. But the histories say that he started it, Yawn said. I let out a big laugh, which shocked those around us. They had never heard the terror of the continent, the monster they heard commit atrocity after atrocity laugh before. But I did, and I couldn't stop for a full minute. I started the war, I said, and gave another chuckle. Someone told you my father started the War of the Triad, I said, and laughed again. Why is that so funny? Yawn asked. Because, I said, then let out another laugh. Your grandfather entered the war a full month after the conflict started. How could he possibly have started a war in which he wasn't an original combatant? What lunatic told you the wretched king started the War of the Triad? My tutors did, he informed me. Your father, at least, should know better. He was old enough to remember when the war started, I said, shaking my head. How old was he? Yawn asked. Rono was about 11 when the war started, I said. And how old were you? He asked. 14, I said. And your father sent you off to fight in a war? He asked, horrified. No, I was 16 when I first fought in a battle, I corrected. Though he did take me on campaigns starting when I was around 11, possibly 10. In those days, Eshtar was still fighting the Bendili and their allies. I was an observer for the first 2 years of the War of the Triad. What was it like? Yawn asked. I fell silent. Memories I thought were long buried rose to the surface of my mind, like a vengeful corpse rising from its grave. I saw combat for the first time, killed my first man. Weren't you taken on campaign before this, though? He asked me. I was, so I was used to the hardships of campaigning and the sounds of battle, I answered. But before the War of the Triad, your grandfather kept me well out of harm's way, thinking that I was not ready for combat. What changed? Asked Yawn. He thought I was old enough to at least be around the fighting, I told him. How long did you fight in the war? Yawn asked. I fought until the end. In total it was about 3 years, I said, though that's not counting the 2 years of observation. So you were 19 when the war ended, Yawn did the math. Roughly, I said. And what did you do in the war besides fight? Did you command? He asked. Did your tutors mention me when they taught you about the war? I asked, not believing the boy's tutors could leave him this ignorant. They didn't mention you, he admitted. How long did they spend teaching you about the war? I asked. We covered it for a whole week, Yawn informed me. I let out another laugh. Your tutors told you the wretched king started the war even though he couldn't have, and they didn't mention me, one of the key generals during the war. If I didn't know any better, I would say someone was trying to rewrite history, I said. So you did have a command? Yorn asked, though his tone made it feel halfway between a question and a statement. Have a command? By the war's end, the wretched king gave me command of half the Eshtaran army, I told him. I was second in rank only to the king, and before that, I had control over an entire theatre of war. Which theatre? He asked. The difficult one, I said. Which was? He asked. The Swadanilic theatre. It was the first campaign I would win. I hope your father didn't pay too much for those tutors, since it's apparent that they didn't teach you anything meaningful about the war, I said. But you didn't start as a general, Jorn noted. No, like I said, I was an observer at first, but I became a general during the war. While your grandfather let me fight once I was 16, he didn't give me a command right away, and when he did, it wasn't commanding half of the army. The more I think about it, I fell into command, I said. What do you mean you fell into it? A confused Jorn asked. There was chaos during a battle, more so than the usual type. The guy in charge, along with his second-in-command, died. Everyone else was losing their heads, and I started giving orders, I clarified. What battle was this? He asked. The Battle of Odfrit, I said. It ended up being a rout, Jorn recalled. It was for those of us who weren't massacred. The enemy had engaged our forces in the front and managed to attack us in the rear, cutting off our line of retreat, I said. I can see how that would be chaotic, Jorn said. It was. You don't know the true meaning of anarchy until you witness the breakdown of a well-organized and disciplined fighting force, I told him. How did it become a rout and not a slaughter? The prince asked. The commander, his second, and the rest of the highest-ranking officers were in the back when the enemy attacked in the rear. After a messenger told us that we were under attack from the back, there were no other messengers from the rear. The officers may have still been alive, but it didn't matter because everyone in the front assumed that they were dead. Without orders coming in from the rear and an enemy attacking from the front, things began to break down. People didn't know what to do. Not wanting to die, I started to give orders, I said. And they listened, Yorn said. Of course they listened. I was their prince, I told him. How did you get out of there? My nephew asked. By cutting a bloody path through their lines, I told him. I guessed the Rushide had split their forces to attack us both in the front and the rear, and we were being attacked by one army, not two. I was right. It took some effort, but once we concentrated on the attack in the front, the Rushide broke, I recalled. Was this when you first killed a man? He asked. It was, I confirmed. He was a Rushide soldier, 5 years my senior maybe. When I pulled my spear from his throat and watched the blood flow out of the wound, I didn't have time to process what had happened until the battle was over. The only two things on my mind were survival and breaking free from the enemy's trap with as many soldiers as I could manage. It wasn't until the next day, when we had put some distance between ourselves and the Rushide, that I could process what I had done. I became sick to my stomach, my hands began to tremble, and nightmares plagued me for a week. Jorn began to ask another question, but I told him that would be it for the rest of the day. He could continue questioning the next day until we got back to the capital, so long as the subject matter was about the War of the Triad. He agreed. For the last day of the march, then Yorn asked me questions of a mixed sort. Sometimes he would ask about my experience in the war. Sometimes he would ask about the war in a broader context, such as the strategic decisions made or the political implications of the war. And other times, he was curious about his grandfather and the actions he made throughout the war. By the time we had reached Kiholp, I was confident I had undone most of the damage the boy's tutors did,